right, okay. That's the one that's due to come up.
The first one that's come up in the chat now.
Yeah, John O'Shea has just said hello. And we have a new supporter.
I thought Alex had finished the third one.
Yeah, but there's another one just come up with the Jellicoe thing.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm saying is that that's what I'm looking at. But then Alex said that he saw it in the third one. I thought that's odd because I thought he'd shut it.
Hello.
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 And yes, there you go.
Hey now.
I have a new shirt. Now, while I'm just quickly having my chicken nuggets, because I've got chicken nuggets now delivered, you know, I keep getting food brought in by my sister. It's lovely. It's lovely. She keeps just dropping in food.
In numgies?
Mainly, I think it's because more often. Mainly, I think it's because technically she was told by the rest of the family she had to look after, make sure I was okay this weekend, because she keeps expecting me to build her office. And they weren't sure what she was doing for me in return, so she got told she was looking after me this weekend. So I can afford to treat her a little bit like a servant this weekend because I've got to build her old office again because she's managed to break her desk and her drawers, and her shelving already, and we only moved in like a couple of months ago.
How do you manage to break them?
Don't get me started.
Too many books.
Yes. And possibly trying to climb them to get to the books.
This sounds on brand.
Yep.
You'll have to get her some steps.
I keep suggesting those sort of things.
I was surprised we didn't get a raid off Gary.
I'm not surprised.
Was he not streaming today?
He is streaming today.
He's probably lurking.
Well, he's supposed to be appearing later, isn't he? With the rest of the crew.
It's as we were saying, yes, it's a potential.
Yeah. And I suppose, are we expecting Fleet to turn up at some point?
At least for the warships, it wouldn't surprise me.
Later, I think we were expecting Fleet to turn up.
Yeah.
You had family.
Fleet said he'll definitely turn up for warships.
Yeah.
Afternoon.
I'm slowly plugging my way through. I'm grinding out American cruisers. Send help.
Unfortunately,
I'm grinding on submarines, as people know. Unless the World of Warship people are going to be nice to me and just give me a tier 10 British submarine.
Unfortunately, Runon, since I wasn't able to invite you, I can't send you various goodies.
Getting a tier 10 British submarine is easy.
Debatable.
You just play British carriers, they get enough free XP.
It is for you, Leslie.
No, because all you do is you literally just go into co-op and just keep playing. Bang, bang, bang.
But that's a lot of battles.
Yeah,
that is a lot.
That's what I'm grinding to at the moment.
In 4 hours, I think I did it.
I actually find the best way of gaining XP is to play in Star Trek 1. Because you gain far more free XP doing those.
Because people keep wondering what shirt I'm wearing. Yeah.
Things.
I tend to find the most efficient mode for grinding is operations.
There is a small issue I have noticed on my Twitch account. This is going to sound strange. There's a small issue I've noticed on my Twitch account now. Is that I'm almost as many subscribers on my Twitch account as Fleet has on his YouTube account. And I'm sort of going, okay, we really need to work.
And I think I did it overnight.
That so sounds like a fleet problem.
100% bonus twice.
Nice. Which reminds me, I need to get back to grinding Pan-American battleships.
I apparently can't find your Twitch account, Clarke.
Not according to Fleet, you can't.
It's one of the cheats you can do with the work out when they're going to become visible. Launch your torpedoes, and then when they ping them, and of course the torpedoes hit them before they can react.
The only high tier sub I've got is HMS Alliance, the tier 8 premium British sub, and I can't play her to save my life. I'm glad to have her, but I can't play her to save my life.
Yeah, the
Twitch link in your Discord bio is not correct, Alex.
Check the chat attached to this voice channel. I dropped the link there.
Yeah, I found it, but I used the one that's in his Discord bio, and that's.
I haven't.
Yeah, because the one on Twitch says it's AC Naval History.
Yeah, that was the one I followed, and it was like, I've actually got a time machine. This doesn't exist.
It used to be the one.
Which is why I can't access my Twitch account at the moment, and I'm having problems with Twitch people saying, "Oh, yes, you can," and I'm going, "No, I can't."
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, Paul. My Twitch account's basically gone boing.
It happens to everyone as we go on. It happens to all these things.
Right, got that to add.
That is not disappointing.
Thank you, Chris.
Very shortly. Yes. Dr. Clarke finished his.
I'm just fixing something. Nuggets. I'm just fixing something, and I was going to start Jellicoe very shortly. I am literally just grabbed my chicken nuggets, changed my shirt, and basically got my drink recharged. All the important things, considering I'm now beginning the last 9 hours. Yeah,
and yet, despite your recharge mental battery time or lack thereof, you're still coherent.
Alex, do you want to put the...
this is because this is my everyday life.
Up again.
Yes. I'm just about to do that, actually. Wrong one. Right one. Here's the that's the targets. Browse. And this is the schedule. Hello, everyone. So, tonight's schedule. What we've got now is Jellicoe as third Sea Lord. Then the questions and essay competition winners between from about 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and then from 9 o'clock onwards, it's going to be World of Warships collab for the second time. Now, the one last night was actually really darn cool. Tonight, we're hoping to be even better, and we're hoping even more of you can join us, and it can be even more fun, and it's going to be cool. And there was Dr. Dan. There was all sorts of people there for people to come and have fun and interact with and sync. I got sunk a few times. Fleet of Oceans got sunk many times because, well, Fleet kept claiming he could win solo.
I think it would be more appropriate to say Fleet survived a couple of times.
I'm still not quite sure he did.
Fleet of Oceans was a Fleet of Oceans was a comedy, wasn't it, last night?
Right, that was fun. And yeah, it was generally a fun time. And again, this is, as I said, this is sort of brew ships but extended, because we've got, we're doing a presentation, Jellicoe and his time as third Sea Lord, what he got up to. Then we've got the questions and normal sort of section of what you have in brew ships. But also some discussion of some of the essay competition winners. Or rather, some of the essay competition entrants. I'm not going to do winners. I'm going to do a video where I explain the mark scheme, and then I'm going to do all the marks that went through. And that video is either going to go up in place of 2 historians, if where they haven't, where it's that doesn't happen, if that doesn't happen, or alternatively will go up as an extra bonus video, probably in the run up to Christmas. And it's basically, I thought I'd talk about the various papers tonight because they've been really cool. So I've got 3 more to talk about. And I've talked about 3 in this session, and I talked about 3 in this session, and I'll talk about 3 in this session. And then, I said, World of Warships stream. How terrible will my reflexes be? Let's be honest. I have been awake now for... when did I last go to... Then last have some rest period. Sure, I had some rest Wednesday night. So yeah, it's okay. It's fine, but it's just normal for me. And I will be, let's see how the reflexes go. How terrible will they be by this point?
I mean, if we really want to see how terrible they are, we could boot up something like Counter-Strike or...
No. Ugh. It's a naval history game. We're going to keep the naval history. Also, because in a nicer way, then at least if my reflexes are terrible, there is the fact that I've got good excuses in World of Warships. It's not purely my reflexes.
If we have to stay Navy, what about Halo? Halo's Navy.
No, because the last time 2 of the ship-shape crew, including myself, got involved in a Halo tournament, we didn't stop for 18 hours. So no, we're not doing that.
Somebody put on play sea power. Alex hasn't got sea power yet.
Alex decided not to get to sea power because he was otherwise not going to have the Historiophon ready. So, nice way, it was a choice of how does the Historiophon ready or how does it. So no, we did this, and
if I knew what Alex's Steam account was, I'd buy him a copy of sea power.
You can DM him a key through Discord.
Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to DM. I buy him a key and DM it.
What I will say though is, what do we have? One of the reasons we're doing World of Warships and we're playing a lot of Warships games is because the lovely World of Warships people are coming along and have been helping us and facilitating us and making it have a lot of fun and doing all sorts of interesting things to make it fun. Including turning up and playing themselves, because I think we're going to have Killer Bin and El Fructini, and I wouldn't be surprised if more show up this evening.
Montana, if I want Dr. Clarke to try something where he has to manage everything, I'll just ask him to play Frostpunk. Thank you, Empress Matilda, for following the channel, which I think you're in the voice call with us, but I'm going to say it anyway.
That is me, yes.
Thank you. So,
I was going to say, Dr. Clarke, regarding your reflexes, I'm sure that they won't be as noticeable as Defoe's appalling show last night, having claimed that he was going to sink everybody.
That was the thing. I didn't claim I was going to sink anyone. I just claimed I was going to sink him. This was my.
No, that's right.
I lowballed it quite.
You said you were going to go for him.
I lowballed it straight away.
But he said no. He was going to defeat everybody. He could take you all on his own.
Yeah. Oh, right. Anyway, so
we let him do that, and it didn't go so well, did it?
No, it didn't.
Yeah.
I'm going to quickly, before I start Jellicoe, I'm going to put the poodle in the garden. And then I'm going to start Jellicoe.
Poodle glitter!
And then after we've done Jellicoe, it'll be more questions. So don't worry. Please put the questions in the into the system, using the exclamation question mark, and Runon will explain all about that. And we'll get to them. This is the great thing about the system. We will get to them. We won't miss them. And even what I'll do is when we get to the end of the World of Warships, and we finish that, if there are questions left in the system, I'll shut off the system whereby their new questions can be submitted, and I won't finish until I've finished all the questions. I will get all the questions done this evening. Mostly because it's fun. Because it's not as if I'm sleeping. Come, Poodle. Come.
Alright, taking the suggestion as an instruction. Welcome everybody, I am Runon. I have somehow stumbled my way into being the technical moderator for this show. I don't know how. Any rate, we've developed a bot called Powder Monkey. It is accessible through the exclamation point Q and A, exclamation point Q and A, where you spell out "and" as the word, exclamation point query, or exclamation point question. By doing so, your chat message will be grabbed and put into a queue, where it gets released in the Discord channel that you can see on your screen when we get around to answering it. In theory, it's supposed to do a couple other things, but I am but a monkey with an erector set attempting to assemble something which I barely understand. So it's a little borked at times, but it's been holding up pretty well for the live stream here. So we shall carry on.
Remember, everyone, Runon is credit to team.
Credit to what now?
You're a credit to the team.
I don't think that says a lot about you guys. I think you guys can do better.
Well, by the sheer fact that even Wargaming's around, can we pinch him? That says more.
That's a lot of paperwork. That's a lot of paperwork. I don't think you understand how much paperwork that is for me.
No, I do not. But even excluding any accepting or denying, it's a case of if companies start taking notice of, I think, you are a credit to the team.
Again, I refuse to believe that reflects well on the team, but okay.
Well, put it this way, me and Foxo would have no chance of doing what you've been able to.
It's okay. It's a matter of just being bullheaded. And this is all because of spite. The only reason Powder Monkey exists is because of spite. It is fueled by spite.
But aren't most the best things just fueled by pure spite?
I don't know, but I know this one is.
Fueled by night, not spite.
I wasn't going to name names, but yes, because I had to sneaker net his questions over during the Scandi ship trip. Do you know how hard that was to sneaker net the questions out of the chat, especially when we had to go to Drag's chat because Dr. Clarke's systems completely.
Yeah, they run out of power.
So not only did we have the night volume of questions in the chat, we also had all 258 gabillion subscribers that showed up for Drax channel going live in the chat.
They had fun.
Well, it just shows people are interested in what you're doing.
And I'm still concerned that one day I'm going to get a knock on the door from the friendly sea mine, who's going to say, "Hey, can we nick you?"
You're going to get that chat anyway.
That's coming. Don't worry, my friend.
But why?
Because you're a credit to the team.
If that's not obvious to you,
yeah. Anyway, I will leave you all chatting.
Trying for I've been.
It's getting there. Thank you. Right. We have here Jellicoe, the Third Sea Lord. Jellicoe, the Third Sea Lord. That's a good time. It is a good video. It's a good topic. And it's also an interesting one because Jellicoe as Third Sea Lord is not how he's often remembered. It really isn't how he's often remembered. In fact, normally, Jellicoe is remembered as the Grand Fleet Commander. He's remembered as the officer who ran the Royal Navy through in its Grand Fleet formation in all that sort of fighting. This is what he did. And Jellicoe was... how do I put this? He was an ever-inquiring mind. And as Third Sea Lord, he was a very good Third Sea Lord. Now, I have to admit, when I was putting this all together and putting this book together, my actual question was, how the frigate am I going to get this into 45,000 words? Because it also includes, and this is why they're extended to 15,500 words, a small issue. You see, Jellicoe, well, there's a debate as to how long he's Third Sea Lord for. You're going to go, well, hang on, Alex, you know, there's a bureaucracy, a naval bureaucracy. They know who's their Third Sea Lord. Well, officially they're supposed to, but there are some reports, there are some accounts, which list Reginald Bacon as becoming Third Sea Lord. The trouble is, Reggie Bacon becomes Third Sea Lord, becomes a Rear Admiral in pretty much April 1909. There's a debate sometimes about that. And retires from the Royal Navy in November 1909. Now, if he becomes anything to do with Third Sea Lord, or being Third Sea Lord, then that means the Royal Navy will be out and not have a Third Sea Lord for quite a long time. That's not going to suit things. And the thing is, also it doesn't make sense, because most Third Sea Lords do roughly 2 years of service. And Jellicoe, and you have to love him on this, his time of taking over and moving on to other things actually neatly ties up with when Charles Briggs definitively takes over as Third Sea Lord in 1910 and then serves roughly 2 years to 1912. It's amazing. There is a scenario going on here. So, the thing is, Bacon was attached to the Third Sea Lord's office, but he wasn't Third Sea Lord. He was involved in various duties to do with the naval administration of the things the Third Sea Lord was in charge of. And I can understand why some people might think he's the Third Sea Lord, because he's a Rear Admiral in that office. And so therefore he must be Third Sea Lord. He's an Admiral working there. But you can have other Admirals, you can have other officers working in there. And in the case of Bacon, he was, I have the sneaking suspicion, literally being promoted to Rear Admiral so he could go and take charge as head of the Coventry Ordnance Works, which the Royal Navy was kind of keen on having one of their senior officers take charge of, because it's a major arms manufacturer in the UK and a major supplier of the Royal Navy. And having an Admiral go and take charge of it means that they're probably going to prioritise the Royal Navy's needs over the Army's. Though I'm sure the Royal Navy would never play such a downright dirty scoundrel of a move, would they? Anyway, this means it's fun to work out what exactly Jellicoe was responsible for. And that's before we get into the next issue when we're talking about Jellicoe's Third Sea Lord. The fact that, well, ships don't stop building because there's a new Third Sea Lord. And they don't start building because there's a new Third Sea Lord. The Royal Navy has an ongoing construction program. So when Jellicoe becomes Third Sea Lord, he inherits multiple programs. He inherits the Bellerophon class, the St. Vincent class, the Tribal class, the C class, and the D class. He inherits these at a vital point in British history. We're going to talk through these classes and his impact on them as we go now. But then we're going to go through the next classes. The classes he doesn't inherit. The classes he, how do I put this politely, counsels into their final stages in their ordering when they've been started under someone else. And then, after that, we get into the ones he creates, which go the whole way through under his leadership. And then we get into the ones he conceives, who he bequeaths to his successor. Yes, there are 4 different sets of ships that Jellicoe is in charge of, and this is part of the ongoing program in this period. And this is one of the things I do love about this period, is that, you know, very much there is a very robust shipbuilding program going on with the Royal Navy. There is a very robust and very organised shipbuilding formation. Now, the Royal Navy is used to this. The Royal Navy has been doing this program for a long time. This is another reason why I am... when people start putting this, oh, no, bacon comes in the middle, I'm sort of going... yes, so the Royal Navy's going to get rid of Jellicoe, according to you, at some point in 1909. And then they're going to put Briggs, they're going to put Bacon in charge for, like, you know, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months at best. And then they're going to have no one in charge for another 6 months. And then they're going to start on. And just to clarify something in chat, yeah, you were the motivation because your for the chat bot, because your eagerness and your questions meant that, frankly, we had to take the decision to store it, because I was worried I was going to lose track of your questions, and Runon was worried that they were going to miss the questions. So basically, and then we had the experience with on the Scandian trip with all of the cross-bleeding with Drax channel, and yeah, at that point we decided, yes, we really need to have some system to help out, because the thing I would hate to do is lose track of questions and not answer the questions when people have honestly asked them. When people honestly ask questions and they're putting them forward with effort and honesty, I really want to answer them, and I don't want to miss them, which is why we do as much as we do on the system on the bots, and why we have them, and you deserve credit for that. In many ways, you deserve the credit for it. But you're not getting that much credit for you, because Runon also spent hours building, hours and days building it, so Runon is keeping the credit to themselves. But you deserve credit for the inspiration. You're just not getting credit for the construction. Yeah. So this is the thing, that there is a lot of programs going on, there are a lot of projects, there are a lot of heavy-duty work going on. This is not the sort of scenario where you're going to go, you know, yeah, let's not have a third Sea Lord and control the Royal Navy. Let's not have a naval officer in charge of construction of the Royal Navy in this period. You know, 1908 to 1910, there's nothing important happening in that period. So yes. The fact that in this period he does cram in so many ships actually is the most scary thing when you think about it. It shows the sheer throughput going on. Yeah, Hood Senpai, as you put it, he's July 1909. Some people claim April 1909, but he would only literally be there for, if he's in July, it's even less. It's like 4 months. He's not Third Sea Lord. He works in the Third Sea Lord's office, but he's not the Third Sea Lord. It's still Jellicoe. And Jellicoe doesn't transfer postmans. Jellicoe actually describes himself as Third Sea Lord when there's the coronation review, and doesn't take his appointment up till after the coronation review. So I'm fairly certain if you're there as Third Sea Lord at the coronation review with the monarch, you're the Third Sea Lord, because I can't imagine they're going to introduce this. Oh, there's this person who's just a random admiral here, is dressed as a Third Sea Lord. It's not going to happen. So, the Bellerophon class, the St. Vincent class, the Tribal class, and the C&D class. Now, the Bellerophon class and the St. Vincent class are both extensions of Dreadnought. They are basically shepherding in the first generation and trying to build up something of a battle squadron. They are what should have been ordered at the same time as frigating Dreadnought, but guess what? The government was trying to save money at the time. It's amazing. Government was trying to save money, they don't order enough. Realistically, these ships should all have been ordered in one go. They should have been ordered as a group. And when I'm talking about the Dreadnought, Bellerophon, St. Vincent class, we're talking about a decent number of ships. We're talking about 8. 8 or is it 6? 7? Let me just check, because as my maths could be, and my maths is old, and I am an old man. I'm usually right on the maths on them, but we'll check, because there's Dreadnoughts, there's the 3 Bellerophons, And then there is the Free St. Vincent's. And there's Neptune then, which comes after, which is the semi one. And the whole idea was that this class of 7 vessels would be a battle squadron. Now, a battle squadron usually at this point contains 8 to 9 vessels, but 7 would be enough. 7 would be enough, considering their power and their firepower, and they would add to them soon. And they are basically built as close as they are to be sisters, to work together. And honestly, there is only the amount of stuff that Jellicoe can do with these ships, these ships as they're coming in, is basically admire their lines, look over their plans, and tick them off as they enter service and check they work. But he has to go do it. The system of the Royal Navy means that none of these ships can enter service, unless the Director of Naval Construction signs off on them and the Third Sea Lord. They're the responsible officers, as far as the Navy is concerned. If they don't sign off on them, they don't enter service. Yes, they have to report to the First Sea Lord, and I also have to explain this scenarios. The First Sea Lord reports to the board about operations and is the leader of the board. The Third Sea Lord reports to the board about ship construction. They present the options to the board for construction. The board selects on their advice from those options, and then they oversee the construction and the entry into service of that vessel. So let's be honest. You can technically go, well, technically it's the board of the Admiralty are in charge of this. And you are right. You are technically correct. They are. But let's consider that in reality. The same person writes up the options, presents the options, advises on the selection of the option, and then oversees the administration and implementation of the option and delivery of the option. And it all goes through his office, and they only have to inform the board at the point at which they are making the selection and the point at which they enter service. And if there are any problems in the project along the way that the Third Sea Lord themselves cannot deal with. You're starting to realise probably now that the Third Sea Lord is probably one of the most powerful people in the United Kingdom. And incredibly scary as far as defence constructors are concerned, because all he has to do for them to not get paid is refuse to apply his signature. This is why Jellicoe, when he's annoyed about the testing of armour and doesn't feel that the armour's being tested properly and that the gunnery's being tested properly, starts to really worry a lot of defence contractors. Because he only needs to withhold his signature, and no one can order him to sign. Even the First Sea Lord cannot order him to sign to take acceptance of the ships. Why? Because it's upon his honour as a naval officer. If the First Sea Lord orders him to sign, and he resigns and refuses, that is going to be a full parliamentary investigation, lots of press, and a massive problem. Because this person who is, upon their honour, a good admiral, and has to sign these things in on their conscience, has refused in good conscience to sign this into service. That is a nightmare for any member of Parliament to deal with as a minister, i.e. the civilian Lords of the Admiralty, let alone the naval Lords of the Admiralty. And Third Sea Lords have threatened that. They have utilised that. Some of them have the threat of them doing that would bring down a government if they implemented it. You know, it is a good example of the Third Sea Lord in the run-up to World War II, Admiral Henderson. If his ultimate sanction, which he could have deployed, he'd never deployed it before in his career, but he could have deployed if he'd wanted to, if he couldn't stop by any other way, Churchill pausing the capital ships and carrier construction and the cruiser construction, or at least only pausing the parts he was agreeing to pause, would be to threaten to resign. And Henderson, if Henderson had resigned, because he's so connected into the political system because of doing the job as director, as the Third Sea Lord for 6 years, and all the politics and work he's done, that would have absolutely terrified the government. because that would have caused a major foundation. Senior Royal Navy Admiral in charge of procurement resigns at the beginning of a war because of the decisions of the government. That can cause problems. Would it cause the First Sea Lord to lose his post? Depends. Did the First Sea Lord try and get involved and order the Third Sea Lord to do something he wouldn't do? In which case, usually as a rule, the First Sea Lords are very careful to not give orders to the First Sea Lord. There are 2 officers in the Sea Lords who the First Sea Lord does not want to try and do that with. One is the controller of the Royal Navy and Third Sea Lord, or someone with that role, and the other one's the Second Sea Lord. The Second Sea Lord oversees training in the Royal Navy and certifies that the crews and personnel are trained to the standard they need for war. If they refuse to sign off on a training program, it's much the same as the Third Sea Lord refusing to sign off on a ship. It's upon their honour, it's upon their duty. And if a First Sea Lord tries to order them to sign off it and they still resign, then the First Sea Lord would get dragged into that mess and possibly forced to resign themselves. Or fired. So, they're not going to do that. Now, with the Bellerophon class, there's nothing wrong with them. Again, with St. Vincent's, there's nothing that's a problem. They're just repeat dreadnoughts, slightly improved, slightly better stress, slightly better framing. You've learned something about the armouring. They are useful. They're good ships. And if you've got any questions, again, please, for the chat, stick the exclamation mark question or any of those variations, I'm sure. One of the admins will stick the variety in the chat so people know what they are. And they'll be stored and I'll be answering them afterwards, and I'll make sure I answer them all together. Okay? I would, in answer to Hood's Sunpie question, though, on technical basis, the only person who could not order but compel any of the Sea Lords is the Monarch, and this is the sort of thing that wouldn't happen due to a relationship between the two. Possible reason why Third Sea Lords more often than Second Sea Lords become First Sea Lords is because in this time period there are 3 people who have regular audiences with the Monarch in the government. One of them is the Prime Minister. Has a weekly audience. Another one is the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. The person in charge of the Crown Estates for the government, the person who represents them. They tend to have weekly audiences. The third person who has regular meetings with the Crown, with the Monarch, is the Third Sea Lord. Now, if you remember, the Royal Navy is the Royal Navy, and all the ships wear the title Her or His Majesty's ships, which means they are, by tradition, property of the Monarch, which means the Monarch requires regular updates as to the progress of any construction in place. Now, today there's less of the construction going on, so it's less frequent meetings. But in this period, when there's a lot of construction, they're having a monthly meeting. So the Third Sea Lord goes to see the Monarch on a regular basis. The Third Sea Lord has to go to the House of Lords and the House of Commons on a regular basis to explain what they're procuring. This is very different than the Second Sea Lord. The Second Sea Lord doesn't have the same political roles and political connections because they don't need to. The Third Sea Lord has to be able to explain not just what they're procuring, but why they're procuring and how it fits in the current Navy and the future Navy. So if you think about it, the person you're picking for the Third Sea Lord is the person who's going to build the fleet, and because of their rank, are probably going to be the ones who use the fleet in war. So you're literally building the fleet you are going to command. That is quite an often progress. And then if you build the fleet as you wish, and it works out as you wish, and you command it successfully in the battle, and you can argue this is what Jellicoe does. He builds the fleet, he commands the fleet in the Grand Fleet, and he becomes First Sea Lord because of that. That is the scenario he runs down. And Other ships he takes over looking after. The tribal class destroyers which are coming in. These are the 1905 variant. They are very cute. They come in at the same time as Dreadnought. And there is a reason they come in at the same time as Dreadnought. When you're upping the speed of the battle fleet, you need to up the speed of the cruiser line and the destroyer line. And this is why the tribals come in. And oh my, are these ships gorgeous. You see, they might not be technically faster in some regards than their predecessors, but the thing is, they are faster in more types of weather. They have a stronger bow, they have a stronger hull construction altogether. In fact, there's such a strong hull construction, this particular branch of the destroyers in Royal Navy, that when HMS Nubian and HMS Zubian both lose halves of their hull, it gets welded together and called HMS Zubian, because they're still good. You might have lost the bow and third quarter of your hull, and you might have lost the stern half of your hull, but you're still good. You still work. We'll take you. And the thing is, these are being shepherded in by Jellicoe. He's overlooking them. Now, one of the things while you're overlooking them is you're going to get your ideas yourself. He's going to develop his own ideas while he's watching them, while he's considering them. And there's also the C-class submarines. They're coming into service. There's some grand old boats. They're really learning and they're really helping the Royal Navy move forward with its not just its submarine operations, but it's also its ASW development and its ideas. And you're talking about Jellicoe. He's the guy who really pushes forward ideas like depth charges, etc. as in the wartime. He's overseeing the procurement of submarines in this period. Yes, there are rear admirals of submarines who are putting in implemented ideas, and there are rear admirals of cruisers, and rear admiral and various battleship commanders, etc., all putting in their ideas. But guess what? All those ideas go to the Third Sea Lord's office, and the Third Sea Lords are the ones who communicate with the actual builders and are the ones who enforce the ideas and provide the constructors and naval personnel administrative to the yards. So yeah, he decides. And the thing is, this goes on. There's also the D class, another class of submarines, the C's and D's. And one of the interesting things is, post World War II, there's actually a full meeting of the Royal Navy. They have a full committee get together and decide the future of submarines. And one of the things they decide is that they don't want to no longer call them by numbers and letters. Apparently, numbers and letters dehumanizing. They are demoralizing. They don't give the crew the same sense of value and esprit de corps as names do. And that's why the Royal Navy shifts to naming their vessels, because they do a whole study into their morale and decide that submarines really need to have names as well as the surface ships. Now, shameless book plug. Now, in every single video I do always do a shameless book plug. And the reason I do a shameless book plug is because, well, this channel doesn't work without you. This weekend really illustrates it. You are who funds my research. You are who keeps my naval history research going, who allows me to publish books and work on all these things. It's down to you. So, without you, it doesn't happen. And thank you for your support. Thank you for your kindness. I'm doing all this stuff because I enjoy doing it, but also because I want to do it for you. I want you to have a good time. And I thought this year it'd be quite fun to start off with a Historiophon, just to see what it's like. Just to see if it works, maybe in future to use it as a fundraising tool for charities, and to see if I could do it as well, because yeah, it's kind of important to me to try and get back to my normal self, and you've been helping me a lot with that from the pneumonia, and this is me getting back to sort of my normal working pace. I'm probably going to need a bit of a rest at some point this week, but that's going to be after the builders and everything are finished. But the thing is, it's all thanks to you. And yeah. Then we have orders, what he can make minor changes to. Now, these ships have already been pretty much designed. Their orders are going to go in. But there are changes he can make to them just before their orders go in. There are changes he can make them because That's what they are still in the stage of. They're still in the stage of being able to be ordered, being able to adapt it, being able to change, of letters being written, of words being phrased out, of corgis woofing. I think he's complaining over keys. And possibly lack of treats. Definitely lack of treats. Now, these vessels, HMS Neptune, the Colossus class, Indefatigable and class, and Beagle class, they are good-looking ships. They are important ships. He can make changes to them, and he does make some changes. Oh, he does. He's been making changes. Not major changes, because they don't have the space for major changes, but in Neptune class, he's worried about their armor. He's worried about some of their subdivision. And he requests the changes. He works it through, where it can be put in, what it can be done. And this, of course, then feeds into the Colossus class, which are Neptune classes, but improved. And in some regards are actually the Neptune class with all of his suggestions implemented, as he has quietly for them. And these, again, are good ships. They are supposed to work with the first generation. They're sort of what I would call the generation... If we call Dreadnought Generation 1 or Generation 0, these are the Generation 0.5 ahead of that. They're not up to the next generation, but they're getting there. The ideas are starting to percolate of maybe a bit more armor, maybe a bit more survivability. In this case, maybe trying to up the firepower by some cunning ways. Now, I have to say, I do not like wing turrets, and I do not like wing turrets which are designed the way these are designed. But, you know, there are worse things in the world. There are really worse things in the world. And they are testing out super firing. Admittedly, it's sternwards, but they are testing out super firing. And this is the thing I often said about people, is that if Jellicoe's in charge when the Dreadnought idea is pushed forward, things will be very different, because Jellicoe's view versus Fisher's, despite Jellicoe being very much the person selected by Fisher to do many, many things, Jellicoe's view is different. He's more considered. He's more of an engineer. Fisher is more of a showman. And he has the pizzazz and he has the personality to carry it off. That's how he deters conflicts. That's how he manages risk, is through his showman abilities. Well, Jellicoe's the sort who manages risks and deters conflict by just showing you what he's capable of. He shows you his ships. And none of these classes are really cutting it for him. They're really not his style. And so you have then the Indefatigable class. They're the battle cruisers, the two-word battle cruisers, the last generation. And again, they're not Jellicoe's style. Jellicoe doesn't think ships can escape being hit by speed and luck and love alone. He thinks you need more. He thinks you need something to take a glancing blow, at least. He thinks that if you're carrying around capital ship guns, you've got to expect capital ship-like problems to try and hunt you down. Now, he's not making a great break from this from everyone else at this point. This is not a startling revelation. This is actually fairly common sense. The Royal Navy's moved into a new frontier. Whoop-de-doo! Everyone else will soon follow. There is no point basking in the glory, because the glory will not last long. Getting there first is great, but staying there at the top is hard. And that's what you have to do. It's not just enough to be first anymore. Not in this world. Not in the world of the 20th century. You have to be first, you have to be top, and you have to stay top forever. Because the moment you fall, the moment you drop, the moment you hesitate in any way, shape, or form, you're done for. You're gone. You're no longer the hegemon. You're no longer the benchmark. You are over. The moment you have the slightest besmirch on your career, on your credit, life as you know it is over. That's not good. And that's what the Royal Navy lives with. That's what they know they've got to deal with. So with that in mind, what else are you signing off on? All the Beagles. Basically improved tribals, but with very cute bows. Let's be honest, that is a cute bow shape for a destroyer. And one of the things people do tend to notice when I expand these out is they look really like the Royal Navy starting to develop a style of destroyer shaping, which is going to continue for their future. If you look at the way the bow is flared, if you look at the rough shaping and outline of the bridge structure, if you look at where everything is organized and arrayed, this is not something which is just around for a couple of years or a single class. This is something which evolves within the Royal Navy for the next 40-odd years. That's the reality of it. The next 40-odd years. You'll see it going till a daring class come out of construction and go, woohoo! We're here. Where do you need us to go intimidate? They're good ships. But then we get to His Alone. And His Alone are interesting because they're the Orion class. Okay, what are the Orion class? Oh yes, the first super dreadnoughts with 30.5-inch guns. The Lion class. Oh yes, the first battlecruiser one words the Royal Navy enters into service. The Blonde class, a fairly decent class of cruiser. And the Town class, oh they're not important, are they? Town class cruisers in World War I don't really matter, do they? Everyone in chat, if you agree, Town class cruisers don't really matter. Just put Town down in the chat. Don't put it as TD, that will just confuse things, but put Town down in the chat, because then we'll know that you understand that Town class in World War I really don't matter. Now, most people seem to have been putting Town up in there. I don't know what it is. In answer to the question most people have got about Admiral Bacon, well, I would say this before you start sort of worrying about what he was doing beforehand. I'm fairly sure I know what he was doing. Because in 1907, he'd been in the post of Director of Ordnance, Naval Ordnance, which had succeeded Jellicoe in that role. And Director of Naval Ordnance had been supporting Jellicoe for quite a while. And he's in that post till at least December 1909, more than likely. That's what some people consider him into it. He's August 97, December 1909. When he takes over as the Coventry Ordnance Works. I think the issue is that technically the Director of Naval Ordnance is supposed to be a captain. Previous to this was a captain, and he's promoted to a Rear Admiral in July. So I think the reality is he is, how do I put this politely? He's kept in post as Director of Naval Ordnance. He's just the first who's a Rear Admiral in it, and then afterwards they are successfully Rear Admirals if you have a look at the Directors of Naval Ordnance. That's what I think it does, because, you know, he's then succeeded in post by Captain Archibald Moore, who was also starts as a captain and then finishes off as a Rear Admiral, and you know, sort of things like that. So I think what happens is he's promoted. He's technically held in post as Director of Naval Ordnance. This is for Bacon, but yeah, is too senior to be in that post officially. So works as a deputy controller sort of post in charge of naval ordnance. So he's still doing the same job, it's just his title's buffed up because he's a rear admiral. And that's why, of course, he goes and to get charged of the Coventry Ordnance Works. Raleigh. Quit. Who are you telling off? Excuse me a second, everyone. I go find out who my poodle is telling off most vociferously. Oh, Amazon Prime. Oh, how could they? It's terrible. Amazon Prime delivery. And he's gone. It's terrible. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm on. Calm down. Calm down. You're not your brother. You're a sensible boy. Calm on. Calm on. Calm on. Go here. Calm down. Good boy. Sit. Very good. Stay. Good boy. Oh. Now, let's consider the Orion class. Well, there's the 13.5-inch guns. That's the first thing. There's the armor increase. There's the slight horsepower increase, which does have an effect on their speed. There's the super-firing guns fore and aft. And he does like super-firing guns. There's the fact there's no wing turrets. And again, Jellicoe never seems to be a fan as much of the wing turrets as other officers of his generation. This class is built as the beginning of the next generation. The 13.5s. 13.5s are the core ships for his fleet in the Grand Fleet. One of the interesting things is when you go back to the original decisions of how to arm the Dreadnought, one of the officers who is involved in arguing against some of the decisions made by Fisher and arguing with Fisher about it is Jellicoe. The argument put forward by Fisher, quite succinctly and quite sensibly, is that this decision had to be made like this. You didn't have a choice but to make a decision like this, because otherwise you would have delayed the entry into service of the Dreadnought, and then others might have stolen the march from you. That's a problem. Others might have stolen the march. Well, if they did steal the march, then you're in trouble. But if they didn't steal the march from you, then you have managed to limit yourself quite dramatically. Now, Jellicoe, therefore, when he gets in, well, he wants super-firing guns. He gets the super-firing guns. Fisher might still be arguing against the things and saying things like, no, we need 6 forward-firing guns. Jellicoe goes, well, the testing has said you don't. Honestly, 4 will do, and we tend to maneuver so that all the broadside can engage. We tend to do whole battery firing. Direct-to-fire control is something I'm very keen on, sort of thing. And the thing is, 13.5-inch guns make even more sense for direct-to-fire control because their range goes up. Their range goes up, their strength goes up, their firepower goes up, everything goes up. The Orions are here, they're here to stay, and they are very, very powerful. And this just adds to the joy of what's going on, realistically, because at certain points, you can have all the capabilities you want. You can. But you also need the speed, and he knows this. But let's consider what he orders, because when he's ordered to order a battlecruiser, he has a very different idea of what a battlecruiser is than his predecessor. And he works it out with the constructors, etc. at the time to get what he wants. Now, the Lion class are some sexy ships. They truly are. They're laid down in November 1909. They're launched in August 1910. Or laid down in May 1910 and launched in April 1911. They're completed in May 1912 and November 1912, respectively. They cost £2 million. Technically £2.1 million. They are not cheap. They were never going to be cheap. They're actually built to fight things, and this is the problem when you start comparing them to the Indefatigables, because the Indefatigables come in at roughly £1.5 million. Australia maybe as much as £2 million, but the other Indefatigables all seem to be roughly £1.5 million. And if we consider the Invincibles, which had been the generation even before then, they came in at roughly £1.6 million. So the Lions have already gone up about 30% in terms of expense. This means they're no longer comparable with what you can pay for an armoured cruiser, but it's going to get worse, and trust me, Jellicoe knows that. Jellicoe knows the better and stronger you make the ship, the more expensive they're going to get, the more valuable they're going to get, and the more viable they're going to get. And this is a problem for many people, because if they're getting more expensive, then they're not going to be able to get as many of them. So guess what conversation he starts while he's launching Alliance? He starts the conversation about perhaps needing a station cruiser in the future. Now, I've talked about that before. That's the same debate which good old Fisher jumps on to justify building Courageous, Glorious, and Furious. That's not really what Jellicoe is talking about. Jellicoe is talking about a cruiser. Jellicoe is talking about a cruiser. In terms of the Lion class, well, they're quite simple. They've got the same 13.5-inch guns as they're putting on the battleships. They have got the same 4-inch guns as they're putting on battleships. And they've got 21-inch torpedo tubes. They have a speed of 27.5 knots. And this is not something he's plucked out of nowhere, because he's been doing his research. Now, whilst Von der Tann, the original German battlecruiser, could do the blistering speed of 27.75 knots in testing, but was designed for a speed of 24.8 knots, and didn't tend to achieve them. Once you start looking at the Moltke class, etc., they go down to a design speed of 25.5 knots. And then, as it goes further, once you start looking at Seydlitz, well, she's down at 26.5 knots. So the Royal Navy is really thinking they need something faster than the Invincibles. Faster than the Indefatigables, with their paltry 25 knots. But they also need something which can take any of those German battlecruisers in a fight. Lion is it. Lion and Queen Mary are it. They are superior to everything else, and they are, how do I put this, successfully forced on the Liberal government's hand. It's one of the things you start to realise again as Jellicoe, as his third Sea Lord, is the Liberal government finds itself being forced back and back and back. He never moves directly against them. He never confronts them directly. He never starts a fight. But he wins. He wins good. He wins big. He wins the political battles, often by not fighting them. The Orion class and Lion class are both examples of the latter. He doesn't really fight them on the construction program. He just delivers them the construction program and tells them they better want it. It's one of the interesting things of history is that the Treasury just didn't learn. Because in the 1909 to 1910 construction program was originally going to be only a single battleship and a battle cruiser. that were originally ordered from 1908 to 1909. But between 1909 and 1910, to add on to their program, 3 more battleships and a battle cruiser were authorized. Another 3 battleships and a battle cruiser planned as contingency in order to make the public happier, and to also make the Admiralty happier. This is how the game is played. He's going to authorize those pushes. He's going to authorize those accelerations, and he's basically pushing them to have to build the ships he wants. And please note, the ships he wants, well, he's getting the Lion class, he's getting Princess Royal, he also wants Queen Mary, and eventually he'll want Tiger. He wants all these ships. Even when he's no longer Third Sea Lord, he wants control of the program, and he's going to select the officers to give him the control. That's what he does. That's what Henderson and Jellicoe really share in common. Their ability to select officers to run things for them where they want to stay in control, but not look like they're in control. They want someone who's independent, but not independently minded. They want someone who's brave, but not foolish. They want someone who is excited to explore the human mind, but uninterested in the results. That's what they want for their team. Because those people can be useful for them in getting people to do what they need them to do. The Lion class is all about capability. It's all about it could eat a flotilla of armoured cruisers for breakfast. And it could do, and it wouldn't suffer anywhere near the damage the Invincibles would. But the thing is, it also is supposed to go and fight the enemy battle cruisers. That's the thing the Invincibles aren't supposed to do. It's supposed to go and fight the enemy battle cruisers and go, what are you doing? You think you're going to get past me? Nah. Go away. Blonde class. Some more light cruisers. They matter. These are good little destroyer leaders, these are good little ships, and they serve sterlingly throughout World War I. They really do provide the Royal Navy with a lot of its leadership, in terms of capabilities, and in terms of the growth of personnel from it to our positions. And also with that is the Town class. The Town class cruisers are ubiquitous throughout World War I. They are the sort of scenario that the Royal Navy finds itself in, is where the Germans are scrabbling around looking for cruisers, and the Royal Navy sits down on the couch and then finds they've got another couple stuff down there, and they've just bashed themselves in the behind with them. They literally keep turning around and they find another pack of cruisers they forgot were there. This is the reality of the Royal Navy with the Town class, because they build so many, and also because while they're building them, they're not decommissioning anything else. They won't want to, though, because of the world they're in. They don't want to decommission things until they've got the stuff they need to win ready. Otherwise it would be foolish. Otherwise it would be silly and stupid. Otherwise it would be horrendously pointless. And this is the reason I want to do this book, because I think it'd be fun. Let's see, are you suggesting Jellicoe and Henderson put Jim Hacker in position to work for them? I'm sure they would quite happily employ Hacker. In fact, Hacker would make a most excellent First Lord of the Admiralty for them. They'd be really happy with him, and make sure he had a wonderful time. Now, we want 8 and we won't wait it a few years down the road, but trust me, this man's fingerprints are all over it, as are Fisher's, but this man's more so. Conceives those he bequeaths to successor. The King George V class, which are the follow-ons to the Orions, the Queen Mary class, and the Queen Elizabeth class. The Active class, the Acon class, the Acheron class, and the E class. I suppose I could have included the Iron Dukes as well in this, but realistically, no. They're the follow-ons to King George V, and they're started by Charles Briggs. But the thing is, the Queen Elizabeth class, yeah, their ideas start now. And Jellicoe's ideas for them are very different than what actually get implemented. The trouble is, these are what he's bequeathing to his successor, and he's not doing himself. So he's having to trust his successor to deliver on them as he moves on to command other parts of the Royal Navy. King George V's class are supposed to be improved. His view is that you shouldn't just iterate, you should evolute on each class and each version of a ship. They should be able to operate together, but each class should have a certain degree of improvement, of a greater understanding, and that is what the King George V class were for. They're also for other things. In many ways, it's building his proto-flagship from when he has the Grand Fleet up there. Basically, he is orientating himself around seeing how easily he can turn the 13.5-inch cruisers and their systems into a credible force, a credible fighting unit, a credible battle fleet. Sorry about the pause there, but my brain was pausing itself. The thing is, these ships need to be able to work together for that, but they also need to be good and have the latest technology to be able to capable of standing up to that. And that's the trouble mix. The trouble mix is, to what extent are you putting in technology? To what extent are you preserving the ships and their skills currently? Because they're sitting aside in shoreside having their technology preserved. They ain't going to have them be outside having their skills preserved. And that's a problem. But they're working on it, and that's well by now. Queen Mary is another one-off build, and he goes back to the same yard that builds the Lion and the Princess Anne, and why not? It's a perfectly good yard. But he does remind them that they know exactly the details about the ship. His daughter was on, etc. And it was built. You know. Was it his daughter or was it his friend's daughter? That was built in the same yard. Was it his daughter or his friend's daughter? Sorry, my brain is... This is the joy of having done 3 presentations and practiced these all over the last week. I think it might have been his friend's daughter, now I'm saying, and I said it. No, he had a son of 5 daughters, so probably it was one of his daughters. And his wife was the daughter of a shipping magnate, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah, his daughter had travelled on a liner from the same yard as Queen Mary it was built in, and she had gone and checked the turbines and done everything which you'd expect a daughter of Lord Jellicoe to do. And well, he'd heard they were particularly finely wound and particularly finely done, which is one of the reasons why Queen Mary gets built by the yard it does. She's, of course, built by Palmer's of Shipbuilding and Iron Company in Yarrow, and the reason why she had to be built specifically well was because, of course, she was the wife of King George V, so she mattered. George V being the reigning monarch at this point. He was in charge from 6th of May 1910 until his death in 1936. Yeah. This was not a scenario where you were going to muck up. This was a ship which mattered. This is a ship which is going to have value. Yes, not spiraling. It's all fun and games. Now, the Queen Elizabeth class, his original brief and ideas for them included things like he wanted to put small tube boilers in them, he wanted them to be faster, and I'm not sure if he was prepared to settle for 15-inch guns. I think he was also looking at 16.5-inch guns, which they were building at the same time. And you have to remember there are 2 variants of the 15-inch gun being looked at. There's the 15-inch, which is being looked at, which is the 15-inch 42, which is based on the 13.5-inch. Then there's a slightly differently constructed 15-inch 45. And then there's a 16.5-inch 45. And the thing is, I think the 16.5-inch and the 15-inch 45s are both programs at interesting points of development. It would have been a great leap of faith to jump on them. In many ways, going for the 15-inch from the 13.5-inch to the 15-inch 42 is the most conservative option possible. Henderson might have wanted to... Jellicoe might have wanted to do that. Not Henderson, sorry. This is the trouble of talking about two of them and the fact they're so similar in some ways. Jellicoe might have wanted to do the more aggressive choice, but he knew he couldn't get through the board. They were not prepared to be that jumping the gun yet with small tube boilers, especially as he hadn't been able to build any cruisers with them in. Large cruisers. The traditional for the Royal Navy is to check out its battleship designs and its engines in large cruisers, preferably built in a couple of ships, but cheaper than a battleship to build, so that you can build them, test out, and find out if it works. And if it doesn't work, you pack them off to a foreign station for a few years, then bring them back and claim the station and wreck them. It's a great way of doing it without rousing suspicion of the Treasury. Instead, what they have to do, and what they have to work through, is that what do they want to put it? What can they trust and reliably put on about the Queen Elizabeth class? I think small tube boilers wouldn't have made much of it. Would have made some difference, and I think if you add in the little extra length you wanted, and you add in the little extra bits that they did cut off, then they become far more dangerous, far more powerful assets. But the fact is, he builds these ships. He's building them ships to be his anvil for his fleet. He's building them to be the battering ram which his fleet would conform up behind and charge into the enemy from. He is building them to be the cornerstones of the fleet he wants to have in the future. And that's really the difference between him and many subsequent projects, because I'd say for a while in the 1920s, some of the Third Sea Lords lose sight of the fact that these fleets were going to be theirs to command in the future. They'd better build them succinct, and they'd better build them fine, because otherwise they're going to get into trouble. He's also got the active class. They're cute, aren't they? Very active. They're destroyers. Active and Acheron are two classes of little destroyers which he pushes through, and he thinks are very good. He thinks they're very useful, very capable vessels. They have slightly different works. One's more of an inshore squadron, one's more of a fleet squadron, but both have different roles that he's proud of and he thinks are useful. And they really do form the first frontier of the force being built, and they're supposed to form the tip of the spear in terms of torpedoes, and to form the sort of skirt / wings of the spear thrower as the sloop configuration, not because they're not as good, but because they are armed to be defensive rather than offensive. They're armed for ASW warfare, they're not armed for anti-surface warfare with torpedoes like the destroyers are. Because at this point they're still not sure if they can combine the two missions and roles. Actually, the Acherons, great picture of them from a painting of them at Jutland, and that's a picture of them in real life. They are smoky, smelly, breathy beasts. And frankly, they are the capability that the Royal Navy needs more of, regularly. As World War I goes on, they just prove invaluable, because they are good all-rounders. And I think that's what they were built as. They were really built as good all-rounders. Then we have the E-Class. Yes, the E-Class, almost ubiquitous for the Royal Navy's World War I war effort. E-Class submarines, command under Jellicoe as he puts the fleet together. They're what he's thinking about when he's sending the submarines. When he's thinking about submarines, he's thinking about the E-Class, the vessels he picked up, he designed, and he sent. And, yeah, that is something of a capability which you cannot forget. He is shaping the battlescape for World War I. He's shaping the world for World War I with what he's putting into this force. He is very much a cornerstone and important part of it. He's also at points at odds with it, but we'll leave that to one side. Now, there you go. That is his fleet. And I'm going to now, for the rest of my presentation, go back to the beginning and just have this running through behind me as I talk about Jellicoe and his emphasis. Jellicoe's a funny old cove in many ways. He both loves his boss, loves Fisher, and he loves his mentor, and doesn't agree with him in such strong ways that he builds completely different ships than he would like. Jellicoe is slightly more adventurous when it comes to technology than Fisher is, but he's also slightly more hands-on checking out yourself than Fisher is. I would say one of the scenarios you're dealing with in this setup is that Jellicoe's prepared to take a risk on the technology, whereas Fisher's prepared to take a risk on the politics. One of them plays politics like a virtuosa. One of them plays technology like a tech queen. Both are greatly skilled at it. But that leads to differences arriving. That leads to problems arising, which tend to get dealt with by joys of rank, but sometimes not all that colonels are that high, and not all commodores and captains are that high. You don't always have that as a possibility. So sometimes you have to, how do I put this, deal with it as man to man, or woman to woman, or woman to man, or man to woman. And usually these are fine debates. The trouble is with debating with someone like Jellicoe, as Fisher would tell you, is he doesn't care if you pound on the table when you haven't the facts or you haven't the arguments. He doesn't care if you pound on his table when you haven't the law. He doesn't care on if you pound on his table at all. He will get home when he wants to get home, and he will get his work done as quickly as he can. But he will not be taking on your work at the middle of the night when he wants to get home to his family. Something which I consider a very sensible action myself. It means he shuts his phone off where he goes to work. Now, the Indefatigable class and most of these vessels had left him with a desire that their weakness needed to be rectified, that they needed strength, they needed something beneath their feet that they can rely on, or rather something beneath their keels they could rely on. For them, this was a matter of life and death. For him, who was going to be commanding the ships in combat, it was also a matter of life or death. Having more vessels like the Lion class, the Orion class, was far more sensible than buying the whatever you call it in wherever you get to. That's the point, you know. For the Royal Navy, it's worth more to have a ship in service, whether it's good or bad, than to keep pushing into the unknown and building a new ship someday. It's better to have something in service that you have to hand, that in worst case, comes to worse, you can use as a sacrificial lamb to go, oh, that's a program I can cancel. This is something I have, I can cancel it. I don't need that. That will save you money. I wouldn't necessarily consider it a sensible use of your time to try and go and find all these people, etc., and things which look like stuff on the internet. But, well, it's an option. Just like for Jellicoe, it was an option to keep building the same ships and keep churning them out again and again and again. Or it was a time to improve them, to come up with new ideas to make them better. That's what Jellicoe preferred to do. That's what Jellicoe did do. So, a little late joining who succeeded Jellicoe. As third Sea Lord, I think it was Briggs. Hey, yeah, I was right, it was Briggs. My brew can appears empty. I'm going to have to recharge my can shortly. But, the good news is, and the really good news about that presentation, is it's question time. I hope that was useful, and I hope that it gave you an introduction to the book. we go. Let me get my headphones. Just in case there's anyone going to help me. Yeah. Oh yeah, don't worry. Runon has plenty of Iron Brew to go for about at least another hour.
This way, this has been a reasonably expensive in terms of a naval history category weekend for me, and that's not even counting the box of a certain gray plastic spruce set that may have I don't know how followed me home from the game store yesterday. I really don't know how
big is the pile of
happening.
shame.
Have you been buying more and more Warhammer?
Would you like it in dollars, models, or boxes?
Boxes.
1, 2, 3.
Runon.
Jesus.
Runon, just get your airbrush out. It's easy.
Yeah, just do some airbrush speed painting.
Okay. So we have Cyclic, we have Paul, we have Runon, we have Foxo, we have Steve, we have Leslie, we have Dragon, we have Empress. All sitting in the chat. You might hear all of our voices at various points. Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us in the Killick chat to chat away. And I have another 4 bottles of this stuff, so I will definitely go through your questions tonight. I was trying to be very careful because I didn't want to give away all the punchlines from the books and the presentations. And I was worried at certain points I just about stopped myself in that presentation, so I'm sorry if it seemed a bit weird at certain points, but I literally was just on myself going, no, don't go into that one because that's the entire punchline of that section of the book, and you found the archives, and if you give the whole thing away in a 1 hour presentation, there's no reason for anyone to buy the book, and you really want people to go buy the book because there's going to be lots of stuff in there, lots of cool pictures and lots of cool drawings, etc., which I'm going to have to... I will find a way to pay for so I can put in, because that's going to be a very good book when it's done. And you can if you go and find the drawings, of course, you find the points which they've been signed off by Jellicoe. Because that's what Third Sea Lords literally do. They have to sign the drawings, they have to sign the blueprints, they have to sign the plans. At every single step of the way, their signature is what matters. It doesn't matter if the First Sea Lord comes in and signs, it doesn't matter if anyone else comes in and signs. What matters is it has the Third Sea Lord signed, because if the Third Sea Lord hasn't signed, then the Treasury don't pay the bill. Because the Third Sea Lord is the... And this is the phrase in that period, but I still think it's the phrase today, is the officer of record. When it comes to the finances. And some of you who have had more experience with the Treasury might know this better than me, but is it still the officer of record who's the one who signs off on the spending? Have you all gone silent?
I believe it is, yes.
Yeah.
Are you looking at me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't actually work in the Treasury.
I know, but you've had more dealings with them than I have. But yeah.
My dealings with the Treasury has been about 5 minutes and 1 email, so... Specifically.
There's the bus. Shove.
So, yeah, no, I work for another department connected to HMT. It is sometimes a bit awkward dealing with the people at that end.
Yeah, they have
end
rules.
Of comment. I can't say any more.
Now, first question comes from Calvin Gasbo, which is about the China Navy's new Jerry USV, aka what they're calling the Orca. That looks to me like an optionally manned patrol boat, which they're testing out technologies on. It looks like a technology tester to me, and demonstrator, and I'm not surprised they've got one. The Royal Navy has the Triton, the US the Navy has one, everyone has one. It's kind of welcome to the club. Actually, there's part of me which goes, in a nice way, if the Royal Navy got one before you were considering their funding situation, I think you might need to go and look at your funders and have a conversation.
Yeah, and the other thing to add here is,
thank you.
I've noticed a lot of news articles writing about how, they're so far ahead. They completely ignore the fact that the U.S. has had 4 out, using them for operational tests, exercise, experimentation for years now, and even done weapons employment from them.
But that won't sell newspapers, will it?
On that size, but
that won't get clicks.
Yes, I'm aware, but I'm counteracting it some. So this one is in sort of the smaller size, what the U.S. Navy would call an MUSV, or a medium unmanned surface vessel. So rather than a large, it's actually, it's definitely not a large, and it's sort of in the smaller end of medium for the U.S.
It's going to be fun. It's an interesting thing for them to have. And I would say that it's a system which I look at and I go, yeah, it's pretty cool. It also looks like it's doing a bit of testing for them on the whole idea of independence class and what they've been formed up as. It looks to me a little like that. Just a little. If that makes sense. Like they're trying to test out the trimaran hull and see if it works well for them. Now, yeah, it's nothing to be worried about. And also, look, you get these things. Today, I think it was it today that Musk did a photo of some tiny drones taking off and performing some fixed air displays and said, people think the F-35 is useful when you have these. And it's a case of, yeah, they do completely different jobs. You're just doing that for clickbait and rage bait, mate. You're doing that for fun interactions. You're not doing that because you really think that. Because if you do, then I want to find out who really set up all your companies and who's really supposedly so smart. Because you're smart enough, you're going to notice that. Because it's kind of like asking the question, why would you buy a truck instead of a normal car? Because you need to move stuff. Why do I have an estate in the UK and not a truck? Because, let's be honest, our roads and taxation system mean that the estate is a far more sensible vehicle for me to have than a truck. And both can move a lot of stuff, because if I want to move stuff in my estate, I fold the back seats down, and I have the space that you would get in a typical little van. You adjust to the situation, and everything has its own situation in place. And that's sensible. That's sensible. Discord has disappeared for me for some reason. Let me find out why. Hey, why did Discord disappear for me? For some reason, the chat disappeared for me.
Before they are ready. So, we've actually probably had that capability for a while. It's just now we've gotten it to the point where it's reliable enough to announce that we have it.
Yeah. That's usually the way it goes with the Americans and the British. By the time we announce we have the capability, it works.
This was the X-37B test vehicle, right? Because that press release was on the 12th of this month.
It's the little itty-bitty shuttle thing, right?
Yeah.
It's like, there's allegedly 7 of them, which I don't believe.
There might be 7 frames. And
test in air quotes. They've been doing operational missions for quite a while.
Oh, I've just misread the day. This is actually the 12th of November 2022 that this was done. But yeah, there's lots of cool shit going on with the Space Force at the moment.
Linguistics. If you're live,
lots
linguistics.
Of cool space stuff going on with the Space Force.
Excellent.
I just wish the Space Force had, better self-esteem, shall we say?
Good luck with that.
They're the youngest kid and the dorkiest kid.
Yeah.
The self-esteem was never an option.
Anyway, we have other questions, and that's going to be fun. Harold Hardrada's fleet disappears without a trace. How large is the naval battle with William, and who is likely to win?
This was a question I was waiting for because I have some ideas.
If Harold Hardrada's fleet disappears without a trace, then why is Harold Godwinson going to sea to engage William? Why is he not just waiting ashore for him with his army? Why is he trying to fight Vikings in the water?
Yeah, this is like I'd let them land, harass them until they get to a point where I can engage them with my main army, and then if I wanted to, sail the Royal Navy round to steal all of his boats so he can't escape, and defeat them in detail. Bearing in mind that if there's no Harold Hardrada landing, the Saxon army is at full strength. They don't have to death march for a week to get from the north coast to the south coast in 6 days, so they're at fighting strength from the get-go and not suffering from huge exhaustion.
Empress, the thing is, though, that most of the Saxon army is made up of Fyrd, which is basically local people.
Yes.
They had to go back at the time to go and do harvest, because don't forget, this is October 1066. So when William lands, so most of them are engaged in the harvest. Had he had landed in August, like it looked like he was going to, more troops would have been available.
I think also.
So you only talk about the death march for the Huscarls, not for the main body of the local troops.
No,
but the Huscarls are an important core of his force. Huscarls are the core of his force.
Oh yeah,
and you need them.
They're the professionals.
Yeah, they're the ones which scare most other people.
And if memory,
I've marched up and down that hill. I've marched up and down that hill. It's damn steep when you're wearing full reenactment kit. It really is.
And if memory serves, the Normans had a heck of a time overcoming the force that was there regardless. So if they're fresher, they haven't suffered the issues from marching, it's going to be a harder fight for the Normans to get through.
Yeah.
They've had more time to raid the local levies down south. And they can do that, in a nice way. That's part of the trouble, is he's sending off for more people as his people are going home to get the people from other positions, the wider field. So the thing is, he has more. If he's got only one threat to deal with, he's able to orientate himself far more easily and concentrate his strength far more. And he also isn't marching south to defend London. He's got London behind him.
Well, London at this point isn't as important as Winchester. London doesn't become important until William actually takes the throne and builds Westminster Abbey and the Tower.
London is still important.
And moves the capital.
No, London is important.
Yes, it is.
No.
It's the financial. It's a bit like New York versus Washington, because that's where the money is.
Yes,
but the actual capital is Winchester.
It's also where there's something else as well. Where does he get the most supplies for his army from, i.e. the key weapons and the armour and the things he can get, the replacements for his bows, his arrow stocks?
As said, London is the money centre.
London's the money and industrial centre. Let's be honest, in the nicest way, if you're going to save one over from a country, do you save the political centre or the financial and industrial centre, if you're sensible?
It's why they fight the battle where it is. It's where the road is coming north.
Yeah.
From the coast. And it is if it is Senlac, because there is debate actually now. Is it Senlac or is it the hill further on? Somebody's put that out as a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
It is. Somebody's just put in a comment that Edward the Confessor built Westminster Abbey. I think he might have started a church there, but the church that's there now is built by William.
Yeah, the Westminster Abbey itself was a smaller thing that was sort of started by Edward, and then it was finished up and made better by William.
How to put it?
Because bear in mind, Edward the Confessor was William's mentor and surrogate father for most of his life. So
Edward founded the religious order which set up the abbey, and it's William who, how do I put it, endows them, if that makes sense. So Edward founds the order, and they have a wooden sort of structure, etc. there. It's William who builds it into a actual thing.
Yeah, it's by the way, if you come to the UK, if you're not in the UK, or if you're in the UK, if you get to Winchester, try and get on one of the tours around Winchester Cathedral. It is utterly fascinating as a building.
It's a beautiful building as well.
Yeah.
I also would say the Cathedral in the Fens is always my favourite to go around, especially when you realise it's still sinking.
Yeah, the guy who there's actually two cathedrals, because York is the same as Winchester. They had to have divers go down to do things with foundations because they were both sinking into the ground, and York's the same.
Technically, York Minster is on a river, isn't it?
Apologies, I just did my very
even though you can't see the river now.
Where I can eat an entire chocolate fancy.
It's in the river, yeah.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that in front of you. That's very rude. I do apologise.
Ely is kind of the same because, strictly speaking, Ely was an island back in the period that we're actually talking now.
Yeah.
Where Ely Cathedral is, it's on a hill, which is effectively an island in the Fens.
Yes.
Why called the Island of Ely?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Jonathan. I just saw your messages now.
We have the next question, which is Bowmill Boy, which is, what were the dry dock capital ship ratios for each of the major navies in World War II? Oh, good lord. Okay,
this is kind of where I wish we had Phoenix, the master of spreadsheets.
I was going to say,
no,
I
think he's got a spreadsheet for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it actually breaks down even more than you can think of. Because it's not just the dry docks, but the dry docks can take different classes. Because not all classes can fit in the same dry docks. The dry docks can take hood, can take pretty much anything, but not all dry docks can take hood, for example. So for each navy, that's actually a very, very complicated thing to work through. Because the Royal Navy maintains entire reams of documents which have profile not just the dry docks they have in Britain and British colonies and the wider British Empire, but also neutral nations and in potentially not neutral nations. And they profile these dry docks and work out what can go where. And the reason why they have it, of course, for all those options is because you never know what a war's going to bring forward. So the real issue for a navy isn't how many dry docks they have, because again, if you're talking about Britain has hundreds of dry docks across the whole empire. It's how many dry docks do you have where you need them? That's the real problem for the Royal Navy when they're talking about the Far East. Where do they have their dry docks? How many floating dry docks do they have they can move in? For the Americans, it's the problem they have is where their dry docks are, again, because they're mostly back on the west coast.
No, it's only 5 o'clock. You got an hour.
Yeah. I've got an hour to answer questions.
No, she comes at 6.
Okay.
Or around 6.
Yeah. That Leslie was talking on the phone, so I just quickly muted him. Can someone make sure to unmute him when he's finished? Just quickly. The thing is, if you have all those systems and you have those things in place in the right spaces, they're great. But if they're wrong places, they're not really help. A dry dock, which is the other side of the world, and this is the other interesting thing the British find, because if we talk about the Admiral class, as they're completed as carriers, and you have 3 of those wandering around as well as HMS Hood, the Royal Navy would need to do some investment in the infrastructure in India and in the Far East, which would improve the yards there. Which would mean it would be far more likely that instead of needing to take carriers out of Alexandria and all the way maybe to Bombay for quick repairs, and then all the way to America for full repairs. They could have done the full repairs in India. They could have done the full repairs in Australia, but they hadn't upgraded the yards, the yards suitably with the infrastructure as they had planned to, because it was planned to be done in 1940. And of course, just like it had been previously planned it had been penciled in for 1916. See problems? And actually, that's another reason to link back to good old Jellicoe, because while he was Third Sea Lord in 1910, he of course oversaw that round of infrastructure upgrades. And that was another job the Third Sea Lord was in charge of, looking after the global upgrades of infrastructure in the Royal Navy. But yeah, it's always a case of how many dry docks do you have? That's great, but if let's say if talking about the U.S. Navy prior to a lot of investment during the late 1930s, where are your dry docks? They're mostly on the East Coast. There's not enough on the West Coast.
This is one of the reasons, probably the singular most critical investments pre-World War II for the U.S. Navy was not a warship. It was the floating dry docks they bought.
Yeah, it's the same for the Royal Navy.
Yeah,
because that's what enabled the United States to go and turn an atoll into a fleet base.
Yeah.
Without those dry docks, the U.S. Navy could not have marched across the Pacific.
There's
a reason they went for them. The wargaming.
It's one of the things is the Royal Navy. One of the key things the Royal Navy has is multiple dry docks, floating dry docks, which can actually take hood. And this is why I find it funny when people go, "Oh, well, the Royal Navy only had this many dry docks which could take hood, and they're all back in the UK." And you're sort of going, "No, they have 3 floating ones which could take ships that size." Well, that's the thing, because the Royal Navy tended to build the floating dry docks before they'd upgrade the regular dry docks, because it was cheaper for them to build the floating dry docks and then take them where they need to be. And then they realize, well, hang on, we've had to have the floating dry dock here for the last 4 years and I won't be able to move it anywhere. You know what we better do? Upgrade this dry dock. That's literally how the Royal Navy worked out which yards it needed to upgrade. Where do we had to have the large floating dry dock sitting? This is the yards we need to upgrade. Barring, of course, Bermuda, where they couldn't build a full dry dock, because apparently the Americans were at one point said that might be an act of war if the British actually did that. So the British parked a floating dry dock in there from Kingdom Come just to stick a finger up. Because when they said they were going to build a proper one, the Americans objected and said it would be an act of unparalleled aggression. So the British went, "That's fine, we won't build one in Bermuda." They floated one into Bermuda and moored it there permanently.
And
when the Americans protested, the Royal Navy and the British Foreign Office correctly informed them, "We promised you we would not build one in Bermuda. It was not built in Bermuda. It was built in the UK. We followed the letter of your rules."
So radar, sorry, just going to butt in here. Radar 45, 47, those commands only work on YouTube and Twitch. The queue itself is hosted on Discord, however. Mm-hmm. So the bot grabs the messages in question and dumps them into, actually at this point, a number of Discord channels that we use to run it and display it for future reference. And I would just, going back to the floating dry docks, it is also a very useful, in my opinion, at least a diplomatic tool, because if you suddenly start staging a lot of floating dry docks into what is a not quite hot theater, it can signal that, yes, I am ready and willing and prepared to take casualties and regenerate those casualties. So, hi.
Apparently, the Japanese planes are generally superior. Someone just commented on one of the other videos I've done about if Pacific stays neutral. Japanese planes are superior to British counterparts in Status War. So, in a night attack, they would massacre the Royal Navy aircraft.
Their pilots aren't trained for night attacks. They don't have the equipment they need.
Yes, whereas the Royal Navy pilots are.
You can't kill what you can't see.
Yeah. And the Royal Navy couldn't implement the fact weave because their pilots would not understand it.
Wait, was that actually in the comment?
Yeah, it's a wonderful comment.
Like, okay, not to talk down to Jimmy Thatch here, but if you have anyone who has a mind for air combat, that's a very easy to see defensive maneuver.
Also, I'm sure that these are the same Royal Navy pilots who've been fighting in the Mediterranean for the last 2 years and doing quite well. So, I'm fairly sure they know they know enough about what they're doing to be able to handle their aircraft to know when they need to. Yeah, it's the joy of YouTube. Sometimes some of the people who come out and comment really should probably go and actually check.
And it was yeah, and
actually go and learn
just
some
to
history.
Separate away from the British stuff here. The Thatch Weave wasn't what saved American aviators. What saved American aviators was learning to fight as a formation, rather than trying to fight 4 different individual fights. Fight as a 4-ship formation. That's how we started winning in the air. It was not, oh, let's do this nifty Thatch Weave. Yes, that's part of fighting in a formation, but that is not how the Wildcat turned things around to a positive kill ratio against the 0. Because, yes, by the end of the war, it had a positive kill ratio on the 0. Because American aviators got trained.
Are you suggesting that coordinated action across multiple individual units is the most effective way to get a force multiplier for free?
Will you stop saying such controversial things? I'm just going to put Scuttlebutt 9 under this comment and go fun. Because that person's not going to enjoy Scuttlebutt 9 if they watch it. Yeah. It's far better idea than when I'm not seeing the comment for the first time. Thank you for the super chats, by the way, coming in. Thank you, very kind of you. Right, next question.
I would like to. I do see something from Knights relating to dry docks and infrastructure that I think you may want to touch. Knight 6831. Problem with India was too great a risk of losing the infrastructure if India rebelled and declared itself independent at Dr. Clarke. I feel like in part that's not so much of an issue, given that London was trying to spin the colonies off.
Yeah, that's not much of a problem.
Quasi-independent to fully independent entities.
And also, they're part of the managed program anyway, and the managed program is going quite well as far as India is concerned. In the nicest way, they have a timeline. Yes, World War II eventually accelerates that timeline, but in the nicest way, the timeline the Indian government was on and everything was on. Britain investing in the 1920s and 30s is fine because they're going to be using them until about 1950s, and the whole idea is India becomes an ally, like Australia. Britain built the facilities in Australia. They keep using them when Australia goes independent because Australia is part of the Dominions, and that was the whole idea. So, yeah, that's not so much a problem, Knight.
And I would caution about be careful of applying a view taking into account later events to judge events beforehand. Because there can be a lot of intervening things that change.
The plans in 1920s and 30s are very different to what happened in 1950s.
Change the situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And additionally, it could have been a risk that powers that be looked at, assessed,
and were willing to take,
and said, hey, you know what? If worse comes to pass,
it's a dry dock. We got a couple decades out of it.
A
very crucial war. It was worth it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was actually a conversation or an offhand comment made at one point where it's like, well, if they do decide to go independent and deny us the infrastructure we built up, then we just deny them fleet support. Great. That's one less patch of water we have to defend.
Yeah.
Woo.
That's the usual rule of the Royal Navy. What is the major bottleneck for modern surface combatants like a destroyer, frigate, or cruiser? To build them? The fact that the yards are being paid to build slow. Personnel, recruitment. It's a list of things.
Depends on the nation. But
lack of infrastructure and investment over decades.
Yeah, so it depends somewhat on the nation. But if you're talking about everything's funded appropriately, and has been, the bottleneck is going to be your electronic systems. It's going to be your radars. It's going to be your sonars. It's going to be the computers that run your combat system. It's going to be the combat system itself, because that is a lot of software. That's going to be your bottlenecks if everything is funded across the board. Now, where, generally speaking, in the West where we are right now, it's a combination of, like Dr. Clarke said, lack of investment, because you had the peace dividend of the 90s and early 2000s in a lot of nations. So that really does impact things. But, even if we, people love to wrap the bell on the Chinese naval buildup, and when they sprint, they sprint. But the thing you got to remember is it takes the Chinese about the same amount of time to build one of their less capable destroyers, the Type 052Ds, as it takes the U.S. to build a Burke. Now, if at first you look at it, that doesn't make sense, but the Chinese commission their ships before they're fully outfitted. They're not
very
capable
German of them.
Yes, they're not capable of actually going into service until about the same amount of time has passed as the U.S. And the reason is, while they can build the ships very quickly, they can't fit them out as quickly because of the bottlenecks that they have up the supply chain in getting those military radars, getting the sonars, getting the combat systems together, and the computers that run them. The electronic warfare equipment, that sort of deal.
If you remember that there was a big hullabaloo, I think a couple of years ago, when the Chinese Navy commissioned 3 ships at once in the same ceremony. As I recall correctly, none of those 3 ships were actually able of sailing out of port and engaging a target under its own power. I don't think any of them had permanently assigned crews. They were still being fitted out whilst the ceremony was taking place.
But they were commissioned.
They had delayed 1 or 2 of them and commissioned one of them far earlier than even they normally would.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I think the very next month, the U.S. commissioned into service.
Was it 2?
6 warships in a month?
Yeah. two Burks, I believe, in the same week.
Yes.
I'm gonna.
And all of those ships, when they commissioned, were able to sail out and become parts of the fleet.
Yeah, they had already gone through their combat system light off. They had already done live fire shots as part of Navy trials.
I'm going to be a little bit rude because we've got a lot of questions to get through. So I'm basically going to cruelly cut you off a bit here and then move on to the next panel. The question, because I keep being reminded how many questions we've got to get, and then we've also got this evening. I'm going to talk about the last 3 essays, and there's also going to be the World of Warships thing. So I want to make sure I've got as much done as I can. The next Ramal's question, though, is right up your street. So I really wanted Cyclic and everyone to be part of this one, because would you take SM6 or SS30 for your ship launch long-range with SAM?
They're not the same missile. They don't do the same things. Aster 30 is much more equivalent to SM2.
Never mind. Steve got me. Okay, good.
So Aster 30 kind of falls into the realm that SM2 does, not that SM6 does. SM6 is a 200 nautical mile ranged surface-to-air missile. Now, if we're talking terminal ballistic missile defense, there is a serious argument to be made about Aster 30 being better, and I will end up ticking somebody off if they watch this, but I don't care. It has the better underlying systems for it, writ large, for terminal ballistic missile defense. But that's not the only thing that either missile does. That's not SM6's primary mission either.
No.
SM6 was designed to replace, kind of, SM2ER, except it greatly. So SM2ER, you're looking at about 80 nautical miles, which is probably where the sort of reason people try to equate it with Aster 30.
It's really close.
However,
to Aster
SM6
40,
goes out dramatically farther. Kind of.
Yeah.
Quickly, just looking on the Wikipedia page, which is Dr. Clarke's default here when you talk about these sorts of things. The missile that
I'm not
would
revealing
be the
anything which anyone
comparison
shouldn't know.
Is in development, it says. So the anti-ballistic missile under development, so intended to counter up to 3,000 kilometers.
Yes, so
Aster 30 Block 2 BMD.
Yes, so let me step in on that. It's built to counter ballistic missiles with that range. That's not its range. That is something that I'm not saying that you're equating that one way or the other. Your wording wasn't fully clear on that to me, so I don't want to assign you to that camp. But I see that get thrown out that, oh, this is the range. It's clearly now an equivalent to like SM3, and that's not the case. It is a terminal system. It is terminal designed to intercept missiles or re-entry vehicles that are coming in from a missile with that range, because a range band on a ballistic missile gives you an indication, not a perfect indication because trajectories are a thing. It gives you an indication of the speed of the target that you're trying to intercept, and that kind of matters in BMD capability range for your interceptor. But yes, the Aster 30 family, whether we're talking about Block 1 NT or Block 2 BMD, either one, generally, when you look at the principles, because it's PIF path, because it's hit to kill, and this isn't to say that because SM6 and BMD is contact fused, so it's hit to kill practically. SM6 is fully aerodynamic in its controls. Having something like PIF path or like what Patriot does, which is even farther along than PIF path, really, really helps you in the terminal BMD game. But for extended range surface to air writ large, that's just not a mission Aster 30 can do, because it wasn't designed to do it. That's not its job. And for anti-surface work, because that's the other thing you got to consider with SM6. SM6 can reach out 250 nautical miles in a surface-to-surface capability. Give me 1 sec, I got to get something to drink.
Okay. Right. Karen?
And, hits you with a 250-pound warhead as a semi-ballistic missile. So when people talk about, the U.S. Navy doesn't understand anti-ship ballistic missiles, they don't understand the threat. The U.S. Navy is the largest fielder of anti-ship ballistic missiles on the planet.
Yeah, people will forget that one. Anyway, let's see what next question is. Anglo-Dutch Wars. Did the generals at sea have any trouble adapting to the naval environment? Yeah, there's a reason why Monk ends up being quite as dominant as he does, and a few of the others end up doing what they do. But yeah, The generals at sea do adapt because, to an extent, a lot of their role is leadership still at that point. And you have to remember most of the ships they're on have sailing masters who are going to advise them actually couldn't run the sailing of their ships. So they are there to do the leadership and try and instill the discipline. And most of all, to try and actually get the fleet to work together. Because the big trouble Parliament has had with its fleet is getting it to actually work together, and work together sensibly. And as time goes on, the generals, both the ones that are good, improve. The ones that are different, i.e. not that good, disappear off. And the ones that are good tend to promote others for them. Are we going to have brew ships? Pretty much this is taking the place of brew ships this week. This is taking the place of brew ships this week. I'm not doing 2 live streams at the same time. That would just scare the life out of me. I don't think I'm confident.
Dr. Clarke, that would be impressive.
That'd be impressive,
Dr.
Yes.
Clarke, very technically, you are doing 2 live streams at once. Very technically.
Yeah, I'm doing 1 stream over two systems. Ramal, if the Montagne class are built, what will their role be since they're 2 slow for screening Essex carriers? Basically, they're going to replace the standards as the heavies to come in and the main battle line to come in and blast things. The role is there before World War II. The role is there before World War II. It's not there after World War II. It's basically it's a different world. They're not really.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah, replacing the standards mainly.
I would say they're there to really.
The amphibious task group, I'd say that's
really there to because you're talking about likely a similar speed to the South Dakotas and the North Carolinas. So they're what they do is they free the Iowas up to do the asset protection, the screening role, which as well as the chase down at fast enemy capital units. Hey, Dr. Clarke, what would that mean?
What?
If all of a sudden the primary fleet role of the Iowas is screening other capital units and chasing down fast enemy capital units and cruisers,
then they'd be fast battleships.
Well, yep. Yes, that I'm more sort of pointing to how Drac likes to talk about battleships and battle cruisers, because they're down 1 turret, they've got the same guns, they're not protected as well, and they're faster.
I know, he and I have this debate, whereas I go to the debate of, this way, the standards which they had at the time for naval architects was based on hull density in terms of how much subdivision you have, the armor coverage, not just the armor thickness, the armor coverage, and basically how you were dividing up the ship. You know, that's been
trying to stoke that debate.
I know. This could turn into this is going to be probably another 2 historians. Us having that debate for ages. In this way, there is a reason why at one point, I think it was an airport in Australia, the rest of the ship-shape crew went and sat on the opposite side of the gate from me and Drac. We were having a very loud and fun debate. We were enjoying it greatly. No one else in the building was. No one else at all.
Yeah. Correct me if you feel I'm wrong here. But my view is the fast battleship really supplants the battle cruiser.
Yeah.
Because it does everything the battle cruiser can do, but better, and just would absolutely eviscerate battle cruisers.
The thing I argue is that the fast battle cruiser, basically they become possible as engine density becomes better, as power density becomes better, and you can give them the necessary power for them to get to that level of armoring, that speed. So basically, it's you're having as you get better and better engines, you less and less have to sacrifice armor, and i.e. the protection of subdivision for speed. You still need the speed. Yeah. But the thing is, you have to sacrifice less and less of it to get what you want. Or the thing is, you can go the other way, and you can go, well, we can have even more speed and have an even faster battle cruiser or something like that. You can if you want to, but you can never make it fast enough to outrun aircraft. Why didn't the Independence class have...
just to extend...
Yes.
I was going to ask a question to add on to that. Is, therefore, the Iowa as fast battleship extending the speed of fast battleship because the cruisers themselves are going up to 32 knots.
Yeah. You have to keep up with the cruiser line. The purpose of the fast capital ship is to keep up the cruiser line.
And the carrier.
The carrier is what comes in later, and the carrier speed
now
is
the
also
American
originally
cruiser line
defined.
does 33 knots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the interesting thing is, guess what was the other capital unit which had its speed defined by the cruiser line initially?
The carrier.
The carrier. And then it flips round, and the cruiser line's defined by the carrier. It's, as they're starting out, when we're talking 1920s and 30s, the speed that you're designing for your carriers is designed around the speed of your cruiser line, which is also what your battle cruiser is designed around.
Your scouting force, because they're part of your scouting force.
Yeah. The British call it their skirmish advance force. And the cruiser line is called the A to K line.
It does make... So that's the key, isn't it? That's the key to your gradient. Is that cruiser line speed?
Yeah. That's it, basically. That's the thing you have to watch is for the cruiser line speed and it going up because the cruiser speed gets faster as well. Because as things get faster, the cruisers have to go faster. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy in some ways. Why didn't the Independence class have 5-inch batteries installed while the smaller and expendable Casablanca CVEs had one 5-inch mount installed? I'm not really sure one 5-inch mount is that great a protection. I don't think so. And as for the Independence class, well...
But it is a hilarious way to humiliate a Japanese cruiser.
Yeah. And as for the Independence class, well, they have so many issues. So many issues in their design.
They physically did not have the room.
No, they just
didn't.
They
physically did not have the room for it.
Let's put it this way. There are many carrier conversions we can talk about. The US Navy and its ability to convert ships into aircraft carriers is not great. They really build very good Essexes. They build good Yorktowns. Whenever they have the phrase light carrier come into service, into their concept, they go weird. They go wacky doodle. For some reason, there is not a single light fleet carrier they cannot find a way to muck up. Even Wasp has issues because of their overthinking of it. Let alone Ranger, which is as flexible as... Well, my cousins will get
I hear you like dive bombers, because that's all you're getting.
The rubber toy you found that belongs to Auntie Emily on the weekend, that little cousins found, yes. The rubber toy you found, that was very flexible. Well, that's what Ranger was like. Yeah, this is... The trouble is, they're fun. You can all guess what the rubber toy that belongs to Auntie Emily is. It was fun as the big cousin who had it brought to him going, "Uncle, what's this?" It's a special toy.
It should also be pointed out that when it comes to the difference between the Independence and the Casablanca for those guns, was that wasn't there as like anything more than just a slightly larger anti-aircraft mount.
Yes.
Yeah. Remember the other thing about the Independence is they're effectively an emergency program.
Yeah.
Actually, not even effectively. They just straight up are. So there wasn't too much thought put into them other than has hangar, has flight deck. Can we launch fighters and bombers off of this? Is it fast enough to keep up with the fleet? Because remember, they're taking a Cleveland hull and an excellent light cruiser and slapping a hangar and a flight deck on it.
And mauling it.
That's what they're doing.
No, that wasn't sugar and caffeine.
In fairness, they did that relatively well.
Can I state something? That was not sugar and caffeine and lack of sleep getting to me. That was just my last weekend. Honestly, that was an experience and a half. It's also, I should say, I'm going to just say this for everyone who's wondering, the special toy was bright pink. Now, Railway Thinker...
What wasn't...
What was the thing? What was the Railway Thinker?
You're not making that sound any better, especially with Foxo here.
What was the thinking of the navies in the Roman Empire? Okay.
Hey, what the...
Next question.
Wait.
Okay. What was the thinking of the navies in the Roman Empire, and who in the Roman Empire used the Roman Navy the most effectively?
Alex.
I'm trying to get past
you wanted to get a point on.
Okay, Bruno.
They may have looked at the numbers and found that a 5-inch turret could provide similar coverage to a number of smaller mounts for less weight.
Yes.
Or hull volume.
They could have. Or they could have just had a spare 5-inch turret sitting around and gone, yeah, we'll put those in. So
trying to give them the benefit of the doubt.
The thinking of the navies of the Roman Empire is just, I've dealt with enough naval architects to know it's in a nice way. It's sometimes what's sitting around the back of the yard. What was the thinking of the navies in the Roman Empire, and who in the Roman Empire used the Roman navy in the most effective way in warfare? It's probably the Punic Wars, where you have the height of the use of the Roman navy and how capable they can be. And you're probably talking Scipio Africanus. But the people who used the biggest, fattest navy of the Roman Empire was probably Antine, probably Augustus and Antony, who basically went hammer for tong at each other with their navies at various battles. They the best navies are the ones which fight the Punic Wars.
It's the Roman Civil Wars where you see it get used as it's designed.
There isn't really a navies for them to fight after the Punic Wars. After the Punic Wars, there just isn't really a naval power for them to fight, because they would have taken out the Greeks. The Carthaginians were the last ones who were kind of, Yeah,
Octavian has a really talented person called I've forgotten his Agrippa under him, and he knows how to handle ships.
He knows how to handle pretty much anything.
One thing Octavian's good at is spotting talent.
Yeah, he's Agrippa is an absolute killing machine when it comes to warfighting. Very successful at it as well. Knights of Griffin, why did the Dutch build only 8 protected cruisers and no armor cruisers? Money. That's a quick answer. That's the answer. That's the truth. It's just that easy and that quick. Rummel, if either Lexington or Saratoga were present at Denmark Strait, taking the place of the Ark Royal. The Ark Royal wasn't at Denmark Strait. The Ark Royal was down at Cheese Force H. Victorious was nearby at Denmark Strait. And the main difference, do you think the one of Lexington's air group alone can sink her without need of the battleships? Yes, they could sink her without need for battleships, but the thing is, the reason Victorious could only do what she did, she's basically with half an air group, because she wasn't supposed to be doing what she was doing, and the Royal Navy scrambled her in. And that Ark Royal is down in Gibraltar area, coming up fast through the Bay of Biscay. So, in a nicer way, she's nowhere near. So, yeah, if Lexington's Saratoga's there, it's great, but, if they've got a full air wing, they're great.
I think the reason for that is because people tend to try to conflate Ark Royal ruddering Bismarck as happening at the Denmark Strait and not the day afterwards. 100 and something miles away.
And basically, she runs up as fast as she can, and almost at full range, launches her swordfish as fast as she can, and manages to rudder the thing. And, that's what she does. That's a pretty good job, I would say, in the middle to do.
It's also a case of weather in the Denmark Strait for aircraft was not what Victorious's air group was wanting. So she only managed to get so many aircraft up, and wouldn't have been able to generate a strike because of how few she had and the weather. It's the reason you don't see an airstrike on her during the action or before the action.
Actually, no. She does launch some strikes, but one of the trouble she has is she has very few swordfish. And so they decide they're going to try and use the Fulmars as the scout aircraft, and the Fulmar crews haven't been trained to do it. They haven't been through the training; they're brand new. And so they're not doing it as well as the Swordfish crew. But the commander is refusing to use the Swordfish crew because he wants them all maintained in case he needs to launch a strike. And that's one of the problems that Victorious has, is because of she's got a half-strength Swordfish. She's got about one single squadron of Swordfish. She's got a half-strength Fulmar squadron, and she's trying to do this with this aircraft aboard, and that's all she has aboard. Because she only had that aircraft aboard because she was going out to the Caribbean originally to get warmed up and have her aircraft really worked up. So there's all sorts of issues going on there. And literally the Royal Navy has pulled everything. And this is what I often say, is if the Germans had been bringing out more, they'd have pulled more. They would have pulled more out, and they would have organised things differently, because they're basically pulling everything they can. Well, they'd hold back and pull out more if they thought there was more if the Germans would, let's say, Bismarck and Tirpitz were coming out together. They'd have handled it differently.
Or even if there were more heavy cruisers involved.
Yeah, they'd have handled it differently.
Yeah.
How not great were the Dutch Navy's light cruisers and destroyers? That's a bit of a loaded question, Knight.
That's
Just a little bit.
fine.
To be fair, there's been a couple of those lately from
Yeah.
Is Fleet of the Oceans here?
Yes.
Yeah. They were fine. The Dutch Navy's light cruisers and destroyers were fine. They're very good. They're pretty good ship. The Isaac Swears is one of the ships which is at Battle of Cape Bon and various other things. They have good destroyers. They have good light cruisers. They just don't have a lot of them. And they're adapted for their service and their needs. But the thing is that the Dutch don't have a lot of them. And there's nothing wrong with that. The Dutch don't have a lot of money. Then they have to invest quite a lot of it in land defences, which tend to get overrun and have other issues because they don't activate them early enough. Because, I don't know. Some people thought give peace a chance was a good strategic move. There's always someone. There's always someone. Oh, yeah.
Just so I can put this out there, somebody's got a question in the queue regarding a ship design. There's a picture of it, which I will forward. Just somebody tag me when it comes up.
Okay.
Battlecruiser design.
How much trouble would a free Korean Navy of 3 Fletcher-class destroyers, 2 Cannon-class and 1 Ruderal-class destroyer escort, and 5 Tacoma-class frigates be for the IJN? When? This is the question: is when? Are they turning up in 1941? Are they turning up in 1939? Are they turning up in 1906?
In 44, 45.
If they're 44, 45, then...
This is a post-war build, gifting or transference? Like,
this is the question of when are these? Because the thing is, they're just existing randomly at some point. Let's say if they're in place in 1941, then they are wiped out in 1941. Because let's be honest, 3 Fletcher class, 2 Cannon class, a Ruderal class destroyer escort, and 5 Tacoma class frigates would be walked over by the Japanese home fleet in 1941. It wouldn't be.
They wouldn't even send the home fleet. They'd send a destroyer flotilla with a couple with a cruiser or two, like.
Yeah, it just... Well, I said when I said to the home fleet, I meant whatever the home fleet dispatched from it to go deal them. You know, it'll be just send them. That that it's going to be the home fleet which will send something to do it, but it won't be the home fleet which goes. Let's say 1942, 43. Well, that's a lot of Koreans who are going to get killed.
Yeah.
I was about to say that
it's a live fire training exercise for the IJN.
If this was a case of if it was done in the way that if you look at some of the European powers that where it was
operating with the US, it'd be helpful.
That would be quite good if a bunch of those ships were at, say, the Guadalcanal campaign.
Having extra Fletchers is always useful.
Yeah, that's quite interesting actually.
Yeah,
but if it's just them in Korea at that point, because Hoi 4 Nation stuff decided that Korea is now independent or whatever, they don't keep those ships for very long, and suddenly Free Korea stops existing as well because Lamal.
Turn up, and NK33 just put turn up in 1549. Then there is a Free Korea to this day. Knight 6831. Would it be accurate that if World War II holds off, then Hood's peacetime cruise around the ship's material shape will be no better than it was by 1941 than if she had over 20 months of war service, given she was 22 and 3/4 years old when she was sunk? Actually, probably will be better, because in the nicest way, she's the next battlecruiser slotted to go in for refit after Renown comes out.
Yeah.
So when Renown comes out in 1940, she would probably go in.
And Hood comes out of refit as a very powerful capital ship.
Yeah.
Very powerful.
And also, in the nicest way, if that war holds off till about 1941-42, then it's not just Hood. There's also Lions and all the King George V's in service, and all the Illustriouses in service. Possibly the Implacables. There's Unicorn. There's Vanguard, her sister. There's all sorts of ships probably in service by that point. In which case, frankly, the German Navy probably hasn't moved on that much further. And
they only have the ability to do what, 1 or 2 capital ships at a time.
Well, no, I get into trouble because when I
physical infrastructure.
When I say this, I have people deciding telling me off because there are yards which theoretically could take them, But you need to do a lot of work investment in those yards, and there is someone who actually will maintain in my chat quite regularly that the Plan Z could have been completed by 1950 if they had been given the time.
Great. They get a boot shoved up their butt harder. Like, pardon my French. I mean, like,
because the thing is, what's the Royal Navy built by 1950?
Even if they're even if the Royal Navy doesn't build anything more, right? Just with what its plans are. What's across the Atlantic that's aligned with the UK?
Yeah.
And what was authorized in the late 30s?
Oh, that's the other thing.
And also
another minor thing which could be interesting is this might actually give the French a chance to get some of their stuff going.
There's that as well. Yeah, the French Navy is going to be a lot more powerful. And here's the other thing. The French army will have gone through its reforms.
They might actually work. They might actually be given decent radios.
Which means that Germany's going to be in a much worse position initially when war starts off.
Yeah,
and
the time does not work for the Axis forces. This is the whole point I've always tried to say. Yeah. Time doesn't work for the Axis forces.
They held off as late as they could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, essentially, if Germany does manage to complete Plan Z, the Royal Navy is going to look at them from across the channel and be like, I see you have completed your fleet buildup plan. As a reward, I bequeath to you a boot to the head.
Well, not even just that. They're going to like, oh yeah, you weren't the only people working on something. Pulls back curtain.
Lion successors.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, these are
hordes of Ark Royal.
Yeah,
you have less than 10 battleships. That's cute.
And heck, under those circumstances, Stalin might actually
capital ships again.
Yeah.
Under those circumstances, Stalin might actually get his capital units in the water.
No.
He'd have a very nice cruiser force, a very nice destroyer force.
He'd have a nice cruiser and destroyer force. He would not have a capital ship force yet outside of... He might get the old ones back into service, maybe.
He might have one or two sitting
in
the
Soviet...
By 1950,
Soviet industry was not really capable.
By 1950, he might have one or two in the water, but they won't be the force. They'll be the flagships of the Black Sea Fleet and probably the Baltic Fleet. And never will they leave the Black Sea
if he's lucky.
I would have hoped by 1950 he would have been able to get the Kronstadt at least finished.
In World War II Pacific, why
placing a lot of hope in a lot of people not getting shot.
Right.
Yeah.
Next question.
I was about to kind of say that.
Next question. In World War II Pacific, why didn't the US send submarines into the Sea of Japan more aggressively? Since in 1945, most of the Japanese shipping avoided the Pacific and the East China Sea. Now, I'm going to get a simple answer to this question. Bases and logistics. Submarines only have so much fuel. They can only go so far from their bases, patrol, and return. Otherwise, they literally just go out to there and then turn around and come back, in which case that's not patrol. So, basically, you are capturing islands and moving forward bases and facilities for them to actually get that. And yes, you do need a margin of error to deal with wastage, issues when the fuel tanks get contaminated, and other issues. So basically, it's literally logistics. Yeah. It's logistics.
Yeah, and there's another aspect. The entrances to those seas were pretty heavily mined from the air with drift mines. Not exactly the easiest or safest seas to get into, no matter who you are in this time period.
Daniel Phillips. Right then, so Ark Royal is not sunken after Pearl Harbor is sent alongside a renowned to aid the American fleet. They arrive in time for Midway and find landing force the night before what happens. If Ark Royal wasn't sunk, she's with Force Z. So she's with Prince of Wales and Repulse, not with Renown. Renown might have been sent out with her as extra aid to give them a third fast capital ship to work with their carrier, but she'd be there. If they're in nicest way, therefore, if there is a problem and they're having to go and assist, they're arriving a long time before Midway because they're coming from Singapore. But the reality is they're probably staying in the Singapore area and forming up as the core of ABDA command. Because let's be honest, if she's there, then Force Z is not getting ambushed from the air. their fighters are probably going to do a nasty massacre of Betty bombers because they literally turn up alone with no escort, and the fighters she was going to be fitted out with Wildcats because they were training up a couple of Martlet squadrons for her. So 2 squadrons of Martlets aboard her, flying Cap. Yeah, they're going to have a lovely time with Bettys. And no fighters, just them versus the Bettys.
I think that's the bigger thing. Doesn't show up at Pearl Harbor, doesn't take part in those actions. Instead, ABDA command is honestly probably a lot better coordinated because there was some issues with rank and seniority there.
Well, you have in this scenario you'd have Phillips, who actually has a proper staff with ships which are actually flagships. He'd have a rear admiral aircraft carriers with him as well as his deputy commander probably. Everything would be formed and coordinated, and probably it would be a case of, right, and I've got 3 capital ships and a carrier. You know what you're all doing? Forming up on me now. We're forming up into one force. We are not going to be pennypucks around here. We're all going to come in and form in on me.
That is a force the Japanese actually have to send a good chunk of their fleet after, rather than effectively their screening forces like they did historically. And if you think have to break off.
You think about what happened historically with the Eastern Fleet. There's 2 carriers surged out to it. There's other capital ships. A nice way the British probably would reinforce as well. And so by the time the Japanese turn up, they might find they're facing 3 British carriers, possibly an American carrier if Saratoga's sent over, as she was historically to that area. And you've got a whole force formed up. And it's a case of, have you brought a large enough force for this? Because if you haven't, this is not going to go well for you.
You need to pull back or you're going to die.
There will be a carrier battle here, but it will not be one you're trained for, because unfortunately none of you are trained to do it at night and you don't have radar, whereas we have both.
The force sent out moors up to prep themselves, and they get fucking Battle of Taranto night raided.
Easy on the language there, buddy.
Yep. I have little cousins watching, and if they learn new words, I get killed. Only boy and 40 cousins. Only boy and 40. In the nicest way, it's not even they have to be skilled on me. There's 40 of them, there's 39 of them and 1 of me.
You do lose on the numbers there, yeah, it's real.
There's no scenario where I win that.
They get night raided.
Yeah.
But it is a bad time for the Japanese if that's what happens, because there's not much they can do unless they decide to detach a lot of their main units.
Operation C was very
divisions of the air fleets.
Operation C was very nearly a bad thing. If the pilots hadn't wrongly hadn't flipped the numbers round of where their position report. Somerville launched a night strike towards where he thought the Japanese carriers were in Operation C. If they hadn't got the numbers the wrong way round, they would have probably hit the carriers at night. Even if they take out just a pair of the Kido Butai in night in the Indian Ocean, I don't see the Japanese fleet hanging around to try and find out more.
Wasn't that also the time where we started using albacores for radar picketing?
Yeah, the trouble is they weren't as well trained as the Swordfish crews.
With the action, but
yeah, they sent the trouble is the Swordfish crews had found them, and the albacore crew was tracking them, and they came back with data about where they're moving to, and the albacore crew, who weren't as experienced doing it as the Swordfish crew, had transposed the data wrong. And Somerville always said if he had just left it to the Swordfish crews and hadn't tried to use the albacore crew, which was supposed to be newer and better systems, then it would have worked.
Yeah,
it's a classic thing. Okay, so, Ramal, would you call the USN submarines that were armed with 6-inch guns cruiser submarines, like the Agincourt, Argonaut, Nautilus, and Naval? They're things that fleet submarines, weren't they?
They were fleet submarines.
I guess you could call them cruiser submarines, but in a different way.
Yeah.
Sort of in the cruising way, given their range.
Yeah.
And their speed on the surface, but the 6-inch guns, if memory serves, were there to help them put down whatever they needed to shoot at faster, rather than help them engage in a pitched surface battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
like the guns don't even have gun shields on them.
No, they are just open mounts.
Yep. Right. Bowmill Boy, what is the major bottleneck in the production of modern nuclear-powered submarines? Money and nuclear reactors and yards. Nuclear reactors are an issue which you have to make sure you do.
So I can actually speak to this to an extent. It's the welders.
Oh yeah, that's why the British have invested in that automatic
it's the welders.
System. Have you seen that's come from Sheffield Steel, the automatic welding system?
Yeah, I've seen that. That will help some, but there's still a lot of components where you've got to get into a very awkward spot and weld it.
That's true, but that's expected to cut. I think it's expected to cut down the necessary welds to be done by humans by about 50%, and that's going to be a major thing.
Yeah, I know Fincantieri's got a system away from subs, but that they're planning on installing at Marionette Marine as well, that they've been working on.
Aren't they going to be building the rest of those funky OPVs with that system as a trial?
Yeah, they're trialing it in Italy on Italian ships right now. The system is going through U.S. Navy certification at the moment. But welders are a big issue. The other one is the electrical.
Yeah.
Because there is a whopping amount of wiring.
A lot of electrical cables running through those ships, and
in naval warships writ large, but in submarines especially. And it's only going to get worse as submarines start moving to all electric drives. Which make a lot of sense for submarines.
Yeah.
Click. When I was doing a lecture on submarines to my military history group, one of the things I described submarines as was a miracle of plumbing, because of all the different tanks on board that have to have the fluid moved around on the inside of them. All right, and you can't get them cross-connected in any way, shape, or form, because bad things will happen.
The thing never comes up
because you're also dealing with fuel. So, there's as you say, electrics, because they're going in that way of having the electric drive system to add to the plumbing.
And I'd say on the next question, because I'm going to carefully cut that one short before we reveal too much about submarines, just because we enjoy talking about them. And I have to have a phone call tomorrow morning. USS Montana 67. What if there were a large tribal class design equipped with that's 4.5-inch 130mm guns of the same version as Daring's, and what is likely as being constructed? That's called the L-70 design. That was what Henderson was planning to build directly after the tribal class destroyers. He was persuaded not to, and in return he got to order all the carriers he wanted to order. So it was the compromise. He didn't get to order them. But that design is then brushed off and magically becomes the Daring class. So there you go. There's your Daring class. Their design was mildly modified and upgraded to the technology available in 1948 when it was put through. But let's be honest, it really is his L-70 design. So if your answer to that is that's what if the Daring class are built 11 years earlier. They're big, scary, and mean, and he was trying to order 18 of them.
And unfortunately, the Royal Navy probably wouldn't have gotten all the carriers.
Yeah, that's the thing.
18 Darings roaming around in early war.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but those carriers were really useful.
They were. I'm not saying they were. But
those carriers were.
Battle of Narvik, where you replace all the tribals with Darings, horrifying.
Oh,
replace? No, the tribals will still be in service.
They are pocket cruisers. As
you have the
Clarke
tribals
describes them in his book. They are pocket cruisers.
Yeah, back pocket cruisers. You basically. I think actually his actual plan was basically the things he was planning to give up was to delay the Implacables. Not necessarily the Illustrators, but also possibly the Implacables. And if you consider when they actually entered service, and they were delayed by Churchill anyway, Churchill wouldn't have delayed the destroyers. So the thing is, the destroyers wouldn't have been delayed; they'd have been in service, and they'd have bought time while the carriers were being built, and were coming into service. So yeah, it would have been interesting. What influence does the current and those of the past 6 years Third Sea Lord have in comparison to predecessor? There isn't currently a Third Sea Lord. One of the really interesting things I think which is wrong with the modern Royal Navy is title of Controller of the Royal Navy, and still does have that title. They no longer are given the title of Third Sea Lord, and they still have to do pretty much the same role they used to do, but they don't have there's a cachet which comes being called Third Sea Lord as well as Controller of the Royal Navy. Currently, it's Rear Admiral James Parkin. He does an excellent job and he's really hard working, but they haven't been called Third Sea Lord since Admiral Sir Horace Law took on the post in 1965, and I that is the thing I keep trying to push people to bring back. I think the Controller should be returned to being called the Third Sea Lord and Controller of the Royal Navy, because the title, how do I put this? It sounds so bad when it comes from a British person, because we're always...
It helps you advocate.
Yes. Basically, if you've got the title of Third Sea Lord, you sound a lot more important than if you introduce yourself as the Controller of the Royal Navy.
It's also just a really cool title.
Yes.
It's also like, with me, I got my master's license not because I needed it, but because when I was speaking with superiors or people outside of my department, I'm a lot harder to bully around when I have a master electrician versus a journeyman electrician.
Yeah. Philip Bass. As Third Sea Lord, a supervisor of Bacon and Director Naval Officer of Dryer plus Dryer, Director of Naval Ordnance and Dryer, Catherine Apston's new book relooks at the Pollen Isherwood fire control debates that John Brooks looked at 15 years ago. Phil, I'm very sure you wrote that as quickly as you could and made it right, but the trouble is, that's more statement than it is question. Catherine Epson that refers to it and discusses it is Disbond, which is British Naval gun mountings, which of course refers to it as it affects the gun mountings and how they interact. There are lots of books looking at the fire control tables and various aspects. Lambert's Admirals looks at it. A few others look at it from different angles. So, yeah, it's good. I'm sure it's going to be a good book. I haven't read it yet though, so I'll look forward to when I do read it. Blackburn Maximus. What if BT and Chatfield were killed at Jutland, said German shell hits the bridge, when they start to run to north? How could this affect the result of the rest of the war and post-war? Well, for starters, the report done post-war is going to be far more accurate and is not going to brush away some of the issues which BT had hidden. It's also...
Conversely, you lose probably the singular best-suited officer for the naval treaties.
Yeah, well, there is actually one other officer who can just about do it. I'm not talking about Jellicoe. You see, if Chatfield and BT... If BT is has that happen to him and Chatfield has that happen to him, there is a couple of officers around who are okay. I think you probably... I wouldn't be surprised if it's Bacon who's used for the treaties. He's not got quite the same diplomatic power as BT, but he has a lot of...
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
He has a lot of ability to argue in committee, and he's very good at writing reports and basically reading and writing the things. And you have to remember, he's also... I would say Bacon's actually almost better in some ways for going to America. BT's in is his American wife. Bacon's in is he's quite a rich industrialist as well. He's also made a lot of money running companies and defense companies and all sorts of things in both World War I and prior to it. That does tend to give you a certain, how do I put this, access in America where they respect someone who's a self-made man. Far more in this sort of time period. That's part of the process, and I think especially as his patents have been used in America, his contacts with American companies, that could give him a different in. It wouldn't give him the same in. He wouldn't have the same access to BT, but he'd still have an in. If that makes sense. For negotiated Washington Treaty.
Yeah, and I mean, you'll notice why I phrased it the way I did, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying you couldn't do it, but BD was really well suited for that.
Yeah.
Probably the best out of the options.
Oh, yes. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that, yeah, there is another option. It's not going to be too bad. But also, BT is also, how do I put this politely? He's the man who, against all the other advice, decides to not convert the admirals into aircraft carriers. He's the guy who, which was going to be done prior to the, basically, almost as soon as he's made First Sea Lord. The idea was they were going to start work, so we've finished well before the treaties were done. He's the guy who delays Eagle by several months because he wants her to be fitted with torpedoes, because he wants it to be a night strike torpedo platform. And there's all sorts of different ideas he has. And also, he, against the advice of Jellicoe, Bacon, and about 6 other senior Royal Navy officers, agrees that that the whole of the Royal Naval Air Service goes over to the Royal Air Force, rather than, as the Royal Navy was going to, they would just said the forces in France, the land-based arm, they wanted anything which was to run from carriers or anything which was maritime patrol to stay within the Navy's purview. But his view is he has enough political power that he can handle it.
That's a very damaging decision for the Royal Navy.
Yeah, basically, as I said, it's half does one, 6 of the other.
Yeah.
Alex, on the aircraft carriers, what do you think that the development of torpedo and dive bombing aircraft is going to be a thing?
They're already developing them in World War One. Dive bombing is a World War One tactic. So's torpedoes. They're just going to be improved. It's one of the.
So things... what sort of aircraft do you think? What sort of aircraft do you think we're going to see earlier, in terms of the types that existed?
Well, I think.
Are we going to see aircraft appear 2 or 3 years earlier because the Navy want them?
I think it's more likely what you're going to see in terms of the Royal Navy aircraft is they're going to be pursuing more and more powerful engines more quickly, because the Royal Navy don't have the option of multi-engined aircraft. Now, theoretically, with the admirals, they would have large enough carriers to make multi-engine aircraft more capable and more possible, but it's going to take a while for the Navy to get the idea of that's actually a sensible idea to do. First of all, they're going to have to fill up those carriers, operate those carriers for a while, and realise that, no, 120-odd aircraft is really not a good air group. You can't sustain this one, you need about 90, and 90 is about the maximum. And then you start thinking about, well, let's see what bigger aircraft we can fit in the carrier. So that's going to take...
So will we see twin-engined aircraft?
Possibly in the 30s, like the French.
Twin-engined aircraft.
Possibly in the 30s.
Yeah.
Like the French. But also, possibly you see... Quite probably you see, in terms of Royal Navy. The thing you're going to see is the Royal Navy is going to be pursuing the horsepower race even faster. And what's going to be interesting is with the Royal Navy pushing it, then... the issues which the RAF finds plagues itself in the 1930s when the Air Ministry, not the Royal Air Force, the Air Ministry gets captured by the bomber mafia, and all they're prepared to fund is the bombers, and they don't want to fund fighters, they don't want to fund the Royal Navy, they don't want to fund maritime patrol aircraft, they don't want any money going into anything else other than the bombers. Well, there's going to be another group going, we're funding the engines, we're getting the engines, and by the time you get into 1935, when they're going, we do actually need fighters, we've got radar and all these things that the bomber won't always get through, they're going to turn around and there's going to be, the Royal Navy's probably going to go, yeah, that's our fighter in production, okay? We want them, but that company can build about 4 times the amount we're ordering, so do you want to get an order in quick? And just as an example to point out what happened in history... someone was funding Submarine to do all sorts of air races where they were float planes and seaplanes. I can't think which service would fund that. And that was they were funded to do that by Vickers, of course, who are Vickers mainly famous for supplying? Who was their big partner? Is it the Royal Air Force or is it the Royal Navy they sell up to?
Obviously, it was not the Royal Navy.
And
so it's a standard fighter,
and that's where the Submarine comes from.
Yeah. So is that standard fighter then actually going to be the gull-wing Spitfire and not the Spitfire we see with the elliptical wing?
Could well be. If that's the one in production,
and the Navy and the Air Force use the same aircraft.
Yeah.
And even if they don't use the exact same airframe,
because the Royal Navy has spent so much time in getting as much power out of a single crankshaft as they can, because even if they can go to multi-engine carrier aircraft, you're still going to want that power density, because you can probably do a twin, you can maybe do a triple with the third in the nose. You're not going to go bigger than that.
And let's be honest, a triple
so
is going to cause you issues with hangar height and all sorts of issues. Although hangar height on the Admirals would probably be a lot easier, because they would have the same hangar height as Eagle, which was the highest hangar in the height in the Royal Navy, because when they be converted.
So would we then start doing what the Americans did and hanging spare aircraft from the rafters?
No, because we live in the North Sea.
Different pressure. Different pressure.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to sound strange.
As we discussed
the
earlier,
Americans
the North
can
Sea would go, ooh, more stuff to steal.
In the nicest way, the Americans, the nicest thing that God ever did for them for developing their naval aviation was it kept them as far away from the North Sea as it possibly could while they were doing it. That was an important thing. It was a very kind thing God did. Very kind.
As one of the Americans on the panel, I feel obliged, even though I know it's ridiculous to say, we could take her. We can't, but
we could. We just have to build ships differently.
It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting to see the try, but the difference in
Remote, the Seafire we're talking, the Seafire you're thinking of is the Seafire which is built later in the war, which is the adapted Spitfire. The Seafire we're talking about was the Seafire which Submarine had in 1938-39, which was stopped by order of the Ministry for them to concentrate on the Spitfire development, which was a gull-winged aircraft which lowered the nose and made everything a lot better for operating on the carrier. It was the carrier-designed version. So I know and I can understand what you're saying about the Seafire, but that's terrible. The thing was, Submarine had the name from name saved from 1937. They had asked the Air Ministry and the Admiralty to allocate it to them for their aircraft. They were developing it, and then the Air Ministry goes, "No, we need you to concentrate all on Spitfire." And the Royal Navy goes, "Well, they can't. They're building another aircraft." And the Air Ministry goes, "No, the Seafire is cancelled." And the Royal Navy goes, "That's fine, thank you, but you're not cancelling the Walrus, are you?" At which point the Air Ministry went, "What?" Yeah, the other thing a Submarine built, and the thing that should have kept them going, were the flying boats which they built for the Royal Navy, things like the Walrus, etc., and the Otter, which were used for for going on their ships and providing the reconnaissance aircraft and the recovery aircraft. So this is the interesting thing about the story of Submarine. The Air Force gets incredibly protective over them and saying no one else can have them during World War II. But prior to that, the Royal Navy ones who kept afloat. And the moment World War II is over, the Air Force dropped them like a sack of rotten potatoes, and it's the Royal Navy which sent them an order which tries to keep them going for a jet aircraft, the Submarine Attacker, a Submarine Seahawk. No, Submarine Attacker. Yeah, Attacker.
No, Submarine Scimitar.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the Attacker.
Yeah, it was the Attacker. Yeah. Yeah. So, Ramon, I can understand where you're coming from, but yeah, they just reuse the names on it. And it just makes you more fun. So yeah, but the Gullwing Seafire is very different. It's a different beast. It's a very. It's probably not as fast as a Spitfire in a straight line maneuver, but it's tighter cornering was what its pilots described it as.
Is it going to be a better fighter bomber?
Probably not. It's going to be a fighter. It's basically been procured as a fighter. It's a killer. Yeah. It's an interceptor to defend. Basically, the idea was it takes up a lot less space on a thing like a Illustrious class than Fulmar would. So you could stick 18 of them on an Illustrious, and you could still carry a full load of 24 strike aircraft.
And it won't have that metropolitan defence problem that it had at very short range. Because it's going to be an RAF aircraft. It's going to be an RN aircraft.
Yeah, it has a bigger fuel tank. Or rather, bigger fuel tank.
Oh,
which
come
do make
on,
it heavier.
YouTube. I'm looking for my own video. Where is it?
Oh, don't expect YouTube to help you with that. Trust me. In a nice way. The worst thing I can do... The worst thing I can do in my video, in my channel, is try and hunt for... comments or hunt for videos I've made. Anyway, speaking of that, I'm now going to...
Yeah, but you were hunting for the word cruiser in the middle of all your videos on cruisers.
Yes, but, I was trying to hunt for the cruiser someone invited me. I still can't find out which one it was, because someone said, it must be Salem. So I searched for Salem, and no, I haven't been invited to Salem. I think it might have been.
That was the name of the Des Moines I couldn't remember last night.
Yeah.
How could you forget Salem? It's my favorite.
I got Des Moines and Norfolk. I had forgotten about Salem.
Right, then. I'm going to do, as we're at 6 o'clock, and I did say I would do it this time, I'm going to do the last 3 of the essay entries I'm going to go do. But actually, before I do that, I'm going to leave you with a question of what would Royal Navy vessel named after Philip II of Spain, what would a Royal Navy vessel named after Philip II of Spain be named, as he founded the Royal Navy as a husband of Mary I. Seneca, I love the claim, but I'm fairly sure Henry VIII, Mary's dad, would probably have something to say about that. Just a small thing to say about that. And the Royal Navy tends to like to claim descent from Alfred the Great.
He wasn't prone to fits of rage, was he?
He just had a few. Not. He just had a few ex-wives by various methodologies. But I need to put the poodle in the garden. Just a few ex-wives by various methodologies.
Also cyclic. There was no Des Moines called Norfolk. You were thinking of Newport News.
Newport News, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. It's okay. Most people forget that Newport News exists.
Which is sad. Don't forget she did like the second most.
I lived there for a bunch of time. It's just that whole area blends together. I'm so used to calling the whole area Hampton Roads.
I called him.
I know Newport News is because of War Thunder. Terrible as that might sound.
Cyclic, don't worry, I do the same thing, and I live in the broad expanse.
Everybody from the area does. Yeah.
It's like,
Bruno,
where do you live? Hampton Roads.
Bruno,
yeah.
Can you pull as one of the questions coming up one particular question out of the queue?
I can push it forward, but it'll still be in the queue if that makes sense.
I know. It's just that I've got an image to attach to it.
Okay, can do, will do. I'll look it up. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
it's the battle cruiser one, right?
No, it's the one about an island which appears.
Yeah.
In the middle of the Atlantic. From Blackburn
You
Maxwell.
haven't nicked a sausage, have you?
Okay, that helps.
No, you're a good boy.
I will be right back.
Forward.
You nick a whole pile of these biscuits if I put them in front of you, but you would never nick a sausage.
Cruise ships Q&A
good boy.
Otherwise, it might get lost. Is what my thought was.
It's in brew ships.
Okay. So,
copy.
How's the question going? Have we decided what Phil II would get named after him?
No, we didn't get that
You've
far
got a
yet.
couple of questions. I don't know exactly which one you're referring to.
A particularly rotten rowboat.
Probably Philip II. Unless he was called Philip I of England.
No, he wasn't.
We call it HMS Inquisition.
So
is that because nobody would expect
nobody expects that?
No. It would go quite well with all the Royal Navy namings of incomparable, inflexible, and so on and so forth. Yeah, Inquisition.
Why can't we have HMS Inquisitive?
I'm going to start off, if you don't mind, because this is actually...
Brunon, I do not want you to do rage quit on that question.
No. Before we get to any more questions, I'm going to go through the essays, the 3 essays I'm going through this evening, which you should all like I'm going through that I saved for this evening, because I saved Michael Cooch's, I saved Leslie's, and I saved Steve's.
Oh, God help me.
Don't worry, I'm going to start off with Michael's,
then
I'm going to go to Steve's, and then I'm going to go to Leslie's. Now, yes, you're a good boy. You, Mark, you reading through these with me? Sorry, I have the poodle is here next to me, and what I'll do is we can get rid of the capture so you can all see him staring at the screen while we're marking this, going through. And it was called the Dominion Class Large Cruisers, and it's really interesting, wasn't it? You enjoyed it. You did. You marked it with me. Now, Michael had fun with this one. Michael really did have fun with this. And the interesting stuff I found was the genesis of the class. In the Washington Treaty negotiations, it all started when, by chance, one of the British Empire delegation found one of the American listening devices in their room. Some scribbled notes later, and the rest of the delegation was informed, but it was agreed not to say anything to indicate to listeners that the device had been discovered. The following day, one of the delegation paid a call to the British Empire, and that weekend the Empire delegation, including observers from the Dominions, attended a dinner there, a location considered to be safe from US listening devices. The situation was discussed. It was agreed that this represented an opportunity, and there was much discussion of the best option to take. Eventually, a consensus was formed. A cable was sent to London, and the ambassador invited the Australian, Canadian, New Zealand counterparts round for drinks to give them a brief. Meanwhile, in London, discussion at high levels agreed the outline proposal, and the Dominion office called round the Canadian, Australian, New Zealand High Commissioners for talks, at which cables went out to their respective governments, which possibly would have been intercepted by the Americans, but probably not, because the cables don't run through them, do they? Probably not. You happy with that? Good boy. Thus it was
I think the only people whose diplomatic cables we were intercepting was the Japanese.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
So.
Thus it was that the two senior representatives of the Australian and New Zealand governments flew into Washington, sought an interview with the Empire delegation, and within range of listening devices, a conversation took place, demands were made, deadline set. After the meeting, the British delegation had a long meeting discussing their demands and implications. Further discussion followed the receipt of London's response. Discussions which, again, were all within range of listening devices. The proposal. 3 days later, the British delegation visited the Americans. They explained that they wished to make a proposal to conference, but thought it would be best to discuss with the US beforehand to talk about it through the US, who, thanks to reports from listening devices, knew or thought they did what was coming, invited the British to go ahead. The subsequent discussion went on to write. The Dominions of Australia and New Zealand, the British said, each have an old 12-inch battlecruiser named after them. Canada, too, until recently, had a battleship named in her honour. The Australian and New Zealand governments wished to retain these ships as national symbols, and if they were to do so, the Canadians would also wish to have a ship of their own. It's a matter of prestige within the Dominion Club. Interesting, said the Americans, but we can't see the problem. If you wish to retain the ships, then they come at your allocated tonnage. Leaving the Empire with 3 aging 12 first-generation battlecruisers when everyone else is sailing 14 or 16-inch battlecruisers? I think not. We can both see the issue. Well, said the Americans, you have allocations of the ship, simply give 3 to Dominions, that solves it. Unfortunately, that's not an option to the British. Dominions are independent nations, they can't be relied on to automatically join in any future war. Having Australia and New Zealand own their ships, which they could theoretically withhold, was acceptable given the size of our fleet pre-war. With the smaller fleets envisaged by the treaty and ratios of fleets versus potential opponents, the potential losing 3 ships at the stroke is unacceptable. Then persuade them to drop their claim. This is a matter of national pride and prestige within the Empire. They won't be seen to lose face. If necessary, they would represent themselves in negotiations. We would no longer negotiate for them. If that happened, Great Britain would no longer be content to allow their tonnage to be reckoned with our own. They would, and we would back them, seek tonnage ratios of 1 for Australia and 0.75 for New Zealand. Americans could do maths, and this would mean the US and the Empire having a 5-5 ratio, the effective ratio would shift to 5 plus 1 plus 0.75, making effectively the Empire top dog again, rather than equivalent power. That would be acceptable. We thought you'd feel that way, and to be honest, having them with tonnage allowances of their own could be problematic within the Empire. We think we have a solution, though, one that minimises the inconvenience. Please continue. We propose we create a new category just for them, call it large cruiser, ships up to 20,000 tons, 12-inch caliber, too weak to challenge treaty capital ships, but a step up from the treaty cruisers. Their existing ships fit nicely within those limits, so they could simply keep them, and we could let the Canadians have a similar ship of their own. And what about tonnage allowance? How much were you thinking of giving everyone? That's the bit we want to discuss. Do we, US and Great Britain, actually want the others having ships like that? New build ships would be powerful areas. Do you really want the Japanese to have similar ships like that? Think what they could do to the cruiser screen of your fleet, for example. So you're proposing that only 2 of us should have them? No, that won't work. The other nations would never agree. However, if it was presented as a reward to the Dominions for their efforts in the last war, allowing them one ship each, talking numbers rather than tonnage, we might be able to get an agreement. You're talking about creating a new class of ship, or intermediate between cruise and capital ships, which only the British Empire is allowed to have. Only 5 ships. You mentioned 5 ships? You mentioned Australia, New Zealand, Canada. That's 3. South Africa and India would get one too. The thing about reading through this is that I could actually see the British government doing this to the Americans. I could actually see the British government pulling this trick and doing this. And the Americans believing it, because for some reason the Americans always tend to believe the British are honourable and would never lie. Not quite sure why they have that belief, but they do seem to have that belief. It's worrying for me, but we'll sort that out at some point. But no, it was a really interesting read and really well-developed story. Some of the stats data was not as fully developed as it could have been, but it was very, very good. Now, the next one we have is Steve Clarke's. And this is why I thought it would be good to do it now, because everyone can listen to Steve's work on the Francesco Caracola, because it's a good one. It is a good one. Now, history of the Portaretti Francesco Caracola, aircraft carrier Francesco Caracola of the Regia Marina. Conceived as the lead ship of a pre-war class of Italian superdreadnoughts, Caracola was supposed to be part of a class of 4 ships of Regia Marina. Construction was started in the Regia Cantiere de Castellmarine de Stabia in Naples, 16th October 1914, but due to the entry into the Great War, the speed of construction slowed, and such the construction was suspended in March 1916. Then the post-British experience of Battle of Jutland. In June 1916, the hull was only 12% complete, and her main guns were retasked for other uses during duration. Whilst the marine architects for the ship worked on major redesigns to improve protection against plunging fire, they also looked at other improvements in the ship's underwater protection, and constructed and recommenced in 1917. By the 10th of September 1920, the hull machinery installation was now complete. She is launched to much fanfare by King Victor Emmanuel III on the 17th of September 1920. But it's at that point the Regia Marina unsure what to do with its hull. Her 3 sisters were declared to be surplus due to financial constraints. However, the French Marine National ordering that the dreadnought Bern was to be converted to carrier, the Regia Marina believed it too needed to counter that move with an aircraft carrier of its own. The vessel was moved to fitting out, where the internal barbettes structured for the main battery were removed, and the magazines and the main armament retasked to hold the tanks for aviation fuel and ordnance. So whilst the yard dismantled the internals and plans were drawn up for the conversion, there were still discussions on the form the hull should take to allow for takeoff and landing. They looked at the British experimental design. They observed an obvious flaw in HMS Furious, having a traditional ship superstructure in the middle between the 2 decks. Does not seen as in any way efficient. So the design team sketched a new design with no superstructure at all. Just a single large flat deck to fit on the available hull. This being 188 metres long and 28 metres wide. Whilst this would be challenging for operating a vessel at sea, it was perceived to be more like a land-based airfield without any buildings, which an aircraft could crash into if there was pilot error during the deck landing operations. I have to say, it carries on very well. There is a nice story, there is a nice phraseology, there's nice interaction with people involved and characters and historical personalities. But there's also facts interwoven the whole way through. Steve did a really good job, and it was really fun to mark and go through. And as said, later on I'm going to do a video where first I explain the mark scheme, and then I explain the marks people got. And yeah, that was a really cool one to get, I have to admit. And it's the second to last one of this evening we'll be talking about. The last one, once I get it up and actually get it to work, get it in position. I'll find it. There we go. Is Leslie's. Now, Leslie does a huge amount of stuff for this channel, and it's always usually around helping out, but it's busy this weekend, actually, and that's both unusual, but rather fun, because even in his absence, we are able to talk about him and able to feature him. Even in his absence, we are able to feature him. Much, I'm sure, to his happiness. Much, I'm sure, to his happiness. So, with that being said, getting it up. There, that's it. That's the right one. It's opening now. Why did my computer have decided to go play weirdies? Yeah, I had to say. Now, the other interesting thing was there was 2 things I noticed about Leslie's email. One, it wanted a notification when I read it, which it still does because every time I press ignore it, because I'm cruel like that. I do know that keeps people in suspense when they ask for notifications when you read them if you press ignore. The fact that the system seems to flag it up every single time was not something I was expecting, though. Anyway, the thing is, Leslie has written this like it's a full intelligence report. And it's all about the IJN Amagi, which was an Imperial Japanese battlecruiser constructed in secret and completed and hid in the Sea of Japan for many years. And it's a really well done. It reads like a real intelligence report. It reads like, if anyone's read in archives actual sort of profiles on things from 1920s, 30s, how they structure it, Leslie has done an absolutely fantastic job of following the methodology and developing it. And it was a really interesting way to, I think, overcome some of his own worries about writing in, doing something which was both a bit of piece of alternate history writing and factual writing, because it allowed him to weave the two together in a very interesting way, which made you follow it and gave it a narrative without forcing it into his style of writing. And it's really well done. For example, there was a little different fonts and things like handwritten notes. These folks note founder with above letters unknown author. Plans are advancing well. The idea to cover Amagi seemed to be a good one. I will ensure our friends gather the relevant materials. The relevant materials for the Amagi superstructure have been provided or promised by our followers. And there's working in of Americans, of various other officers at the London Naval Conference, various other people going on, various people in Washington. It's really well done, and it was really thought through. And I also think that Leslie must have had an absolutely massive wall spreadsheet at some point with different names and all sort of wires. I could imagine it being full, crime scene investigation, little lines drawn between different people at some point, because it is so interwoven. It was really well done. And
what's the meme of the conspiracy board?
I can't remember what the conspiracy board is called. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. That he must have had something like that, because he's got letters and he's got different
I want to say it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but it might not be. But yeah, it's
Always Sunny. It's Always Sunny, and Philadelphia is the origin of that meme.
Yeah, I think in nicest way that it is an absolutely fantastic piece. Now, there are 3 more which are being saved for the video when I talk about it, and when I do it as a sort of I do a proper video going through the mark scheme, etc. But it was, that Leslie's one was a really, really cool one, and I have to say, of the markers who looked at them, I don't think I'm going to be giving too much away when I say Leslie's came out pretty much everyone's favourite, because it was just so unexpected in how it was put together. They were looking for something. Remember, the first place we're looking for is something which balances both the narrative and the factual and has both interwoven. And we weren't expecting the way it was to be done, but the way it was done was just so unexpected. It was just, oh, this is really, really cool. And I have a feeling there are certain people who might be getting in contact with Leslie at some point going, can you write sections for books, please? But no, it was really, really good. Anyway, back to all the questions. Bowman boy.
I kind of felt the same.
Dr. Clarke. I may have just secured Phoenix once he's done eating. So.
Yay.
If you are interested,
I never mind having extras. The one thing I do enjoy is having these chats, and at the moment it's quite nice to have a group here, because if you haven't all noticed, my voice is starting to go just a tad after having talked for nearly 36 hours constantly.
Just a little bit.
So I'm actually I'm sitting here drinking Iron Brew and enjoying sausages and answering questions, and I can give the quick answer knowing that there is lovely people in the chat in this group who will happily give the long form answers after I've given the quick answers.
And
brilliant.
Another fun thing about Phoenix is he's very knowledgeable on the Mediterranean, both World War II and Cold War. So,
see,
currently my main problem is I have a poodle who's currently would like to be very knowledgeable about the sausages in my hand. I do.
We can see the poodle tracking the sausage.
Leslie, because I can see you're lurking in this chat here. If we ever have an opportunity like this again, you've actually given me a idea of how I could formulate mine based on some of the reports I've had to write for work.
Yeah, and frankly,
and beat coworkers over the head with.
The Shipshape crew which read it were just going, "This is cool," and what I didn't tell you is half of them were half of us were doing the reading while we're in Scandinavia. So you're literally reading and chatting on the trains and going, "Yeah, this is cool." Handing this back and going, panning it around like those. And, yeah, that was the one we also go. I looked at it and thought, this is going to be incredibly factual. And then when I went through it, went, oh no, this has got great narrative in it. And it's using the device of the report to help the narrative flow through. And it was perfect. Yes, Scott Bate, there is small Amy. Yeah, she's...
The author, you always spot the errors in your own work.
Yes, you always spot the errors in your own work, Leslie, don't worry. We all do, but it was very, very good. The Tribune is tracking the sausage like the AIM-9 tracking the jet heat. No?
Yes.
In nice way, if the AIM-9 tracked as well as the poodle that tracks the sausage...
Victor 1.
Although, the poodle isn't calculating lead, so...
Yeah, the poodle has become an air defense destroyer. It's tracking multiple targets.
I'm allowed to eat the sausage without you trying to nickel...
let you know...
I've got to say, when I wrote mine, okay, there was an awful lot of me doing research on aircraft that the Italians could make, and it drove me bonkers. It really did.
Just to let you know,
hang on, Paul's trying to get a word in edgewise.
Bone Mill Boy was putting in this question numerous times in a similar way to the way Drac asks people to put stuff in when questions are being asked. So it's going to come up about 4 or 5 times before I noticed what was going on and said, okay, it's been pinned and will be brought up later, so
you don't need
we can just skip.
You don't need to worry about it with our channel. Thanks to Runon's wonderful work, you don't need to worry about it. You to put it in once, you've done it in, it's in. It won't be lost. Unless the bot decides to malfunction.
That the bot is not yet wonderful because it doesn't do everything it's supposed to. But yeah, just as a general reminder, you should. Although if you follow up one right after the other, the second one may not receive this. You should be receiving a reply both on Twitch or on YouTube, depending upon what platform you're transmitting on, from the channel saying, yes, we've received your question. If you get that, we've received it. It's stowed in at least 2 locations. So even if we do have the dreaded Q delete bug showing up, which I think I've licked, it will be preserved.
Yeah, we are. I'm not saying we're paranoid. It's just we are paranoid. So
if you look very carefully, it will show you. It gives you a timestamp on there of the time you submitted it and the time that the question is effectively being answered, which is the release stamp. So you can see what's happening.
Okay, what are the bottlenecks for the production of modern nuclear aircraft carriers? It's
dry docks.
Dry docks, yards.
Yard space, all of the other bottlenecks that you can run into with any kind of nuclear vessel production, such as welders, technicians, other personnel, materials can be a bottleneck. With the nations that are actually building nuclear carriers, it isn't so much materials, but it will be things like fitting out spaces and the technologies that are going to be fitted. They may have production runtime issues, which will lead to a bottleneck in production.
The U.S. has exactly the U.S. has exactly one. It is located down the river from me.
Yeah. So for the precisely two nations that build nuclear carriers right now. The biggest single bottleneck is the dry docks you build them in, because these are ships you do not build on slips. You build them in a dry dock. You don't build them on a synchrolift or anything like that. They go in a dry dock because they are big. And
those dry docks and the cranes which support those dry docks are all nuclear certified.
Yes. The French, Dr. Clarke loves to go into some of the drama of Charles de Gaulle's build. That is a perfect example of why dry docks matter. There's a limited amount of dry docks that you can build these ships in.
One dry dock, so they go to the second biggest dry dock to build the Charles de Gaulle, and have to get that dock certified for nuclear and all the other things, because they're pissed off with the owners of the largest dry dock. Now the French government own the largest dry dock. Guess when a new carrier is being built?
In the largest dry dock, because the most efficient carrier, or the best carrier you can build, is the largest carrier that you can effectively operate.
Mm-hmm.
It's just how it works. That's the century plus of design history of aircraft carriers.
Mm-hmm.
Is it an oversimplified statement? Yes. Does it work? Yes. This is what a lot of the smaller carrier advocates sort of run into as a brick wall to the face a lot of times. Now, you can argue back and forth what is the largest practical carrier a nation can operate, but the real thing comes down to what are your dry docks? Like we were talking I don't remember if it was last night or when I got on earlier again. Your dry docks matter because they're where you build these things, they're where you maintain these things. They don't have to be the same dry docks, but you need dry docks to be able to maintain these ships. You have to, because they're high-speed vessels, you have to pull them in every so often to a dry dock at minimum to clean the hulls. At absolute minimum. In reality, there's a lot more work. And you cannot get around that. So if you do not have the dry docks to operate a vessel of a given size, you probably shouldn't be building that unless you're willing to spend the money to upgrade all of your carrier certified dry docks. This is actually why the Ford class isn't bigger. Naval wanted a bigger carrier. The Navy came back with, we can't maintain that, and we're not going to be able to get the money to upgrade the infrastructure to maintain that. So here is a ship that we think we can upgrade the infrastructure for. And that's how you get the Ford class in their current size and not something substantially bigger. Naval was pushing for a 6 catapult, 2 separate cross-deck design.
Hearing that caused the poodle to look at me as if they was insane.
Cyclic, are you
scary.
telling me that our fearless and brave leaders in Washington only want to pay for the flashy elements and not the sinews and backbone to support it?
Okay, to be fair, when you jump from 100 to about probably 160,000 tons, you're not really extending dry docks in length or in width. You're building whole new ones, and that gets insanely expensive. Particularly when you look where the nuclear yards are.
Yeah,
the nuclear maintenance yards.
Especially when you look at the buildup that has surrounded Huntington Ingalls, otherwise known as Newport News Shipbuilding.
Not just that, but the big limiter wasn't them, actually, because they have the room to redo their dry docks like that. You know what doesn't? Norfolk Naval. Down on the Elizabeth River.
Nope.
you'd have the room up in Bremerton to do it, largely by extending outward. Though that runs you at the geologist in me is screaming at the idea of reclaiming land and using it for expensive, limited number infrastructure. In that area, Tectonics would like to run you on a shake table. And reclaimed land is notoriously waterlogged and thus very vulnerable to shaking. But
that's what pilings are for, right?
They won't help.
Sorry.
It only takes you so far.
Oh, there's fleet.
Okay, so now let's basically this is just a nightmare wrapped up in a daymare. NK33 had another question. That's a question which is interesting. Japanese sent everything to the ground fleet. The US enters World War I early enough that their battle squadron is at Jutland. Does this change the interwar relations? I think that the idea is if they're fighting alongside each other in the ground fleet and fighting alongside each other at Battle of Jutland, does it change relations between the navies? The only thing I see it could do is it could give them all the same complex of the night fighting and the Germans getting away. You could have, instead of it being a complex which the Royal Navy bears alone, all three major navies in interwar years could be obsessed with night fighting because the Germans got away! They got away at nights! And I'm not sure if the world can deal with it.
I don't think it's going to improve the US-Japan situation.
No, it's not going to improve it. But the nicest way, if both the US and Japan are obsessed with night fighting as the Royal Navy, what the frigate happens in World War II?
Oh my god!
Well, you still get your confusing pell-mell night fights. It's just
but are
they're probably not as one-sided in the opening stages of Guadalcanal. The individual battles might be one-sided, but you probably don't have the first half of the Guadalcanal campaign at night being as one-sided as a whole thing. It probably flips back and forth more decisively.
Someone's put forward in the chat that they all get so obsessed with night fighting that all the battles happen at night.
I don't think so because of carrier stuff. Like, even if you can strike at night, there is something to be said about it being easier to do massed coordinated strikes during the day because all the pilots can see each other.
Yes.
But there would be probably a lot more small-scale night actions and stuff like that, which, I mean, hey, you might see the U.S. use their destroyers more frequently early on. Because that's another lesson of the Jutland night fight is, hey, maybe use your light forces more effectively.
Yeah.
At night, but because they're the ships that can react.
Yeah, and if you get shot at, report it up the chain. The Admiral needs to know.
I think the biggest thing that might stem from that is a better working relationship between the U.S. and the Royal Navy. Maybe King doesn't have that one interaction with Beatty that really rubs him the wrong way.
Yeah.
Well, no, he'd have served
his perception of Royal Navy officers.
He'd probably be of a view of Beatty's post-war write-up about Jellicoe, though. He probably like some of the Royal Navy, but develop a passionate hatred for Beatty, which surpasses even mine and Drax.
Yeah, whereas in
well, okay, it is King, so yes, it is possible. Sorry.
In the, as things happened, it was Beatty who set his expectations for Royal Navy officers and Beatty's staff, and not particularly in an table exercise where Beatty basically pulled a temper tantrum, if I'm remembering correctly, and said, "But that's not the result I want to happen." Which
wasn't that actually a fleet?
It was a fleet
exercise,
and his deputy commander managed to get round him in a fog.
Yeah,
and of course that was Sturdy. Sturdy just casually pulled a fast one on Beatty for obvious reason.
And with the kind of person that King is, that then, he's going to look at, if that sets his expectation for Royal Navy officers, he's then going to write them off as a bunch of 3-year-olds, which, while that's not a correct thing to do, does explain some of the way he treats the Royal Navy when he is Chief of Naval Operations. So if his experience is working with, say, Jellicoe, when Jellicoe's in that sort of position, I think he's going to have a wildly different opinion. So you could see that as an impact. My main thing would be, does the U.S. still only send the coal-powered ships over, or if the U.S. joins earlier, or do they send some of the oil-fired ships?
I think if they join early, you got to
because while the U.S. does have its shooting problems, I presume they'd be up at Scapa Flow, so they'd be able to actually have proper gunnery practice.
And they'd have Jellicoe in charge of them, which means they would have proper gunnery practice because he's a gunnery. He's an obsessive officer.
And those 14 inchers on the oil-fired standards they're powerful. I mean, even the 14 inchers on the New Yorks, but that would be a really useful force. Kind of slow, but a very useful anvil. And they're pretty well armored, particularly the standards for this period. They're a serious threat.
To be honest, you could slot them in with around with the 21 knots, the older 12-inch British battleships, and they would be perfectly happy with speed and operations of each other. And the British battleships would.
And they would really boost them up and boost the formation up in combat capability.
And it'd be a case of the Germans might think, we're falling against the 12 inches. What the friggin' on? Oh, sugar! 14-inch guns. Oh, okay, yeah, we cease to exist now.
What happened to that battleship behind me? Well, 14-inch set high. And these aren't weak 14-inchers either. They're pretty decent guns for velocity. They hurt.
Yeah. There appears to be something wrong with our ships, mein Kapitän.
Yeah.
Never let it be said
that German battleship just explodes.
Let it never be said that USS Texas is not very effective at converting targets from point sources into probability clouds.
I mean, 12 14-inch guns per ship, whether it's New York and Texas, which do have dispersion problems because of their design, different temperature powder, thanks to where the powder is stored. But you start getting to the standards where they hurt.
I think Foxer was honestly starting to disbelieve me earlier when I was talking about a temperature effect on powder storage. But yeah,
it matters.
It's disturbing.
There was a reason I was having a stroke over that one Italian battleship and warships.
I love the beer can.
Bruno and Alex had to try and design one of those where you had the bridge and the secondary bridge, the secondary superstructure on the outside and the guns on the inside. It wasn't fun, was it?
I did it.
I know you did it, but it wasn't great.
I'm never letting Fleet anywhere near my suggestions for my ship design ever. After that experience.
That's not fair.
No, it is fair.
It is.
Fleet, buddy, chum, pal, friendo. You like the host. There's obviously something wrong with your design.
If UAD ever gets a multiplayer campaign, I'll show you all.
And then that's cute.
and then we shall see who laughs
Oh
last.
dear.
Whoever's not in
You
host.
said that last night, Defoe. You said that
Yes,
last night.
well,
Fu, there
yeah,
is
but
a
that was-
there is a full multiplayer battle version of UAD.
yes, but it's about as useful as a wet fish.
It's not a dynamic
And that's
campaign
being
system,
polite.
though, which
No,
is
it's
what
not the
it
campaign.
is.
It's just a single engagement.
And to be blunt, they based it on an old version of the game.
There he is.
Now,
Yeah, I
let's-
agree with you on that part as well.
Now I have a question from
It's
Leslie.
broken.
Right, we have a question from Leslie Mitchell. Was the gun ammunition procedures of HMS Queen Mary the only reason for it blowing up?
Basically, yes. Because the reason I can say that with some confidence is look at HMS Tiger. HMS Tiger takes a lot of the same hits that the other battle cruisers do in similar places. Yet because she's handling her ammunition the correct way, and has her watertight doors and bulkheads not compromised, in order to enable the free flow of the ammunition, she doesn't explode.
Because her captain has a similar level of paranoia as I do, and basically looked at the instructions that came through and went, well, that's stupid.
No.
And when someone said to him, but sir, they're the orders from the Admiral. Well, seeing as they are stupid orders, I elect to ignore them. Good day. That's the trouble when your captains are gunnery specialists. They actually know what they're talking about, and they look at it and go, no way am I doing that. Whose bright idea was this one? If war breaks out between NATO and Russia, where do you think that amphibious landings by NATO would take place, considering the interesting state of the Russian Navy? They've got Poland.
I'll answer that in a second.
There are no real places for NATO to conduct an amphibious landing against the Russian Federation. Let's look at potentials. The Baltic. They already have numerous fronts in the Baltic that will need troops committed to them. We have the Finnish border, we have the various borders of the Baltic states, we have the Polish border.
You might need to do an amphibious landing to reinforce them. You might not find a port, so you might have to go over a beach to reinforce them, because someone might have blown any port facilities to Kingdom Come. If they have anything left to blow.
Or mined the shit out of them, yeah. But an administrative landing, I don't think is what was mentioned.
Oh
no.
Broadly speaking, the only areas I can see it's not going to be NATO. It's in the Pacific.
Yeah, Japan is going to want Sakhalin and the Kurils back.
Yeah.
It not even regarding that. It's once the Russian army is sufficiently committed. There are a lot of targets that you can use for sort of battalion size, maybe brigade sized amphibious raids that last a week or two along the Russian Pacific coast that are very useful.
If I stand up and stretch
and that the Russians will not be able to meaningfully defend against.
If I stand up
but
and stretch
the other
lines,
thing
I will
I need
not
to
have sausages left because of the poodle. Sorry. Someone's in the chat telling me they need to stretch, and they're doing stretch. I will lose my sausages if I stand up and stretch. I'm not doing that. Sorry.
The other thing here I need to caution on is do not take their performance in the Black Sea as law for their performance elsewhere. The Russian Black Sea fleet was not appropriately reinforced for a shore-based anti-ship missile environment.
I would also
because of stupid political assumptions.
I would also argue the Black Sea Fleet has been for a long time the political favourite navy, where the political favourites get sent, not necessarily where the competent sailors are.
It's the cushy, underfunded area, if that makes sense. And the reason it's cushy is you have all the lovely dashas.
Mm-hmm.
You have all it's the resort area of Russia. However, it has been an area that they have just assumed is theirs to. They assume that they already have sea control, which is a really dumb assumption. Now that Romania, Bulgaria are part of NATO, Turkey's part of NATO, Greece is part of NATO, right? It's a really bad assumption. Now that Romania, Bulgaria are part of NATO, Turkey's part of NATO, Greece is part of NATO, right? It's a really bad assumption. Right? It's a really bad assumption. Now that Romania, Bulgaria are part of NATO, Turkey's part of NATO, Greece is part of NATO, right? It's a really bad assumption. Now that But Russia and bad strategic political assumptions kind of go hand in hand pre-wars. It's one of the things that makes them, even during wars.
Yeah,
but
I was going to say, pre-wars is stops it rather soon.
It's one of the things that makes them dangerous. But going back to picking apart the Black Sea Fleet's performance, they have shown that they can pretty competently launch missiles and strikes. Okay? And that matters for their performance elsewhere. If they can launch anti-ship calibers, like they can launch land attack calibers, except now they have dramatically better striking platforms for it, you've got a problem. And as outdated as munitions like granite and basalt are, you know, Slava, or the ex-Slava was the Moskva, isn't the same state of ship that the Slavas in the Pacific and Northern Fleet are in. The one in the Northern Fleet has actually been quite substantially upgraded. Mm-hmm. The Pacific Fleet has gotten a middle, I can't remember their names off the top of my head right now, but has gotten a middling set of upgrade. A lot of the parts and stuff got pulled from Moskva to go to those ships, and the ship was never upgraded. It was never...
Marshall Ustinov is the Northern Fleet, and...
Variag, I think.
Variag? Yeah, Variag is Pacific Fleet.
Okay. Those ships are in dramatically better condition. One of them has been quite extensively upgraded. And that's the Northern Fleet one.
But
those,
saying that,
as outdated as those missiles are, they're still a huge threat to a lot of NATO navies. Not necessarily when you rock up in force, and there is something to be said about what a single U.S. carrier group can do. Heaven forbid it's reinforced, because the bomber threat is nowhere near what it once was. But don't extend what we've seen in the Russo-Ukrainian war to the rest of the Russian fleet, because the war started with the assumption that the Ukrainians wouldn't resist, and that if they did, the war would be 3 days. That was the whole thing the war was predicated on.
Yeah.
That it would be Crimea 2.0, all of Ukraine wide. I don't know how many people that are watching remember 2014 and Crimea, clearly, but that was over in 12 hours, practically.
It was a fait accompli.
They were somehow expecting that, but for all of Ukraine.
Without realizing there's a small difference between Crimea and the rest of Ukraine.
Or that Ukraine had moved on since 2014 and the 8 years it had been, right?
Mm.
But they did not effectively reinforce the Black Sea Fleet with the air warfare assets it would need, with the strike assets it would really need. And that has played into a lot of the problems they have had at sea. I think some of them are really overplayed, because quite frankly, the Black Sea Fleet can still be a major threat to Ukraine just sitting at dock. And the Russians have other reasons why they haven't wanted to try to do a distant total blockade, distant for the Black Sea, total blockade of Ukraine. There are some geostrategic reasons why they're not doing that. And just like when they were trying to do a close blockade of Ukraine, why they were still letting the grain cargoes through. There are geostrategic reasons for that, and they're probably more important than the Ukrainian drones and missiles and stuff like that. But the Russian Black Sea Fleet does not have the capabilities to operate in close to shore anymore, particularly after the large-scale transfer of Harpoon shore-launched anti-ship missiles. That was the big thing that got them to pull back.
Okay. So that and set all being said, Knight Secretary ones. If the Argentine Navy and the Falklands do not have the French-built corvettes, the British-built guided missile destroyer, and the light fleet carriers, how much do that swing in Iran's favour? That's
I mean, it's
they
not
don't
so
launch
much...
the invasion.
They don't launch the invasion. That's just not happening. Okay, that's just not happening. That circumstance. It's just Stuff Johnson, how beneficial would it be if the Third Admiral was able to get another 4 Queen Elizabeths built for each of the Dominions? If the Third Sea Lord, the Royal Canadian Navy, South Africa, India, and Royal Australian Navy, and would the RCM be split 2 per coastal or constrained on 1? That's a lot of Queen Elizabeth class. And yes, it'd be great to have them, but that's basically your entire Navy's going to be those Queen Elizabeth class, and it's going to be difficult to see how you're going to get any treaty benefits in the Washington Naval Treaty, or how America's not going to be very scared if they're suddenly facing a world which has 25 Queen Elizabeths and
that's a
5
number of
R's in it. In a nice way, if the Americans are facing a world where there's 30 15-inch gun battleships plus Renown, Repulse, and Hood at the end of World War One,
they're not agreeing to a naval treaty.
There's no treaty going through. No. So yeah, that beneficial.
And if there is, there's absolutely zero building holiday.
Yeah, the U.S. has to at that point completely replace all of the standards with at minimum a 24-knot line.
Mm-hmm.
They have no choice.
Yeah, but is the Harding administration going to pay for it?
No.
They may not have the choice.
It's not the administration's call, it's the House of Representatives' call.
The public's choice.
Yeah. And they won't really have the choice. They may not want to, but between the politics and the very clear or the seemingly very clear strategic in the public's mind, and this is what's going to matter. The situation, and the public does not often, as people on this stream have probably heard me say a few times with regard to the Chinese buildup, the public often doesn't understand the strategic situation, because generally the sources they're reading don't. And the strategic situation in this time period is that the U.S. and British Empire are not going to war. There's no reason to.
Mm-hmm.
There were reasons for the British Empire and the German Empire to go to war separate from the naval buildup. It's why the Brits responded the way they did, and the Germans responded the way they did.
It's why the Brits, Americans, Italians, Japanese were involved in quite a nice, friendly, almost, please, I know I said, tech race. They were in the qualitative race,
yes,
which the Germans never took part in. This is what people don't realize. I always go, why are the British jumping up? Why are the British just not using the infrastructure to surge out the same level of battleships? Because they could. It's because the Americans, the Italians, the Japanese, they're all jumping up, and the British jumping up with them in turn. And the Germans are lagging behind the British in it. Because the Germans don't want to jump up the tech race. Why? Because it makes the battleships more expensive, and they can't afford them. And in a nice way, that's what eventually gets them out of the race altogether. Because the here goes, you know what? You guys are costing a rather lot of money. It's starting to affect our artillery supplies, so you're not getting any more money. That's literally what pretty much what happens to the Kaiserling.
Yeah. But the point that I made is that if the stated intent of the Harding administration with the Washington Naval Treaty was obvious, not to spend any money at all. So if the public aren't as informed, because as was stated there's no public backing for that spending to happen.
That wasn't what I said.
No.
Okay. Have I misunderstood what you were trying to say?
If I clarify what Sickler was
saying...
So
what I was trying to say was that it's going to be viewed as another naval race. And so clearly the British are a strategic threat is going to be the public's view of that. And the Navy is just going to sit there and go, well, it's getting us more modern ships. And which they need and had been advocating for, they just weren't getting the money for. And what the Navy's thinking about in this time period is not the British. They're thinking about the Japanese.
Yeah.
That's the real strategic issue. The public is thinking the British Empire.
Right. Okay. So your thought is the public are thinking the British Empire, while the Navy and the forces are thinking of Japan. Yeah, that made slightly more sense in your statement.
And there's going to be a small change in the Royal Navy as well, because the Royal Navy is going to go, well, the only way we can keep sufficient force to be the dominant naval fleet in the own Dominion is if we keep the 13.5-inch gunships around, and no, we need to replace those. Because we can't have it so that the fact that the Dominions cumulatively have more firepower than we do.
And then the RN's going to have to also then face the situation that the U.S. is now standardizing on a 16-inch armed battle line.
Yeah.
16-inch 50 at that too. And that's at 12 guns still.
But the Royal Navy is going to cause you trouble with that because of how your politicians are going to react to what the Royal Navy are going to do. Because the Royal Navy.
Oh yeah, I know. What I'm saying is it's a back and forth thing, right?
Yeah.
It's a back and forth thing.
Because the Royal Navy's two options above 16-inch, 16.5-inch, which looks like they've just basically limped over the line.
Well, look at the N3 and G3s, right?
Yeah, that's literally it.
Yeah. Well, N3 turns up and goes, "Here's Johnny," and
Meanwhile, the poor Japanese are over there going, "What do we do?"
Build Yamato.
Nice way. The more
not going to do anything when you have more
N3s around. Is going to be the French who are going to be going, "We don't want to spend any money. Look at what the Italians are building. Look at what the Brits are building. Look what the Americans are building. It's national pride. Vive la France. Build." To
be honest, I think the French and Italians are going to be left in their own corner to have their own race, kind of like they were anyways.
Well, the trouble is the British always have to respond to it because the Italians are in the Mediterranean, and so are the French, and that's the key artery for the British, which is why they tie into the. Race.
From the British perspective, I'm more talking about the Italian, the French are considering, right?
Then the British react to the French and the Italians, and then the Americans have to react to the British reacting to the French and the Italians, and the Japanese react to the Americans, and then the British react to the French and Italians carry on their reaction, and it just keeps a virtuous circle. It's just
and somehow, somewhere, we get a 27-knot Tillman as a joke.
At some point, someone is going to dust off Tillman.
We built it because we could. Should we have? Probably not, but we built it because we could.
And a large proliferation of 9.2-inch Tiger clones, as Dr. Clarke put in a recent video.
Oh, we were talking about that last night, so...
Okay, Seneca, what is the naval equivalent of
Let's not rehash that.
What is the naval equivalent to meowing on guard?
Also, hello, Phoenix. I think I saw you join.
Hi, Phoenix. Seneca, what is the naval equivalent to meowing on guard? Where airline pilots meow on some seldom-used radio frequency, usually reserved for emergencies. Navies would never do such a thing. I'm sure my panel would all agree with me. Navies would never be caught doing such a reckless thing as meowing on emergency radio frequencies.
Never get a petty officer drunk and bet they won't do something.
I was going to suggest that no one should listen out for sea shanties on emergency radio frequencies every Thursday night, but we'll leave that to one side. Steve Clarke, projects for UVs moving like animals, are there comments you can make? No. Jonathan Moon, made a model of the super battlecruiser. Most stats hidden as the guns are 12-inch, not 14-inch, so it should be scaled up a little. Picture via Paul Amos.
Image somewhere.
Paul? Runon, do you have images?
I got that. Yep. Forwarded.
Thank you. Let's have a look at this. Open in browser.
I'm moderately useful for once in my life.
What?
55,000 tons of... Why?
What is the post office doing Sunday? Post office doesn't deliver on Sundays. That's their whole thing.
Well, I suppose you've got a lot of 12-inch guns. You have got a lot of 12-inch guns. And I can't disagree with having a lot of 12-inch guns. It's always fun to have a lot of 12-inch guns. But I can also ask the question...
That's 18 by 12, by the way.
What in the name of the McMuffin am I looking at?
But you know what, Hosh? Sorry. You know what, Fleet? You know what, Fleet? It looks better than Hosh.
It does not.
Will you stop using that particularly low bar?
That's not a high bar. Let's not do that.
That's a particularly low bar. That's terrible.
That was a very low blow. You should apologize.
I don't like the superstructure. First things first. I'm not a fan of that layout of superstructure. Particularly for the conning tower, the flight bridge, and the flag bridge. Not a fan. Placement of the main turrets, not a fan either. I don't like wing turrets on ships that much unless they're secondary batteries.
Ditto.
What were the dimensions of this again?
Well, it's 55,000 tons. Well, 50,677 tons.
Yeah, I do tend to leave. When I do put those things out, if you hit plan, just for people, if you hit plan, then it will actually put out the dimensions of the ship and stuff, and you'll get a little pop-out box, which would help us.
Yes. Do we know what speed it's going to be? Not really. It's probably going to be quite slow, judging by the two funnels and the fact
it's a battle cruiser.
It's got an excessive amount of engine efficiency left.
Yes.
So I don't think it's going to be slow.
No, actually, yeah. No, I retract that. It's probably quite zippy. How long is it? That's a good question, Brain. How long is this thing meant to be?
Well, in UAD terms, that's the second biggest of the dry docks. The biggest one you can just see in the distance, and then the really big one is just like an open bay, where they put the Super Dreadnought thing.
I'm just thinking because depending on how long this thing is, its maneuverability is going to be somewhat lacking.
Yeah, it's got an impressive length to beam ratio. I've got to say, when I build it, that is, I'm afraid, my standard length to beam ratio.
So,
because I like fast.
Real.
Should I change your name to Fisher?
Okay.
I
think that it's an interesting design. I personally would not recommend it, but if it's interesting and works for you, then it's not a bad design. That's always the policy. If UAD designs, if it's interesting and works for you, it's not a bad design. I personally wouldn't use it because of those wing turrets. We'll leave that on one side. I hate wing turrets. Radar 4547. In an alternate timeline, Ukraine has expanded and gone worldwide, but non-nuclear. In the midst of this, the entire US or Royal Commonwealth Navy from 1944 pops into existence with floating, but not land-based logistics assets. Does this become a useful asset or just a missile sponge rusting waste cluttering ports in a year? The latter.
I mean, there's nothing for it to really do because Ukraine's gone worldwide. There is just Ukraine. There is nothing but Ukraine.
No, Fleet, that's not.
We're not getting into
That's
the
Ukraine War. Ukraine War.
Chandlord, how much of a frigate?
It is the latter.
Let's just move on. Sometimes with Fleet's jokes, we just ignore them and carry on. It's just the easiest way to lower our stress. Chandlord, how much of a frigate show would Japan have turned out if Admiral Togo was elected and made Prime Minister after World War I? Honestly, if he's Prime Minister after World War I and in charge of things, Togo Hayachiro is actually probably one of the more sane leaders, and one of the few who's actually internationally respected.
He's actually quite liberal as far as Japan is concerned.
Yes, he's quite a liberal, and he's actually respected enough in America. He's treated with respect by quite a lot of the Americans, and he's treated with a lot of respect by the British.
Not to mention the UK, considering the Nelsonian legend behind...
yeah, they have a lot of affection for him. So, in nicest way, if anyone could potentially change the long-term course of Japan with his prime ministership after World War I, it is Togo Hayachiro. It's a long shot, but I think the panel would all agree he's the only one who has any kind of shot at it. Because
he has the best chance of doing it regardless.
He is, let's be honest, he's hardline enough in Japan, in that he's respected enough in Japan, that none of the people who are more hardline than him can really go, you know what, Togo's weak on the foreigners. You talking about the guy who won Tsushima? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Bye-bye.
Good luck getting that one live.
Yeah, it's just... The thing is, it's like the scenario that when we're talking about peace talks between peoples. If we can find the two biggest, meanest, hardlinest victories of battles, the ones who both sides look to as their great war leaders, and get them to talk peace, they often have more chance of bringing about peace than any other group, because if they agree to something, no one will think they are stabbing their country in the back because of what they've done and sacrificed. That's actually a methodology for bringing peace and conciliation to war zones. And it works. It's been used time and time again because it works. And it's the same with Togo Hayachiro. He's the only one who could deliver that because he's the only one who's unique enough to be able to deliver that kind of scenario. If that makes sense.
Makes
in
sense.
that time. Right then. Bowman Boyle, do you consider HMS being comparable a battlecruiser 2 words, or the result of Fisher making extensive use of opium? It's a battlecruiser 2 words, unfortunately, because that's all Fisher could build, but it does require lots of opium to justify it. Lions, with super chats, are you allowing them to be rounded up to the nearest pound, as I was not able to be exact, so 50, which I would have gotten me to next year's reward? In a nice way, I think if I remember correctly, you're £49.99. I don't think I'm that cruel. If it was something like, if it was £40 and it was supposed to be 50, then there's a different margin. But if it's £49.99 and I go, you know what, that's not 50, I'm going to be cruel on that. That's me being a bit of an arse, excuse the French, so I'm not going to do that. My cousins would kill me, and they're watching me. So Alexander Peradloco, hi Alex, new here, love your videos. In your videos on the Nimitz class and USA nuclear cruisers, you discuss strategic mobility and how a part of it seems that has now been lost. I'm looking for the second part of your question, Alexander.
I don't think he's typed it out just yet.
It hasn't arrived yet. Don't worry.
Well, that was sent in at
that was sent
5 local.
A few hours ago. Yeah. Okay. It may just not picked it out because he didn't include the thing properly. Maybe.
Okay.
That's a YouTube question. I'll very quickly go back and check.
Thank you. Chandler Chandel. What are your opinions on the Spanish destroyer Destructor, 1885, and should she have been preserved? She should have been preserved. She's rather cool, and she's a pretty interesting starting point. Blackman Maximus, if the IJN adopted
British... If could get one of these.
If Black Maximus, if the IJN had adopted British pilot training and night flying capabilities, while going more into carriers instead of the Yamatos, how could this have changed the war and prolonged it? The only way I think you could make the Pearl Harbor attack worse for the Americans is if you attack on Saturday night, well, Sunday morning, about 1 a.m. in the morning. That's the only way you can make it worse.
I can't.
I mean, you can hit the fuel stores as well, because we didn't have the underground ones there yet.
Yeah.
I can't go back and find the other part of that question, unfortunately, because my YouTube crashed. The web page failed to load properly, so I had to refresh it, which completely reset my chat box.
I mean, you all know my opinions on on any Japanese decision or doctrine or timeline change that cancels the Yamatos. You all know my opinions on that.
Yeah,
so I'll not retread old ground.
No, please don't. It's not.
It doesn't solve their. They ran out of pilots long before they ran out of carriers.
Well, that was the more interesting thing.
Pilots.
The training, if they had adopted British pilot training and night flying capabilities, that if they've dropped it the British,
then they'd actually have a pilot training program. Yes.
Yeah.
I think Alex went through this on his video on Japanese carrier doctrine.
Yeah.
Because he says about the rejection rate for pilots.
Alexander, if you write the second part of your question into the chat, then one of us will pick it up and stick it in here so we can do it.
Yeah, he's got it. I'm looking at it right now on YouTube.
Okay. All right. So if I copy it across quickly.
Don't worry about it. I got it.
Oh, good.
All right. So, In that case, then they're probably going to be prolonging their carrier capability right up to the point the U.S. brings in the 3-inch 50 auto.
Yeah, that's not nice fun. Although that might lead to
between that and the Bearcat, that's not going well.
No.
Yeah.
And also, the Hawker Sea Fury might also come into service in time for that, Don. Alexander Bregdanko. Yes, Fu?
No, it's fine. It's fine. Carry on. I was just going to say that you're denying, by removing the Yamatos, you're denying the Japanese an ability to set up engagements for their battle line using their much more capable carrier arm and long-lasting carrier arm.
Yeah.
Which they could have feasibly done with this capability if they had the Yamatos.
Yeah.
As well. If they had the training and the Yamatos.
Two ships is not a navy.
Yeah.
No, but it does provide a good supplement to the existing battle line, which they'll need if they want to engage the United States Navy.
I mean, being more willing to use their battle line.
We're going I've done entire videos on Japanese doctrine and why they're deploying things as they are, and the things that I'm not getting into this in a few minutes. We'll spend the whole day discussing it because
let's move back to the Nimitz.
Yeah, Alexander,
the Nimitz thing,
here. Love your videos. In your videos on the Nimitz class and your USN nuclear cruisers, you discuss strategic mobility and how a part of it seems to have now been lost. If the USN needs this ability again, how do you think they design new ships? Also, do you think these ships could fulfill the diplomatic we are watching role before sending carrier? Potentially, if you won't be talking about is rebuilding a nuclear cruiser capability, which were the escorts which were defined in a lot of US doctrine, and a lot of the US naval officers I've spoken to about this over the years, as if we really need to move a carrier from one theatre to another as fast as we can, these are the escorts which can keep up with it and make sure it gets there. Because we don't want to be ambushed on way. And, with nuclear submarines and all those things, you always have to be worried about ambush, and the idea was you give it defense. Now, believe it or not, and I know Cyclic's going to hate me for mentioning this, but actually, part of the idea between the high speed of the LCS was they could take over this role at a certain point.
They don't have the range for it.
No, they don't have the range for it, but it's one of the reasons they were justified for having the high speed.
You can. Yeah, I'm about to come back in with. So
yeah,
what the LCS was supposed to allow is mobility of forces through gaps, and you could station them around particular gaps. Specifically, the big one being the Straits of Hormuz. If the U.S. needs to get a carrier into the Gulf and the Iranians are trying to play games. The surface warfare LCS was specifically designed to provide escort to other assets against Corvette-sized craft and down on the surface. It is extremely lethal to assets like that.
Yes.
It's not out there for the high seas escort. It's not out there to stick with for the whole deployment or anything like that. Now, where I would say the U.S. Navy would probably go right now is instead of a nuclear cruiser or a direct escort that's nuclear powered or something like that, what you would see is almost certainly a return to the Sacramento or supply classes of fast replenishment vessel to help the carrier keep its escorts topped off, keep the carrier topped off, because one thing gas turbines are incredibly good at is high-speed cruising.
Yeah.
You're talking a 25-knot transit capability with Burks, with Tychos, or with just gas turbine, primary gas turbine ships. And that would be the introduction of that. Pardon me, tangling my tongue up there. The wide scale introduction of gas turbine area air warfare capable vessels, in my opinion, was the death knell of the nuclear cruiser in the Navy. It no longer made sense by the 90s when you start having the VLS equipped Tychos running in and the Burks as well, because they're able to do that 25-knot transit very well. Now, yes, you got to keep them topped off, but so the carrier can help with that some. You can always rendezvous with a liquid storage ship. The U.S. Navy has enough to ensure that you're able to meet up with that, particularly in this time period. You've got the supplies. The Sacramento is still running around.
I would say...
Now we have let that fast replenishment capability sort of atrophy of late. So my guess is the immediate thing you're going to start seeing is the fast replenishers come back.
I would say on top of that, I would say, it's going to sound strange. I think I wouldn't be surprised if you do end up with a nuclear cruiser or two coming back at some point, because especially if the threat circumstances continue to be seen to grow, mainly from the point of view of, I see them as a very fast way. Whilst gas will normally work and you will normally be able to power enough things like systems such as the Zumwalt, etc., I see them as a very fast way to get a lot of electronic warfare systems, as in lasers, etc., into service and being able to supply them. Because if you're running the capacitors off a nuclear reactor, you've got basically...
You're not running them off the nuclear reactor.
No, not.
You're running them off of a steam turbine.
Yeah.
Remember, nuclear power, and this is a quote from a nuclear engineer I have that works in shipbuilding. Nuclear, and I'm not trying to beat you over the head with this, so despite my phrasing there, I'm just preferencing the quote here. Nuclear power is not power dense, it's energy dense. So you have to convert that energy to power.
Yeah.
And the other aspect of this is the U.S. Navy would need a whole new nuclear certified surface shipyard. So either Huntington Ingalls Industries or Bath Iron Works right now would need to get nuclear certified. Neither one of them are in the position to do that.
That's the interesting thing to me from the point of view of almost that's an added bonus, because if I was the US, the one thing I would want is I want a second yard nuclear certified. Because of the carrier construction program, because of the issues of dry docking and maintaining them. And I would basically go, right then, which coast do I have a nuclear yard on, which coast don't I? And the coast I don't is the yard I would go to and go, right then, so we'll help you get this program.
There's no shipbuilding yards on the West Coast right now.
Well, that's the thing, you need to get one.
In that tonnage range. And the other problem with that is the areas where, when you start breaking down and you start looking at where are the viable, probable areas where the infrastructure is, where, so you have the train lines that can come in, or at least a marshalling yard nearby. When you start looking at the highways, when you start looking at the available coastlines, the sheltered areas, the amount of eminent domain and court fights you would need to do just to, and in some cases, running into the brick wall of environmental protections in the area, it's not really viable. There are very, very limited areas on the West Coast because of the geology of that coast for you to go to, and they're areas that, in the explosive growth of the region since the end of the Second World War, but particularly the last 30, 40 years, it just doesn't exist. Your best option would be to try to figure out a way to get Bremerton back into the shipbuilding as a national yard.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to run you into a lot of problems, because NAVSEA got out of the shipbuilding business, like the direct shipbuilding business. 80s to 90s.
Same time the Royal Navy did, which I still think was one of the more stupid decisions for the Royal Navy, especially because this is sometimes heresy for me to say to people, but I sit there and go, in the UK, we literally have yards which are monopoly suppliers to the British government. And when they report massive profits, and there are, there are Conservative members of Parliament who I work with who stand up and go, this is brilliant for the industry that they have these profits, that this shows efficiency. And I sit there and go, it's not, because their only client is us. They only sell to the government. So all that profit is literally just taxes. You might as well own them. In the nicest way, if your criteria for buying a company like it was with Sheffield Steel was, we are their sole client, we depend on them for this good, we can't afford them to be owned by someone else because we depend on them for that good. Why the frigate haven't we not bought the yards back and put them as Royal Dockyards? Because in the nicest way, the only people they supply are us. The only people they supply are the British government.
They don't bid.
They don't bid
for overseas contracts.
They don't even bid for our contracts. It's kind of easy to work out. Oh, we've got one yard which produces the light frigate, so guess who's getting the Type 32 contract? And we've got one yard which builds the larger escorts, the Type 26s, the Type 83s. Guess who's getting that contract? We have another yard which deals with the carriers and anything bigger. And we have a fourth yard which deals with the supply ships. And we know which yard is going to win the competition before they even have the frigate in competition. Because that's what those yards deal with. There is absolutely no point in those being private companies. Because their only client, their only customer is the British government and the British taxpayer. There is no benefit, because even when they go, well, we can raise money on the open market, as from private banks. You go, that's great. So then you're going to have to pay interest on those loans? Yes. So you're going to have to put up the prices? Yes. Where does the money come from to pay those increased prices? Oh, it comes from the British government who are paying the bill. So the British government might as well get the loans in the first place themselves, because they're just paying the loans plus a profit margin. Sorry.
But in terms of finance, the British government have a further source, don't they, Alex? Because they can dump gilts.
What?
Right, okay. How do governments raise money? Okay.
Either by taxes or borrowing.
No. Yes, and there's this thing called gilts. And it think of it as government loan. You're basically saying, we will give you 1% per year on your gilt or similar, all right, if you give us money. Mm-hmm. So it's like a continuing debt. You never wholly pay it off, if you like, until, well, there are ways of paying it off, but it's another process that most normal organisations do not have access to.
You cannot get most normal companies cannot
That's why
get
governments
into
can
1%
do
interest.
These big capital projects that nobody
correct.
else can.
Thank you, Phoenix.
Yeah.
It's fun, but it's just... you sit there and go, why? So, Runon, I have a question for you now. That's an important one. Are you there, Runon? Runon?
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say perhaps not.
Okay, well, Runon's bought the 40...
I think the super glue
No.
It
bleeped. It bleeped.
Okay,
what?
Runon. What 40k factions did you buy in those boxes? In your boxes, what are your boxes factions from Blackburn?
Do I have to answer?
You don't have to.
Is
answer,
it going to
but
be
it'd
Cal?
Are we going to judge you for it?
Oh, you're going to judge me for it regardless of what I answer.
Is
both,
it Cal?
Slanesh, isn't it?
Hang on. No, it's not Slanesh.
Actually,
I look at Chaos and my eyes start bleeding at the thought of painting all of that metallic mixed with organic. No. So on the sprue and assembled, I've got Sisters, Marines, Votan, Custodes, and Tau.
Nice.
Yeah, reasonable.
Have you heard of colour shift paint?
No.
Right. Look up Green Stuff World and look for the colour shift paint.
Color shift paint. Yes, I have heard of that.
All right. It's a great way of doing that over metallics. You'll get exactly the effect that you'll want.
I'm still not doing chaos though. And forgive me, I was walking around setting some laundry up. So,
Black Maximus.
Not doing chaos.
Sorry.
Entirely the correct decision. The Emperor protects.
The next question is, for you and the rest of the hosts, favorite mechs from BattleTech, Mech Warrior, and Mech Assault.
Me and Paul have already responded to the person regarding this because we have no experience of Mech Warrior.
I have basic experience. My response is I reject your towering monstrosity. I'm sitting in a tank. Thank you very much. One of the various tanks you can get in the Mech Warrior setting. Because you could stand there all glorious and wonderful, but you won't see me before I put a 140mm round through your cockpit.
Happy dogs. Right then. If Resistance, Renown, and Repulse have been designed from start as battlecruisers, say as enlarged Tiger class, maybe 11-inch armor, how soon can Fisher have had them ready? Oh, if they've been ordered and designed from the get-go, they'd have been ready about the same time as the rest of the R class.
And you've also got the added bonus of you've basically got proto hoods now. You've got them as battle cruisers.
And they're going to have 4 15-inch guns. So in the nicest way, if they're Tiger class with 4 15-inch guns, 4 twin 15-inch guns, they are proto hoods.
Yeah, we got
4 twins. And sorry, brain was just food.
Yeah. I mean, you've basically got...
you've got proto hoods, but they're going to be, what, 33-knot ships with Tiger-class level armor. They are probably going to be about 35,000 tons if we consider the adjustment from Tiger to go back from Tiger to the Indefatigable and Invincibles. Yeah.
You're basically looking at a original flavor as designed Admiral class, but slightly smaller.
And honestly, that's going to change the Admiral class. Because at that point, whatever the Admiral class are going to have to be better than that. So yeah, that's just they will either be the 12, 15-inch gunships, which would give the Americans absolute nightmares. Because if Hood had 12, 15-inch guns as well as the speed she did, then I'm fairly sure the US Navy would have been crying somewhere in a fetal position.
Now imagine Denmark straight.
Yeah. Imagine what... yeah, that would be an interesting one. Although the Germans might feel they have to build Bismarck with 12, 15-inch guns to equal that, and they have got triple turrets to scale up to 15-inch guns, so...
Oh, you mean the Germans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, that's going to be fun. That'll be a fun thing. But if the Germans are building a 12, 15-inch gun Bismarck, then goodness knows what the King George V looks like. Nighty Griffin, why did the Italians build 2 Arrogat 8 Parnacape class, 2 Folger class, 4 Goethe class, 1 Triplet class, and 1 Pietro Mercure class of torpedo cruisers? Because they could, because the Aegean is a thing, and because the French are annoying.
Actually, were we talking the Italians here? Because we have Phoenix.
Well, yes, it's yes,
pretty much what Dr. Clarke said. Yeah. I would also note that in this period there was an element of there was still the debate as to whether or not big battleships were worth procuring versus smaller ships. So depending on who was actually in charge of the Navy at that period in time of the government, you would have more of an emphasis on torpedo cruisers and Junicole type ships versus larger battleships. So that was also a factor here.
But that was also a factor in my phrasing on the French are annoying, because who also created the Junicole? They're both annoying to the Italians on the level of being annoying, and they're annoying because they count the Junicole.
Dr. Clarke could agree on my hatred of that horrid doctrine and the French battleships it took from us.
And it still comes up today.
The only one who's upset about the missing hotels is you.
Large ships, they get crumped.
Wait a minute. Did the Junicole get rid of Hoche and her sisters, or half-sisters?
No, what it did is it meant that Hoche and her half-sisters had to be built, as they were the biggest ships that the French could conceivably build with the most capability in them. An entire 3 generations of French capital ship construction was lost. About 10 years worth.
An entire 25 generations of human eyesight. 25 generations of human eyesight has been ruined by their pictures ever since. Why did the French Arras-class sloops, Scarpe-class sloops, and Beauville-class sloops, and Admiral Mouchet's-class sloops get overlooked? Honestly, because why look at them in the first place? The thing is, they're sloops, they're doing sloop things. It's not the case they're overlooked, it's just they do sloop things. In a nice way, they're sloops, they do the sloop things.
It's not a glamorous job.
It's not a glamorous job, it's what you do.
Big things.
Yeah, they're basically the sloops. It's like the Royal Navy sloops in the period. They do sloop things. No one's going to really talking or writing newspapers about them, because it's rare they're in a position where they're going to do something which is newspaper worthy. Because if you're going into a situation which you think is going to be newspaper worthy, it's probably a kind of higher risk situation. You're going to send a cruiser rather than a sloop.
At least one would hope.
One would hope. Occasionally, sloops do end up in random
if you
places,
think about it, we were asked a question before about ships that aren't recognised, and sloops might be in that category.
Oh, sloops are definitely in that category, but also we just spent the last 20. We just spent when the question came in. We just spent the last few minutes talking about the flag class sloops and the flag class corvettes. I decided that frankly we talked enough about sloops. Desert Foxo, HMS Warren Black Prince, the Ironclad, slipped back in time during a Mediterranean cruise and end up in Athens in 1452. What happens? And can they start an industrial revolution? Yeah, they could start an industrial revolution. But if they're in Athens in 1452, they're having
1452. Oh dear.
That's the year before the fall of Constantinople. If Black Prince and Warrior decide to stop the fall of Constantinople, there is nothing the Ottoman Empire can do to stop them, other than cry.
Honestly, even their marine contingents could probably solo a large chunk of the Ottomans' forces simply by just taking the field in skirmish formation and just putting rounds through.
Why would you do that? You've got explosive shells. Just roll up next to them, blast away the artillery from inside the ironclad. That is all you do. You don't need to land marines. Don't need to do anything fancy. Just blast with artillery.
The Ottoman army at the time is heavily cavalry based. They're going to get overrun if they do that. You're better off standing off, as Alex said, with the ship.
One of the things that I've actually been writing on, or working on rather, is a small writing.
If you're gonna land the Marines, you land them in Constantinople to help hold the walls.
Yeah.
While you shell the Ottoman artillery.
One of the things I've been working on as a writing project is a side story based on.
You need to scroll back up for this next question and find the one with the map.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
There's a writing project I've been working on based on a mod for CK2 called New Era Old World. If anyone's familiar with the After the End mod for CK2, it is a different version of that, but taking place back in Europe rather than in America.
Cool.
And one of the things that I've been working on is what if Black Prince or Warrior, as a museum survives to this point in time, and a character steals it from Portsmouth. And
it would in theory be saleable if you could get the crew to work her, and I mean sail only, not engine.
Part of the thing about that is the reason that the character leads so many expeditions and raids into Britain is to look for historical documents in old libraries and in the possession of members of the nobility to find naval history books and historical documents that may have survived, purely to eventually get running a means of producing cannonballs and explosive powder and potentially reworking her engines and such, so that she is at the very least able to sail and potentially steam under her own power, but also be a fighting force with her guns and with surviving weapons that can be manufactured in the time period.
Runon, there's been a question added by Seneca Nero. Can I please, for the sake of this group and our eyesight and our eardrums, ask you to suppress it right until the end, somehow?
Am I turning off my bone conducting headset?
Runon will find the question and will understand why I've said it needs to be suppressed until the end.
No, I am looking at that absolute war crime of a question. And I'm really wondering if any moderator permissions have been altered on the YouTube side.
I mean, God, I can give a one sentence answer to that. You torpedo it and move on.
You don't. You don't is the simple question. Look, I like the old girl, bless her heart, but even I have to accept the limits of reality.
I'd say
because you like her in the first place.
Sometimes you don't.
In the nicest way, why are you using a perfect good torpedo on her when you could just use a pickaxe and make a hole in her bottom and let her sink?
To be blunt, Dr. Clarke, you could set up a battery of French 75s and shell her into oblivion with all the piercing shells.
No, I think I'll just
Dr. Clarke, if you use a pickaxe, then you're giving her the chance of getting one final kill.
No, you guys are all looking at this the wrong way. What you want to do is leave it because the Germans will capture it in port, and then it's going to be a burden on the Germans to try and figure out what to do with this thing.
Agreed.
Host-based landmine.
The only ship that doesn't get scuttled at Toulon.
The Führer, Mein Führer, we have captured the French battleship. What shall we do with it?
Ah, my eyes!
Modernize it, bring it into service. Meanwhile, the Kriegsmarine admirals are tearing their eyes out of their sockets.
The best part is this will serve double duty too, because it'll probably end up in a German port by the end of the war, having done very little. And then the Soviets will take it in the peace deal, and it'll be useless for the Soviets too, which is just it's double duty, right? It's both adversaries.
The German battleship the Soviets won. That's it.
I turn it into Hermann Goering's personal yacht.
I like what you're thinking, but you're not going far enough. We turn
Can her stability bear such expense?
We turn it into Hermann Goering's personal yacht, and then one day when he's on a bender, he thinks, you know what, this is a fantastic design, and this should be the basic design for all of our warships going forward.
Actually, here's a thought. Do you think Goring has enough mass where if you put him in the bilges, he would actually be sufficient ballast so the ship could take damage and not flip over? Just a thought here.
Give his ego
Remember, he is buoyant. Remember, Fat is buoyant.
Oh, right. That's a good point. Okay, so never mind. That strategy would fail.
Now we've got into the Fat Boy Fun Boy.
No, don't forget, there needs to be plenty of storage space for his heroin.
No. Right then, moving on. Next question. Why did someone want me to look up a map? Why did someone want me to look up a map?
Because it relates to Blackburn Maximus's question.
Yep.
Okay.
What if there was an island the size of Iceland at coordinates as indicated by map? How could this affect things, barring any current or Gulf Stream issues?
Britain, Spain, and various other countries will have fought to the death over control of that island. There's going to be entire history of wars and battles.
I would say the Vikings get there. I would say the Vikings get there first.
They might get there first, but that doesn't mean they're going to keep it. No one wanted Iceland. That one's in the middle of something useful like trade lanes. They're going to fight to the death for that.
Well, no, so they did like Iceland. They did like Iceland, and it was a very good halfway point between.
To be honest, that's in a position the Phoenicians could have ended up at it.
Yeah.
You could get Roman colonies on there or something like that.
Oh my goodness.
That would be interesting.
Rome falls and some quasi-Roman state survives. Oh my god.
So Blackburn Maximus has basically put what is effectively Atlantis in the middle of the Atlantic.
I was actually about to bring up Atlantis in the middle of the Atlantic.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Wait, there's a risk here that it could be populated by the High Elves. That would be terrible.
No,
well,
the donut.
No,
magic donut in the Atlantic.
No, Phoenix. That's okay. We're going to give it to the orcs. It will be called New Orsinium, and they can cry about it or die about it.
No. It would be New Orc City.
Okay, in answer to Montana 67's question, if the lines were built, what was to succeed them? The dreadnoughts. Chandlord Chandel.
That was a new set of dreadnought class.
Yeah, Chandlord Chandel, what advice would you give to people who are looking to build an alternate history where one nation changes their naval policy, Procurement Doctrine Act? Try and keep it close to the reality and keep the changes simple. Do your research, but keep it simple.
And thoroughly. Yes,
and whatever you do, set a sensible end date. Don't go on forever like a certain Red Fleet timeline, because it will take over your life. And in 20 years' time, you will still be
I was just about
it.
to say, use that as an example of what not to do.
Now,
because
just a minute.
You need the end point. You need the end. You need a sensible end point.
It's an end point. It's just
Fleet. We're all behind. We're all behind you because.
Yes, Steve, I know you're behind me. 10 miles.
Yeah,
behind.
Because nobody can stab because
you
can't be stabbed in the back unless we stand behind you.
That's okay. If you just think of the host. Just think of the pretty Hoshes.
All I'll say is this.
Go to your Hosh place.
Were we or were we not talking about the other day about how the Red Fleet timeline might have transferred into the 2020s?
Yes, but that's something we have to work out about the.
Yes, so in other words, the Red Fleet timeline is not ending as it's carrying on and on and on and on. So, yes, this is the point. This is why you have an end time.
No, the aftermath of the Third World War in the 2000s is the end point. That's when it ends.
Yeah, okay. So, 96 why did the British build auxiliary anti-aircraft ships and auxiliary anti-submarine ships? Because they could, and because they had a lot of submarines to deal with, and the anti-aircraft ships were quite useful as well. Especially when you consider the number of rivers and ports Britain has leading internally. If you stick an auxiliary anti-aircraft ship there, that can cause a lot of damage. If you're operating a small coastal convoy running along in the Mediterranean or running around the coast, again, AA ships, ASW ships, they're useful. And auxiliary anti-submarine ships are mostly trawlers. And they've been doing that for a while. Malaga, how old are the oldest sea mines that are still causing issues at sea today? I'm glad you brought that up because someone, and I'm not going to say who, has suggested recently that they have found a mine in the Black Sea from the Crimean War. So, if that was true, that would be causing trouble. I reckon that would be probably the oldest one still causing trouble, but I've also heard about ones from the US Civil War, and there are, of course, plenty of still going around from the First World War and the Second World War. There are also Japanese War even has a few still bombing around somewhere in the Pacific. Basically, the thing is, when you lay mines, you tend to lay them by the 100 or the 1,000, and you tend to lose at least one or two to wastage or the sea taking them off somewhere. And you hope they go boom naturally, but sometimes they just don't, no matter how much you hope and cross your fingers. So what makes the Diadem class first class protected cruiser, Challenger class second class protected cruiser, Apollo class second class protected cruiser, and Proteus third class protected cruisers so bad to start navies with? It's not bad, it's just the nicest way. If you want to get the best out of them, you need a Royal Navy level infrastructure and crewing and organisation, and most basic navies starting out don't have that.
It's the same reason why today very few navies operate Arleigh Burke type ships.
Yeah. You
need a lot of infrastructure and a lot of crew to support them.
It's a case of the Americans can do it. Lovely. No one else wants to. James C. Stanley, Taranto proved that shallow torpedoes worked. What would be the impact on Pearl Harbor if it had not worked? Okay, so here's the thing. The Japanese are... The point I have to make is that Japan doesn't see Taranto and go, Pearl Harbor, that's a great idea. They've been planning it for a long time since. Everyone's been planning it. The Japanese knew and the Americans knew about the British plans for Wilhelmshaven in World War I. They both had been developing their own ideas. Everyone's been working on it for the last 20, 30 years by this point in terms of attacking fleets in harbour. The British have managed to have a stroke of genius. If it hadn't worked, it wouldn't. The Japanese would probably gone, well, we'll just do it better because it's us doing it, so it wouldn't have bothered them. If it had worked a lot better, the Americans would probably still ignore the guy who wrote the report about it and how it was possible. So it has no effect and bearing on these things. It really doesn't. I'm sorry. I know that's one of the constant things I see as a myth of history that Taranto creates Pearl Harbor. It doesn't. Actually, if you want to go for timeline, If you want to go for
credence to modern viability of that kind of thing.
Not as much as you'd think, because the Japanese have done their own exercise.
Not as much as people suggest, but...
Yeah, but I would say, actually, if you want to go timeline-wise, which was the attack which starts off it, well, the closest attack that happens just before the Japanese start working on their final plans for Pearl Harbor and Wales is the British attack on Mers el-Kabir. But no one ever wants to talk about Mers el-Kabir. For some reason. Not even the Italians wanted to talk about Mers el-Kabir, which is why they presumed the British couldn't do it to Taranto. At the time in World War II. It's just fun.
I would like to highlight a comment from chat, specifically YouTube, from John Shea. Just looked up Hosh, and pardon my harshness, but how do you even do a basic modernation on this absolute abomination?
You don't!
Yeah, you kind of don't. You just find out who's selling scrap at whatever price of tonnage, and you just go to them.
Blackburn Maximus.
One thing I would point out, I would add on to the whole.
Rat's comment is quite apt. Raise it, gut it, melt it, build a new ship with the recycled steel.
I don't know. That still might be cursed.
Okay.
Well, for the love of Michael St. Josephine.
1939.
So if the Demon Core can be reconstituted and still kill, Hosh can too.
Okay, this is going to be a fun one. 1939, October the 13th, all the German High Seas Fleet ships that remain at the bottom of Scapa Flow rise to the surface, which is not many of them. They've mostly been raised and scrapped. In pristine condition, what does the Royal Navy do with them? Scrap them quickly.
Oh, look, new ships. Yoink.
No, they're German engines. They've been on German engines, German systems, which are frankly a nightmare to do. Remember,
it's
they tried
a case
with
of like it's more a case of like there's new ships in our harbour. We're going to steal them, and they're okay. We're going to pass those on to the yards to scrap them and steal all the steel because clearly we didn't grab it the first time.
Yeah,
the armor plate will be reasonable quality. The armor plate will be reasonable quality. That can be perfectly recycled into something.
No, the armor plate. The British found out in World War One the Germans' armor plate they reckoned was half a generation to a generation behind them. By the time you get to World War Two, imagine how many generations that armor's behind the British as far as the British are concerned.
No, I'm just basing my statement on the fact that the German ships seemed quite tough and didn't.
That was a problem with the British shells.
A lot of punishment. So I was kind of basing my statement upon that.
That's British shells. Remember when I did a video about if the Green Boy shells come about before Jutland?
Yeah, about Green Boy shells. Okay.
Basically, that turns Jutland into
fine.
a massacre of the German fleet because of that. Yeah. Nightingale for one. Why were the US even considering converting 2 Omahas into light carriers, and was the Omaha class a good hull for carrier? No, and desperation plus madness and possibly alcohol. I think that's a fair answer. Do we agree?
Why not both?
I mean,
yeah.
By the time they're looking at that, I'm not sure it changes the viability either way. There's only a very narrow window where they're viable scout cruisers.
Ramel, why didn't the US then implement the pump jets on the Los Angeles class from the start, or at least from the Flight 2 sub, since the Royal Navy Trafalgar class used the pump jet from the start? It's probably due to the fact that one's operating a large fleet and has to maintain commonality and training across a large fleet, and the other one's operating a smaller fleet and can afford to pay more per individual unit to get the best out of those individual units to make up for their lack of numbers.
The U.S. Navy was looking at and experimenting with different pump jets, but they didn't field them on operational subs. The LAs were replacing a lot of very old designs, as well as very specifically trying to get a submarine purpose-built with a towed array out as soon as they could. It's why you see them do the flights instead of just trying to fit the VLS in from the get-go. They wanted to get those subs out there. They were amazing subs when they came out. Yes, they were very large, but part of the thing with very large was getting speed up while also remaining quiet and getting stores and endurance on board the ships. The Flight 2s and Flight 3s would introduce the VLS, and remember, Tomahawk's origin is actually as a submarine-launched anti-ship missile, which a lot of people don't realize. It then sort of gets co-opted for the land attack role because they realize it would be an excellent nuclear or conventional land attack weapon. And that they were very, very interested in that being on the next generation of subs and in VLS, but to get the subs out as early as they could, you have the Flight 1s, which don't have the VLS. You get the Flight 2s coming in around 84. 1984, for just so there's no confusion. I think Chicago, is the first Flight 2, commissions in late 84, and then goes through crew workups. But the LAs were very much we need more subs. We need also to replace some of the very old nuke boats, and we need them now. We're not going to be rocking the boat in technical features. We'll do that on the next class of submarine after we've experimented some more. And I mean, which in general is usually how the U.S. Navy runs things. It's how large navies tend to do things.
Launch date for the first, which I believe was... I'm not on there. Providence, apparently?
Flight 1 or 2?
2.
2,
Providence
okay.
was the first, which was launched on 84, commissioned in 85.
Yeah.
Chicago... well, I think it was the first one launched from Newport News.
Gotcha, that's probably why I was thinking that.
83, and then commissioned... That's order date, sorry. Launched in 84, commissioned in 86.
Gotcha.
I mean, there's a lot of complex hydrodynamics going on back there.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it just doesn't work with the hull structure.
It's another reason why, if you're going for speed and this is also your first submarine with a purpose-built rather than an add-on towed array, why you might have some reservations about throwing it on.
You know, it's a bit like when how we were talking before about the Phantom with the Rolls-Royce Spey engine in it, and how it produces a load of power, but the weight doesn't quite work, so you get less performance out of the aircraft. It might be a case of that, and they decided, no, it's not going to work, but we want that on the next submarine. And I think it appears on Seawolf, doesn't it?
Yes, the Seawolves are the first to have pump jets. They're also notably larger submarines with a completely new hull form. So it would be easier to integrate that way.
But the T-boats are smaller than
no, I'm not. No, what I'm referring to is because it's a notably larger sub, you have a completely new hull form that you're designing from the ground up. Yeah, and that makes it a lot easier to integrate.
Yeah, I think you have to design specifically. It's a bit like it's a bit like Formula One aerodynamics. You know, what works for one team doesn't necessarily work for another team.
So, next question. Blackburn Maximus. With solid-state batteries seemingly on the horizon and a potential of double capacity and range of recharge of current lithium on ion batteries, how could this affect future diesel-electric subs?
Look at the Japanese.
They're happy with them. It's going to help.
They're going to get quieter, they're going to have longer submerged endurance, and they're going to be able to run more powerful systems for the same endurance.
And I would say for the nuke boats, they're probably going to be they might be looked at as a source of backup power eventually. At a certain point,
essentially it's just going to make them better, faster, stronger.
Yeah.
You could use it for creep, couldn't you? You could use it for creep power.
I mean, generally with nuclear boats, you're looking at. Yeah, generally with nuke boats, you're just looking for creep at adiabatic cooling. You're not running your pumps or anything like that. But there'll
be more space inside the. But other thing is you need less battery, so there's a bit more space inside the boat for other stuff.
Yeah, they really help with SSKs. Yeah. And to some extent, they do actually limit the necessity of air-independent power. It's not air-independent propulsion like it's often said. It's really air-independent power.
In fact, in the Japanese designs, they've actually pulled out the AIP bits because the Japanese on the Soryu class used a derivative of the Sterling system. They actually pulled those out in favor of just pure lithium batteries. Now, there's maybe less of an argument for you to do that if you're relying on a fuel cell AIP system, but for Sterling, it's certainly a major advantage because Sterling still does radiate noise. It's not a perfectly silent system. So.
Right, so next one last night is Vice Admiral Nelson's. Any thoughts on the Joan F-125 being forced around Africa instead of going through the Red Sea? I think I'm going to take this one because I'm going to be diplomatic about it. And the fact is, the German F-125 is a lovely ship which was designed very much during the peace dividend era. And honestly, when you're talking about the current issues in the Red Sea, it's not really designed for dealing with the level of threat which you have in the Red Sea. So in the nicest way, sending it through would just make another ship which the warships would have had to escort. It wouldn't have been helpful. And that's not the F-125's fault. It's the government which procured its fault. So in the nicest way, save your ire for the government, not the F-125. Which, by the way, I would also point out, build prompts have taken a lot out of the years. Anyway.
Yeah. So I'm going to also kind of jump in on this, and Phoenix may have something he wants to add. As an American in this chat, I do not feel the necessity to be truly diplomatic. I will still be professional, however. The ships are not designed for that threat environment. They were designed to be effectively global OPVs.
Yep.
To put it nicely.
But they're called OPVs because it saves national face.
Well, the other thing, I mean, looks at the Type 31s. Although those are better protected.
And Type 31s are flak frigates. That's what they are. They are part of the task group. They are the flak frigate. Honestly, that's what their role. I swear that's their role.
If there wasn't the ballistic missile-esque threat in the Red Sea, the type the German frigates would be the German frigate would be able to transit along with the supply ship, because it would be able to, as long as it stayed close, it would be able to provide reasonable protection with the, because I'm pretty sure it's got 2 21-cell RAM launchers.
Mm-hmm.
It does,
as long as it stayed down the threat axis. That's 41-point defense SAMs plus a 5-inch gun. For the threats outside of the ballistic missiles in the Red Sea, that's perfectly adequate for a transit as long as you're transiting quickly. However, as it stands currently, were they to transit, they would be dead weight that has to be escorted by a ship capable of engaging the Houthi quasi-ballistics and ballistic missiles, which is going to be a huge drain on the French, the Italians, and the U.S. Navy assets that are in the area. And they will be obligated to provide that protection because it is a NATO asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really the key thing here. It was the question of the frigate had to go through with the replenishment ship, and they did not have the capacity to escort against those higher end threats. Because I mean, to be fair, what we'll have to say, the F-125, it does have the ability to operate in the Red Sea against specific threats. It's arguably has better air defense than some of the Greek frigates that have been pulling time on the Red Sea mission. Because a lot of those Greek frigates only sling Sea Sparrow, some of the ones that have been sent. And RAM is probably better than not ESSM. Some of them have it, some of them don't, but RAM is going to be better than old RAM 7s, right? The problem was it was a question of also range because the frigate had to also escort the replenishment ship, and it was that ballistic missile threat. And the Germans just could not get any coordination with the allies in terms of having other ships escort them through, so they decided it'd be easier to just send them around the Red Sea entirely.
Yeah, the Greek frigates, as part of the mission, have the advantage of they can ride shotgun on the assets more focused on BMD. So they can ride shotgun, provide some level of protection against the lower end threats to the other allied vessels in the force. Or operate underneath, providing close escort to vessels that are in need of escort or requested.
The close escort mission is really what they do for the most part, as I understand it.
And the F-125 could function entirely in that role if she was part of the either one of the task groups. But with the supply vessel there, they would need to coordinate that passage. She would require protection from either a U.S., French, or Italian, because I don't believe the Brits currently have any surface assets right now in the Red Sea.
It's June.
Yeah. So,
Runon, how many questions more do we have left before Mount?
A fair number.
Because we have about
the Germans decided
we have about an hour to go through them before we start the World of Warships.
Yeah, I'll wrap this one up pretty quick.
All right.
Yeah, I was just
sorry.
trying to try.
I was just about to wrap it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk Doctor. Okay, go ahead, do that, and then I gotta walk Dr. Clarke through something.
Okay. So the Germans decided to go around Africa to ease the load on the escort force that is there, and the commerce protection force that is there. It was a smart decision.
Yeah,
that was decent of them.
They were probably told flat out, but they went along with it either way.
Hey, it will also help allow them to do some diplomacy stuff. Runa, how many questions do we have?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Well, you're at least 2 hours behind. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so what we'll do is I'll try and get through as many before 9 o'clock, and then what we'll do is we'll leave the questions open, gathering till 9 o'clock, and then any which I haven't done by 9 o'clock, I will do after the World of Warships thing, and I'll do that. So I'm not going to expect people to hang around for that, and get through so they're all done this evening before I finish. Okay. Because it shouldn't take me too long.
40 seconds.
So
people just have to
snappy one sentence answers.
Yeah,
snappy
people
one
just,
sentence.
people just have to deal with the fact with my short answer, just my short answers. Why did the USN change the number of dive bombers and fighters on members aboard carriers after Coral Sea from equal dive bomber fighters ratio to more fighters and dive bombers? It's pretty much to do with the air defense scenario. Fighters are better for the air defense role, but also it's the fact that the dive bombers, in terms of their ability as strike assets and what they're looking at, they don't really service the need that they're now looking at for their force. The dive bombers had the scout role, and they also had the dive bombing role, and so that had led to certain large numbers. But at a certain point, the US Navy starts sort of going, well, actually, no, what we need is bomb trucks for supporting troops for some of our carriers, and we need other things, and we need the fighters to do the air defense. And the trouble is the dive bomber sort of gets squeezed. As you've got to get more aircraft for the other roles. You've got to sacrifice something, because a carrier doesn't have infinite space. It's not something you can go, you know what, we need more aircraft, let's add another hangar onto the carrier and we're done. You can't do that. You go...
Yeah, there's also fewer targets that require a dive bomber to efficiently service.
Yeah.
Like destroyers, you can just give your fighters 5-inch rockets, and you're good. And this is happening in a period where the Japanese Navy has been... I'll say this politely, beaten with a meat tenderizer repeatedly in the face.
Yes, the most diplomatic of languages possible.
Mm-hmm.
Given what happened to them, that's diplomatic.
Yeah, it's a case of the fighters are able to effectively make up for the loss in dive bomber rate numbers by also engaging targets that the dive bombers would also not normally engage anyway. So you have less dive bombers overall, but they're still engaging the targets that they need to engage, whilst the fighters are able to fill the gap.
Yeah, and on a lot of cases, the dive bombers are being replaced by like a Corsair squadron, and the Corsairs are capable of carrying a pretty similar weight of bombs, believe it or not.
Yeah, they are.
Most
Bearcats, Hellcats, and the Corsairs were ending up carrying 250-pound to 500-pound bombs.
Corsairs could carry the 1,000-pounder.
Yeah. So they didn't need a dedicated dive bomber platform to carry that kind of bomb load, when you can better fill that gap with fighters that are faster, a bit more maneuverable, and can effectively do more things.
And they help you with the kamikaze threat as that increases.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next question, I think.
Yes.
That's an interesting sentence.
Not that any conversions make great carriers, but what ships were better suited to carry conversions? Battle cruisers. They're big enough in the field.
Battle cruisers.
Submarines.
I was about to say the Lexingtons would like a word with that statement.
They were kind of inefficient for what they were.
Inefficient, but genuinely some of the best conversions that you could find.
Yeah, Ramol, since there's a Pearl Harbor attack scenario during the pre-war fleet problems, what if the USN really kept these lessons in mind prior to and during December 7th, 1941 against IGN? The trouble is, again, for December 7th, 1941, is there's a fundamental breakdown in US intelligence. And I include that not just in the intelligence gathering, but in the command and control and decision-making process of what information is going to commanders on the scenes. The fact that their decision-making process went, oh, Richmond, when he got this information, became a real problem for the president. So let's not give Kimmel these updates. That's a terrible thing to do. That is absolutely atrocious. You don't do that. You're specifically withholding information from the commander of your forces in an area, and then you blame him when things go wrong. That's not his fault. That's yours. That's on you. Because if he had the information and he still made the wrong decisions, then it's on him. But if you deny him the information that his predecessor got because it causes predecessors to be difficult for your political masters, then you fudged up.
Politely, yes.
Rumsfeld. The French Navy seems to have a trend of increasing quality to try and contract problems in quantity, as seen in the 74, the 80, the steam caliber ship, and ironclad. When did this trend start? Everyone's always been trying it. Everyone's always been in a bit of a qualitative race and always tried to improve things. I wouldn't say the 74 and the 80 are necessarily terms of quality. They are terms of mathematics and working out what they think would be the most efficient design. Unfortunately for them, the 74 gets given to the Royal Navy by their helpful crew managing to let it get captured, and the Royal Navy goes, this 74 is great. If we add this mathematics to our own design forms, we can produce some really excellent ships, and they did. And they outproduced the French and outcaptured the French and ended up winning the wars with the French. So, yeah. Basically, every time the French have a nice idea about technology, they find the British usually overwhelm them. And with the ironclad...
Catch up, yeah.
Yeah, the ironclad is a great thing, because the French are building the Gloire, and everyone's they're going, this is going to be amazing. And the fact is, it's completely forgotten because of Warrior and Black Prince, which come out, which are better in every single way, and come out almost immediately from it. Because the British hear the French are coming, start the program, and builds two things bigger than the Gloire, more capable than Gloire in every way, from their own different technology they're doing. And the only reason the British hadn't been building first was because they didn't want to start another building race. But then they immediately start building more and more and more, and quickly win the race before anyone else begins it. Megascrow, trick in the book.
I find the ironclad sort of one of those interesting resets where the nation that does the reset accidentally resets things in favor of their competitor.
Yes.
Like really in favor of their competitor, because when you look at the British versus the French, like iron industries, the French are just woefully unprepared to keep up. Whereas they could kind of, not well, but kind of keep up in the wooden ship race.
And the worst thing of that is also...
And just the moment you go to metal hulls, it's just done.
Yeah, the British shipyards actually listen to the Admiralty, whereas the French shipyards consider the Admiralty at best an inconvenience, at worst a downright annoyance. Not something to be listened to.
I don't think we can criticise the French for lack of innovation.
No, we can't.
The French come up with the first practical lathe. It's just that nobody seems to be interested in that. They don't seem to have that mercantile culture to make it work.
There's a British factory which buys in off them and becomes the world's biggest producer of the lathes, isn't it? If I remember correctly, the story.
Yeah, but the original lathe is still in France, by the way.
It's still in France,
but you can go and see it.
But the lathe which built the world was built in Sheffield. If I remember correctly, it was one of the factories in Sheffield which bought it and just turned it around. Because I remember when we were in Australia, we found all the lathes which were Sheffield.
Yes, Sheffield.
Megastro.
We build things.
Trick in the book versus trick not in the book example. Stuck turret, book lift, and inspect bearings not in book. Overloaded hydraulic pump by shortcutting the fuse, then replace the fuse. Accurate?
I'll take your word for it.
Megascrew, I have no idea. That needs a little bit of grammar and punctuation. I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's happened to it in in the various things on YouTube. Format has broken it. 13 Vexus 13. Did it ever give an HMS Impossible? I don't think they ever had an HMS Impossible. They had all sorts of other ones, though. Rumsfeld, who is the most unexpected person who could have an outsized impact on a ship's gunnery in World War 1, World War 2? Obviously, rangefinder, fire control, gun crews, but who else? Usually the person in charge of the electrics on the ship. They can have a major impact if they muck the electrics up.
Also, an argument for like the ship's captain or the flag officer attached to who's
World War One or World War Two or both.
Both.
Because on the electric stuff, if we're looking at World War Two, there's a prime example with South Dakota at Guadalcanal.
Yeah. Basically, have good electricians. Chandler, is Drachenfell's camera...
Routing your cables under the belt armor is a good idea as well.
Yeah. Is Drachenfell's camera
don't
called
do what the
Warspite?
Germans are doing.
I don't think anyone's allowed to reveal what Drac calls his camera. Rumsfeld, what decisions do you believe my almighty self, as in Donald Rumsfeld, apparently God Emperor Donald Rumsfeld, we can all shudder at that thought, would take, given charge of the Royal Navy procurement in the 1920s, working alongside the wonderful Admiral Beatty? I'm not sure, but I'm fairly sure I would end up wanting to go back in time and shoot you.
Where's my banhammer?
Given
Where's
what
my
Rumsfeld did
banhammer?
with the U.S. Navy in the 2000s, and just the U.S. Defense Department writ large in the early 2000s, what he would do would probably cause the Second World War to be a lot harder for the Allies.
Thank you, DeBron.
The Germans might actually have a chance.
No, they wouldn't have a chance.
Because the Royal Navy has to be revolutionary, he would have to embrace Jellicoe.
I gave Blackburn Maximus an answer to this question, but Runon, can you repeat it?
Is a travesty.
What the heck was that?
Goodness. I don't know where that came from.
That was Hood's soundboard.
Yeah, don't...
Powder Monkey is called...
Those things cause fun with copyright on YouTube. It won't cause me too much trouble, but it does cause fun.
I don't play music, but the quote should be acceptable, but I don't play music on them, so...
That's okay, but basically what it does with YouTube, every time something like that happens, you know what happens? They send me a message saying, you've had a copyright strike. Then I have to send a message disputing it. They listen through it, they agree to it, and it's all fine. And I sit there and go, it wastes 20 minutes of my life sorting it out every single time. And you sit there and go, surely the AI system by now should be able to figure it out. Surely by now.
Oh no, AI doesn't work like that.
Yeah. So Blackburn, Maximus, why is Powder Monkey bot named Powder Monkey? Because it carries the ammunition, your questions, from the magazine, live stream chat, to the weapon, Dr. Clarke.
Are we really
almost exactly this? Almost
Fleet,
exactly the same.
I was about to say, you've got experience with him being a 15-inch 42.
I mean, it's not exactly... I mean, kind of, little bit.
And broadsiding your ideas with reality.
Knight 681.
My ideas are armored with glass.
Knight 681. How much impact would the Royal Navy seaplane carriers have if they had bought OS2U free Kingfishers in World War One? Well, if they have Kingfishers in World War One, that's kind of an outside problem for the German Navy, because that's very much a World War Two aircraft.
Yeah.
That's basically just going to wreck German naval plans. Okay,
that's good enough in World War One to be to be a fleet.
The RM would be using. The RM they'd be using it as a fleet defense fighter.
And you could use it as a strike aircraft too.
Strike aircraft fighter. It would be taking.
I'm not sure
out
they
all
could
the
do
Zeppelins.
that because they've got this great big float in the middle.
No, they actually could carry bombs on the wings. And
could they? All right, okay.
Like really big ones by World War One standards.
World War One standards, yeah.
A bunch of them could carry up to like 1,000-pound bombs. Most of them.
I think it was 250-pound bombs per wing. But
I'm sure I've seen images of one of them carrying a 500 under each wing.
So Knight 6831. Why wouldn't
OPV? They were pretty decent by World War One standards.
So Knight 6831. Why wouldn't OPVs be changed if sloops were low to high 2,000 tons? Because OPVs are
I'm not sure I follow.
for sloops, but honestly,
no, scratch head.
it really doesn't matter. You're building small ships for the role, and most OPVs are smaller than sloops. If sloops were standard that time,
I'd say the modern sloop is like a Corvette.
I'd say the modern sloop is more of an OPV. A modern Corvette is more like destroyer escort, frigates, those sort of things. Some of the higher end sloops, but peacetime sloop role is pretty much OPV. That's the thing.
I don't know if you look at some of the Russian Corvettes. They're the Navy, I think, that operates the singular most amount. They kind of fall into that.
Yeah, Chinese probably haven't beat at this point, but
I think
the
it's
Chinese
more
have
by
like
accident
50 of
than
the Type
design.
56A.
Yeah.
I think that's more by accident than design.
Oh, true,
I don't think they aim to do that.
Ramol, if the Cold War had gone hot in the 1970s, how much action are we going to see to get along the GI-UK gap, especially with the activity of Soviet subs and NATO convoys and ASW groups? It'll be very, very hot.
If the Cold War goes hot in the 70s, if the Cold War goes hot in the 70s...
Fleet.
Yeah, let's let answer this one, because he probably has the best answer.
Well, can I at least say what I want to say, and then he can say what he wants to say?
Fleet, we do have limited amount of time.
We have a time constraint here, Fleet. So broadly, the first thing I want to get out of the way is the broad misconception of the Soviets are going to try to fight a third battle of the Atlantic. By the 1970s, they're not going to do that. That basically ended with the death of Stalin. So broadly, Soviet strategy was to fight a sea denial campaign, broadly from Narvik down to the GI-UK gap. So you're probably not going to see too much action that far south. You'll see a lot of anti-submarine work because they're going to be putting a lot of submarines out in that area. The action that you're going to see is going to be in the northern sides of the Norwegian and Greenland seas. It's going to be very interesting in the 70s because we're not yet in the late 80s in terms of defensive systems yet in the West. You're still looking at a lot of carrier and Tartar ships, or best case is generally going to be SM-1 or the equivalents like Sea Dart. So it's going to be very interesting if some of in the time period, more modern Soviet assets come south as surface ships. But conversely, it's also the 1970s. The Soviets don't have a lot of modern assets in this period. I would say most of the action you're going to see is probably around that midline. I don't have the graphic right in front of me right now, so I can't give you an exact sort of distance. I'm also not somebody who's done their master's thesis looking exactly at this. Most of this I've learned as a result of knowing somebody who did their master's thesis on this. But it's not going to be that. Again, you'll see the ASW fights and stuff, and you might see some surface fights happening, but those are going to be in the context of a NATO force coming north to try to support Norway, to try to get the British Royal Marines in position in more numbers to try to get, I think it's 2nd Marine Division, or no, it's not 2nd Marine Division. It's 2nd Marine Expeditionary Force, so 2 MEF, up there to help support the Norwegians. But even that, I hesitate to use the term stop line because there is a forward defense in northern Norway on the ground from what NATO was planning, but they're much more delaying game, trading territory for time as much as they can up north of Narvik. When you start to get near Narvik is where the ideal defensive position is for NATO on land. And the fight that's going to evolve up there, although the NATO navies at this point are not thinking this way. This is not the 1980s where you have the U.S. Navy's maritime strategy really starting to kick NATO thinking around. But, NATO navies are largely thinking about a third battle of the Atlantic at this point. It would be to me, it would be a very interesting thing to see war gamed out, knowing what we know now, but also constricting both sides to start from their thought processes at the time and see how it plays out.
And I'm going to say this, as much as I love this, Click, I honestly believe you cannot give a 60-second answer to save your life on anything. I love you dearly.
No,
You're one of the nicest people I know. But you cannot give a 60-second answer.
One of the nicest.
I have been trying. I've been dropping hints
Why do
the
you
whole
think
time.
I want to do a PhD?
Yes. The thing, trust me, as someone who went through the PhD process, your students are going to welcome brevity when you teach them.
Well, then I shall endeavor to improve.
You're very.
You have the full answer. I don't think you're any shorter than Fleet was going to be.
Yes.
Me when my future Space War presentation for college went over 10 minutes.
I wasn't really aiming to be quick with that one either. I was trying to cover it, and there was a lot of groundwork to lay out.
There is.
To me, there's going to be an awful lot of skirmishing until people get units into position. But it depends on what time in the 70s this is going to happen. If it's 1971, it's vastly different to being 1978, 79.
Yeah.
And I am conscious that we have half an hour till we do the World of Warships.
Need to tighten that time period down in the 70s.
How many questions to get through, Runon?
Yes.
So I am conscious.
I think that's
35, 40. I'll count them, but
thank you. So, speed round, or and if I don't do them, I said I will finish them off myself afterwards. But let's try and get some of them through, so I can sort of finish close to midnight this evening, as I would really like to get set up for the electricians and plumbers who are arriving all tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Oh, the fun times of life.
39 on the nose.
Yay. Right now. Let's see what we can do. Chandler, you are in charge of the Portuguese Navy from 1890 to 1920 with 2% of the budget. What do you do? Not got much, but if I'm in charge of the Navy, I'm going to start off by making sure I have some decent escorts and some decent patrol ships. And then I'm probably going to work my way up to having some decent sort of smaller cruiserish type vessels that I can send around the world when I need to send for things, and maybe have them have a seaplane facility. That sort of thing is what I need. I don't need a massive fleet. I just need something which will do my maritime security and do my occasional trade protection and global interest, and if there are piracy problems, I can send something to go and... Excuse me. I don't need to be a sort of a warfighting force in terms of fighting major threats, because I will never have that capability on that force. Donald Rumsfeld, how much choice would a generic sailor in the Napoleonic period have over which ship they serve on? Would they at least be able to choose the class? They usually did get to sign up, and usually what happened for most ships, in fact, was the captains were popular enough or well-known enough. They would set up their stand in a pub, and people would go sign on with their ship, and that's how they get on their ship. Press is sometimes brought off as, more often it's a thing in basically movies than it is in reality, because believe it or not, pressmen were not something the Royal Navy liked to have aboard, because it's kind of like having a load of galley slaves aboard. They're people who don't really want to be there, and they can cause a lot of trouble. And also, if you're recruiting and just going through doing a sweep for press, you'll probably get a lot of landlubbers who don't know what they're doing. Whereas if you're a captain who's popular and recruiting to your standard because you're known to be good, you can get a lot of actual sailors, and it's far easier to deal with a qualified, experienced sailor than you have to train up a landlubber to do what you want at sea. But still, you do end up recruiting a lot of landlubbers. You do end up dealing with those things, and they are part of the force structure. 13 Vexus 13. Would Germany, or for that matter any other state which currently does not operate any carriers, would be able to with its current financial situation? Germany could, but honestly they'd have to do a lot of work to get there, and they'd have to justify it in the face of an army, which is probably their primary need at the moment. Korea
Army
is an
and Air Force, yeah, and they don't have the escorts.
Yeah. Korea is... you remember, you don't just buy a carrier, you buy the carrier battle group. You have to get and sustain it all. Korea and Japan are two countries which are certainly things nations I would give a watch on this issue at a moment, as I think they might be coming into it. And there's also a fan of nations which are probably looking at LHD style vessels because of the adaptability they provide and the operational capability they provide, especially in the current era of what I would call
unpleasantness.
Unpleasantness, but also what I would call semi-permissive scenarios where there is going to be a limited threat to anything you're trying to put in, but if you've got the right assets, you can manage it and manage your risk. Knight 6831.
The Turks are actively planning a 60,000 ton carrier too. So.
Oh yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, the Turks.
Yeah, but I'll believe it when I see it. The Turks often have massive plans, but they're kind of like the Russians with their massive plans. They have the massive plans and then nothing happens. And I speak this as Britain, which also has a habit of cancelling massive plans. So in the nicest way, we're all as bad as each other. For the Japanese, how much of a problem would a fixed-wing monoplane Gloucester Gladiator in the Republic of China Air Force be? It's an extra fighter in the ROCF. It's going to help them.
I mean, the Republic of China operated a fairly, well, it was not substantial by Western standards, but they were operating things like I-15s, which were capable of tangling with what Japan was throwing at them. They weren't short on aircraft that would be considered semi-modern.
Yeah, but if they've got more aircraft, they're not going to be complaining about it.
No, that is true.
What colour scheme was the French Navy using during the 1880s for ships like Hoche? Foo?
It depends. It's usually black and a sort of weird yellowy orange colour.
It's actually usually the same colour Foxo likes to paint her ships in World of Warships. In fact, I think she paints them that colour in honour of Hoche. It's the same colour
as that. She'll probably.
It is. It's the same colour. I don't know if Dragon and Foxo are here or listening, but it is. It's the same colour that Foxo paints her ships in World of Warships. Nightwolf 112. If you could upgrade the guns on the main battery of King George V class, which ones would you use and why? Probably 15-inch, because if I could get them to the triple 15-inch 45, I could also use that to if I've got that gun in service, I would be able to upgrade also the other 15-inch gunships when I'm upgrading them, because it would come in at the same time. It would be great if they were 16-inch gunships, but they're not going to share commonality because I'm not going to do the same 16-inch gun as I did for Nelrod's, so there's no help there. But a 15-inch 45, which was designed at the time, was actually lighter than the 15-inch 42, would allow the same turrets to be able to raise, get up to a higher angle and achieve a longer range. It would have been the easiest way to step up the R-class, the Queen Elizabeth class, Renown, Rodney, and Hood, and it would have been a really easy conversion to do. So if you've got the King George V coming in with 9 15-inch guns, or maybe even 10 if you really insist on doing the quad turrets, the easy conversion upgrade on the other ships makes it a no-brainer for me, because logistically it's sound and it's a force multiplication asset. It suddenly makes your ships, especially older R's, which have been less modernized, a lot more dangerous. Alexander Pirandanko, hello. If the USN needs the ability again, how do you think they design... Oh, we answered that one. Channel. You are in charge of the Portuguese Navy. Answer that one. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. If you could hook up... If I could hook you up, would you be willing to do the discussion of the mythology of warships, Warspite being Hezron, with John White of Craigenford? I don't see why not. I'll chat naval history with anyone. I really don't mind. How much did the opinions, preferences, and reviews from channel to channel of the IGN change from ship to ship, and how many different points of view could there be in a single warship such as a cruiser? Well, they're usually roughly 800 to 1,000 crew, so that's about 10,000 opinions. They're humans. Most humans can hold multiple opinions in their head and will explain different ones out loud depending on who they're discussing with. Never trust opinions, and never trust... Well, you know. Stafford Thompson. To simplify and speed up production of the USN, upscale a Burke to, say, 22,500 tons, increase the OL by a third and to a half, to use it as a base for their new CG? No. No, just don't do that. In the nicest way, please. Take the Zumwalt hull. Take any of the modern hulls. Don't keep doing this to the poor Burks. The poor hull's been around for 50 friggin' years. Stop overworking the poor Burke design. It's time to let it go. Let it go. Let it go. The Americans are getting as bad with the Burks as the Russians are because
there's a reason DDG. Yeah, there's a reason DDGX is going to be on a whole new hull.
Yes.
So if you really want the U.S. to have a new cruiser, whatever that would be, you need to base it off of DDGX? Probably a larger version of that.
Yes. Just I feel like bursting into some.
And no, we don't. Despite what you will see on the internet, we don't have any images of that hull.
Thank you, Steve.
We don't know what that is.
Question: Did we get Nightwolf 1112's question about the King George V and Knight 6831 about the hood with 16 140s?
I've got the King George V, not the hood, not the Knight 6831 question. I don't think I've had that one. I've got to the Knight 6831's question 158. Is the German 127mm double flak idea basically trying to pull a Dido Atlanta? In their dreams. Honestly, they might be able to pull out that capability, but I doubt they will. Knight 6831. If the town class built along the lines of the Edinburgh at the start of how much does Southampton Gloucester's 13,924 mile range and the Edinburgh's 40,000 39-mile range actually benefit? Well, you have an extra 115 miles of range. What will you do with it? Realistically, it doesn't matter. Realistically, that's not the advantage. The advantage of the Edinburgh class over Southampton and Gloucester's are their greater subdivision, are their space for expansion and space for additions. That's their advantages, not 115 extra nautical miles of range. Channel. Does Runon have Trays in the Infinite? I don't think so, but I think Runon might be Trays in the Infinite. We'll see that. We'll discuss that later. Carl McGasberg, does SDF-1 count as a humanoid mech? No. Knight 6831, as IJN Soryu was carrying 2 Yokosuka D4Y1 Judy pre-direction aircraft aboard, did the Japanese learn anything from the demise of 2 Judys at Midway? Nope. Not a jot. They didn't have the opportunity to do anything, so they could have... Yeah. Nothing happened. Knight 6831. Yeah. Would it be accurate that if World War II held off till 1942, the British could pull Hood in for reconstruction while sending the KG-5s to face Japan? No, the KG-5s probably still get the KG-5s probably still get Bismarck and Tirpitz because, let's be honest, they're easier for that. The Lions are what go deal with Japan. The Lions. You don't need 16-inch battleships to deal with the Bismarcks. Frankly, they're not worth the time. The King GVs will more than happily take care of them. The Lions will go to deal with the Japan issues, and that's really what they're being built for in many ways. But you also still would have the missiles around.
Skip the next question.
Sana Canero, you are to modernize Hosh? Oh, good lord, no. Ramol, what if the US
Didn't we already do that?
What if the US can send P-40s and many other stuff to Britain and France? If they could enact Lend-Lease earlier than in real life, would these P-40s survive the Battle of France and Battle of Britain? They probably would survive the Battle of Britain.
P-40 was sent. It got used extensively in North Africa.
Yeah, it's used in North Africa earlier, but if it had got earlier for Battle of Britain, then Britain would have used it in Battle of Britain. But honestly, it's probably easier for Britain to have Spitfires and Hurricanes because they can logistically supply and support themselves instead of importing the parts from somewhere else. Lions, for the group, what is your favourite 40k Dreadnought or Dreadnought equivalent? In the nicest way, my Dreadnought equivalent, my Dreadnought is very, very easy.
Contempt.
Box knot.
Yeah, the old box knot.
I'm sorry. As much as I love the Redemptors, box knot is best knot.
Yeah, box
that is fair. But I do have a very soft spot for Contemptors because I have a really good bit of artwork that a friend of mine drew for me.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I have a specific Dreadnought I like. I tend to go with the Wolfen.
I mean, I guess, some of the Wraith Knights are pretty cool given the concept, right? But
Hello.
Still, I like box
Would
knot.
you might need that for the last 3
Box
hours.
knot.
Thank you. I get chocolate milk delivered.
Don't get used to it.
Damn,
It's
lucky.
not happening.
Yeah. Carl Gasberg.
Dr. Clarke, can you just
yeah?
Can you go into your DMs and the joint one with me and Fleet? Can you just make sure that your settings in StreamerBot are set up as described in the pictures I sent to you? Actually, that second one doesn't have the right one, but essentially the two big thing on the commands is make sure you've got I would disable the Q&A command and enable the Powder Monkey off command. As well as the bot off command.
Okay. So you want me to disable the delete the channel monkey 2 commands or 3 commands?
Don't delete, just disable.
They're all disabled. The only ones which are enabled are Powder Monkey and the Q&A question query and Q&A things in Powder Monkey 6.
Yeah, you disable the Q&A command.
Okay.
Because that'll stop ingest.
Disabled. The only one I haven't got is I haven't got version.
Version's all the way up at the top for some reason.
I haven't got
don't
that.
know why. Something got masticated on the way in over the week.
Do you want me to put? Do you want me to enable it? Because I found it, but it's not anywhere near the other commands.
It can be enabled. It doesn't necessarily need to be. I'm just trying to do this simple.
Yeah.
Although actually you can enable the bot off command.
That is enabled.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, cool. All right. So, next question. Question text: How to break 90 aircraft group ceiling effects in the case of Lucrehult battleships, giant killer donuts? No, don't. A nice way. You're not going.
Well, those are all droids, so.
And even then, it's going to be problematic.
Now I understand what he's talking about.
Then it's going to be problematic.
You also don't have the deck spotting issue either.
Yeah.
The way it works in Star Wars.
You just don't.
So it's a lot easier because everything can just take off from its spotting position on the deck. You don't have to clear a launch and recovery area.
You don't have to sort out a catapult.
And if you're really worried about a mass launch, you can, particularly with vulture droids, you can launch them slow, like at a sedate rate, and then have them sit out on the outside of your hull latched on, and then just mass launch everything when you need to. So I'd say different rules apply here for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vulture droids are just awesome.
Vulture droids are just vulture droids. Nice to one. How would the sextuple 20mm Oricon airgun not have had the same problems as Type 25mm Type 96? The Oricon's fairly reliable. It wouldn't be the massive range thing, and it would be quite good for emotional support. So, yeah, it's to be useful. Knight 6831. How likely is it that the other pure human greed that all the US, British, Japanese ships sunk in World War II in Southeast Asia are considered fair game? Look, it is something I really don't want to get into because I've said my piece in the past. I don't like it. I absolutely despise it. But the trouble is, unless you can patrol it yourself, or you're going to supply money to the locals to make sure they designate some of their very precious assets to it, you can't do anything about this. The sea is international territory. I'm sorry, not every culture views life the same as same as you might in the West, and not every culture values such resting place. And also, yes, there's a lot of money to be made in it, and I find that all abhorrent. but that's me. But short of me buying a boat and sitting on top of the wreck, a wreck with a loaded shotgun, there is not much I can do about it. And honestly,
and
that's
likely
not
these
that
same
effective.
people will generally just be as willing to shoot you.
Yes.
With a bigger gun.
But
it's one of the few times I agree with the French and what they did to Rainbow Warrior, i.e., find the salvage vessel and put charges on it and sink it, and let it join the rest of the wreckage. Sorry.
Yes, the French are, as always, very efficient. Always have been, always will be.
Yeah.
Why would the British Empire occupy Japan not go different to what the USA did in the original timeline? I don't think Britain would occupy Japan, for starters. Britain, even if they won the war with Japan, which they were planning on how they're planning to, with basically... Sorry. No, don't lick chocolate milk, Poodle. It's very nice of you to try and help, but don't lick chocolate milk. I had to use pliers to get the chocolate milk open. Why would British Empire occupy Japan and go different to what the USA did? The British did occupy a section of Japan for a while in the occupation, but weren't there for long. And frankly, the British wouldn't have probably, in a scenario where they had fought a war, wouldn't have ended up occupying Japan at all, because their plan was to cause Japan to starve into surrender. So either Japan, the entire population, gets wiped out by starvation, which the British would prefer not to do, but if that's what happened, that's what happened. Or the Japanese would come to a negotiating table, and the British would basically go, no, you won't do this again, you're not allowed these limitations, and probably do something similar to them they did to Germany, in terms of the ability to do naval construction, and go on their merry way. Because, frankly, that's what the British care about. What is the largest Japanese ship in the Red Fleet timeline? Carrying us from yesterday's fleet wasn't there to answer. Fleet! How could you?
And
Fleet.
Hang on, Fleet. There was another half to that question of about Graf Zeppelin. Did we touch on that?
No.
Okay, so the full question is, what if instead of Graf Zeppelin taking influence from Bern, it takes it from the Lexington class or Soryu? And for fleet, what's the largest Japanese ship in the Red Fleet timeline? We answered that question
yesterday.
Okay, so it's just the Red Fleet timeline part.
So I can very simply answer this, that the largest ships in the Red Fleet timeline, when the timeline ends, are the two Japanese-built CVA-01 derivatives.
Okay. 9681. If what we know about Alaska had been attained by the British, if what we know is Alaska had been attained by the British instead of the USA, how does that change things really? Not much, but Canada has now control of pretty much all of America's oil supply, and probably America's paying a hefty price to defend it.
No, they don't.
So
I mean, they have. Yeah, you're really forgetting you've got the Dakotas, you've got Texas, you've got
Gulf
Oklahoma.
Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico.
You've got
pretty much
Gulf
all
of Mexico. You've got the Appalachian Plateau.
Okay, so let me clarify, because in my speed getting through questions and my tiredness, I would have said basically they control all of basically the amount of oil they supply now would be the entirety of probably most of America's foreign imported oil, because America, pretty much when they're importing oil,
they pretty much are.
Yeah. They pretty much are already, but if you add in Alaska's amount, then they probably do supply all of it.
Yeah.
Bugger 8229.
Well, Alaska's considered domestic, but...
Yeah, but they would then be shifted over to... Bug 8229. If the USN had built a battlecruiser version of the Wyoming or New York-class battleships, what do you see the Navy using them for, and how long would they last? Probably far longer than the Americans would like them to last, as there's this thing called the Washington Naval Treaty, and then the London Naval Treaty.
Yeah.
And what would they be used for? Well,
there
there's
were
a scouting
designs
force.
Based on the...
There are scout designs.
Yeah, there were.
Designs.
There were. Yeah.
Lion, so
oh gosh! I just had a realization. They might have lasted. I'll save that realization for later.
They might have lasted to post World War II.
And it had me thinking about the fights off Guadalcanal.
Yeah. Lions, would you have you asked Glenn Stewart about doing a 2 historians or on how to design a sci-fi navy for a book series? I might invite him to. I'd happy to have him. I have been considering putting him in. Basically, I'm inviting everyone and going to see who comes. Common ground. This is not an insult, but genuine curiosity, is one of you related to the Time Team Surveyor? If not, you are his sound-alike. I don't think anyone here is related to the Time Team Surveyors.
I don't even know who that is.
No, it's I can tell you who they're talking about. It's Steve Clarke.
Hey.
Yeah. You sound exactly like one of the surveyors.
You mean the guy because he comes from Lancashire. You mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. No, I know the guy you're talking about. No, I'm not related, and I'm not related to Dr. Clarke either.
Midnight which is really strange because so many Clarks are, frankly. Nicest
weirdest British ship.
Weirdest British ship. There's too many to count. There is, and honestly, that's Captain. You can't go. Captain's just stupid. It's not weird. It's stupid. There are many ships which are weirder.
With their helicopter conversion.
With their helicopter Tigers is pretty weird. Ugly. Yeah.
They're weird. I'm not gonna say they're bad, but they're weird.
In terms of odd additions, I'm going to go HMS Pandora.
Pierre Thomas, okay. According to Stillwell, Halsey went after Nakamura carriers at around 16 knots. This seems counterintuitive for an all-out pursuit. Fuel concerns, avoiding night combat, both of the above, basically. What are sorting out things?
And keeping the fleet together.
Yeah, there's also the other ships involved.
That's a huge fleet. Like...
Budgo 8829, would you change anything with the USN Constellation class frigate design? Not really. They're fairly decent for what the Americans want them. Are they perfect? Yet no.
There is one thing I'd change.
What would you like to change?
Kick Congress in the teeth until they relinquish the requirement for Tomahawk. I can see the argument for SM6 Tomahawk. That's a Flight 2 minimum because of what it requires to be added to CIC.
I would agree.
Can I add something extra?
Yeah.
Build an extra 3 slips so you can quadruple the production of them as fast as possible.
They're looking at it. They actually just launched an RFI for a full second yard.
Budgo 89, how much different would War in the Pacific go if Admiral Kimmel wasn't replaced by Admiral Nimitz? Not that much different. He's slightly more aggressive, but honestly, he's still a very bright guy. I think the more problem is what happens with Nimitz and what you do with Nimitz and how you're going to use that resource. But Kimmel's good. Kimmel gets a lot of the blame, but Kimmel wasn't put there because he was stupid. Kimmel's the guy who'd been running the scouting force for a few years. He knew what he was doing. And there is an argument that Nimitz actually decided not to take the force because he saw a point of position because he saw it as a poison chalice because he saw the way it was being set up. Kimmel was never going to turn it down because his view was he would always serve at the pleasure of the president, and whatever he was asked to do, he'd do. And that's a really bad way to treat a loyal warrior, a loyal soldier, a loyal sailor. To Brooke, no question. Just said thank you. Thank you, to Brooke.
Oh, I'll add that on.
Stafford Thompson. Warspite, Renown, Hood, and Prince of Wales sail out of thick fog into Portsmouth. Does the Royal Navy modernise them, or simply turn them into museum ships? Museum ships at this point.
Yeah.
Although that would suddenly turn into the world's most popular museum for about the first 10 years. Conspiracy theorists and history buffs all wanting to get in there. That place would be rammed. And then there's, of course, Drac, who would be singly pouring over every millimeter of Warspite. Comparison. Megascrow, of the tricks in the books, tricks not in the book, case example, stuck turret, lift the turret and inspect the bearings. Trick not in the book and download the hydro, then replace the fuse. That hasn't really helped matters, I don't think. Ethan Yang, if the CVO-1 had been built, would the Invincible class still have emerged as CVLs, or would they have more likely closer down to Destroyer-style helicopter carriers, or they wouldn't have been built at all? That's easy enough to answer.
Suspect they wouldn't have been built at all.
Yeah, they just wouldn't. John Hegg said, if the Montanas had been built, would they have been immediately shoved to a second line duty in Shulvermont? No. Well, they probably would have done that, but also they'd have probably been the ones
we kind of discussed this earlier.
Doing duties in in Korea and Vietnam, that sort of thing. They're kind of more used
They'll
to
be able to, during the war, they'll be able to do basically everything the Sodex and North Carolina's did, but better.
Yeah.
I mean, because they'd likely be roughly the same speed, so.
Yeah,
they're still fast battleships. They're just not Iowa fast.
Yeah, the whole thing with the Montanas was a return to slightly slower speed, but just a massive jumping capability.
All right, Dragon, Steve, have you set up the facilities for us to move across to World of Warships yet? Can you go do it?
Not quite. No.
It is now 9 o'clock.
I'm gonna leave this then and get over there.
Yes, the room's already set up.
Thank you. So it is 9 o'clock.
People are already
while
joining.
Everyone is moving across and setting up, I will come join you a second. I am just going to answer the question from IO2, make sure that the questions are all saved, so I will get to them afterwards. But we've now got 3 hours of World of Warships.
That's
roughly, which is going to be fun.
Doc, that's the last of them.
IO2 is the last.
Yep.
Clarke, let me know when you're back to questions. If I'm available, I'll pop in to help.
Thank you. Good lord, I managed to race through. So basically, actually, what I will then say is if you do have any questions while we're live for the 3 hours, as long as it doesn't get too many, if they come in, I'll try and deal with them. IO2, what would you do if you were post-war Japan and somehow managed to inherit both IJN Katsuguri and IJN Oido? They're very good scrap value at that point, post-war Japan. I don't want to crew them. I don't want to cause any trouble. I want the money. Because I have lots of things I need to rebuild and lots of things I need to sort out. Take care, Pierre Thomas. Thank you very much for 10 euros, and thank you. At night, there's now 152 questions for next Saturday.
Go.
I'm going to drop out so I can go get some food and then get ready for stuff.
Marvelous.
There you go.
All right. As we all expected, I don't have access to clan battles because, of course, I don't. I do, however, now have a Pensacola.
Are we doing clan battles? I thought we were doing. Well, I don't know what we're doing actually.
That's what you need for training rooms. Yes, Doc is very much aware of sea power.
I am very much aware of sea power, and I'd love to do it at some point. But at the moment, I've got World of Warships set up, and the thing is, and more importantly, I can do all these clans with all the people. I can do all these meetups with all these people, and I know it well enough that I can be somewhat of a capable partner in it. I do know sea power. I'm going to get it at some point, and yeah, I'll have fun with it. But it's a case of I will be using it, but at the moment it's not there, so it's not at that point.
Yeah, that one. Okay, not that one.
Hang in there. You don't have too much longer left.
Me? No, I only have 3 hours left. This is nice and easy. There is a reason I scheduled World of Warships for these 3 hours.
Crab monkey.
I think it'd be quite a lot of fun.
Okay, World of Warships, a thing that exists. Truly magnificent.
Are you sure World of Warship exists?
Indeed.
You sure? Because, are you certain?
I think so.
You positive World of Warship exists, or are you fantasizing about it?
I don't know. I think he's hoping Hosh ends up in there.
Yeah,
actually, yeah.
He's huffing Hoshium.
Hoshium.
Like copium, but Hosh flavored. Get out of my tongue. I said that, and then my brain immediately imagined what that would taste like, and it's like,
why? Do you
I am the victim of my own creation.
Always and regularly. Okay.
Was that Leslie? I think it's...
Okay. So in the Discord server, I need to move from wherever I am to wherever I need to be.
Oh, Chair's here. Marvellous. I do like Chair. Chair is very nice.
I'm going to kick us up to... I think we need to start migrating to General, I think.
Yeah.
It's not sink the Bismarck, it's sink the foo.
Well, no,
it's more than just sink the foo currently, but...
That's good. And no, not that one. Sorry, for some reason it's still not showing. Give me a second to get it right. Oh, that's why it's deciding to be weird. There you go. Finally, it's working.
Hooray.
Right.
Oh.
And I messaged Killerbin as well to say, right, okay, we're looking to start getting started. So
that's good.
There is Fleet.
Look at
time.
Oh, isn't she pretty? Pretty battleship.
Oh, you weren't talking about Fleet View.
I was gonna say, I was about to have a serious crisis of, like, a sense of humour failure.
Well, it matches with sink the Bismarck. You see, sink the foo.
Yep. So
you can't
basically just wait to see how many people we get
already on fire.
what we'll start with. all of this.
The foo is on fire and screaming. Yes.
Oh, no, there's no screaming. I'm just on fire.
To keep things simple, the game data is exactly the same as it was yesterday.
Marvelous. And now, of course, we've also got the potential for ship-shaped crew to appear.
Dragon, can I have my submarine?
Oh, Chris, that's oh God, now that's in my head. Oh.
What?
Oh no! No, bad, naughty.
What's bad?
What?
Me
and Steve have missed something here.
Oh no! Look in chat. On the
Look
YouTube.
in chat.
On the YouTube one.
YouTube chat. Look at
YouTube
the abomination
YouTube chat.
that was just put in
what
YouTube
Chris Shea
chat.
just said.
Oh.
Where's my YouTube gone?
It's too hard.
Where's my YouTube chat gone?
I'll join you guys in game in a second. I'm actually already in a match in my Malta, so I'll.
Hey, look! I didn't even put what I said in the YouTube chat. I'm going to apologise to Foo. That was supposed to be a private joke. Sorry, Foo.
I don't even know what you people are on about.
Well, Knight's put sink the Foo, sink the Foo.
And Chris Shea has put Tua.
What the heck?
Oh, right. Okay, that's been kind of hidden, right? Okay.
Yeah. That's just painful, man. That's.
I'm now hearing myself repeat back. I got YouTube on.
Oh, good lord.
You know how disturbing it is when you hear your own voice coming back, but
Yes.
10 seconds later. Yeah, that was kind of the problem.
So, Runon, did you actually manage to do what you were saying that you might be able to do last night, which is do 150 battles in one night?
No, of course not. I thought I could, but to be
didn't-
frank, I had to sleep because unfortunately I did not get the full set of Insomniac genes. I am at access level 15, and to get to clan battles, I have 151 battles left. I did get Pensacola though, so I got that far.
So we can at least do operations then, which allow up to 7 people and lets people slowly join up. Just because, unfortunately, currently you still cannot do training room battles. So,
which is stupid, but here we are.
It used to be access level 15, and then they increased the access levels up to 17, and then it became 17.
Which is
a little bit silly, in my opinion.
Like I can understand why, because it prevents sock puppeting, but at the same time, yes. Because
well,
if you have somebody who
don't actually get you anything.
Yes, but if it's considered a component of clan battles,
it's not.
And you have people, so I could interact with clan battles now.
No, but they'll occupy the same level. But training room battles are completely separate to clan battles. The idea is that basically, theoretically, that you could use training battles to improve your skills.
Yes,
but they don't actually connect to
Really, the strange thing is
training battles existed before clan battles.
Training battles would be sensible to be open to all levels, in my mind.
Yes,
I would tend to agree.
But they've probably tied somewhere in the back end. Wargaming has probably tied it into the clan system for whatever reason.
No, because I said they existed before clans. Like
yes, but that doesn't mean that when they patched clans in, they couldn't have. The last time I could get into a training room, I had to go into the game files and modify game files to get access to it.
They changed that.
Yeah.
Quite a long time ago, and before they had clans. But yeah, either way. Right, so let's see about trying to invite people then.
I was playing this game in the open beta. Actually,
I was in closed beta. That's why I've got the closed beta.
I might have been. When I would have started playing this game around 2014, 2015.
Yeah. No, I was actually one of the closed beta testers.
So was I.
So.
Yeah, I started playing. Originally I started playing with warships in like 2018. I got a bit dissatisfied, so I kind of gave up on it. So all the original account stuff evaporated. Don't go there, you know.
I don't know.
I need to pick a ship, don't I? Right. Okay. Go back to there. Right.
Right.
It won't allow me to pick my submarine.
No, it won't yet. Mm-hmm.
Well, since we're doing operations just for the moment, just so we can make sure Runon gets to at least take part for a little bit.
Yeah. No, that's fair. No, it's okay. I quite understand.
And hey, don't.
I'll be joining you guys in the battles in a second. I'm just finishing off a fight in my eagle.
Don't let me drag your fun down, okay?
What can
we can do? Well, we can do a couple of these and then go into them.
And we can also see, because if the World of Warships people turn up, they might be, Killer Bin and Fructini turn up, they might be able to sort something out for you. So that's the only reason to sort of do it.
Why can't I pick anything?
Although I will continue to complain somewhat loudly about not being especially because I have linked my accounts and the central servers.
Of how they can't just have it connected.
Yeah, I can understand the ships to a point, especially on premium stuff. But stuff like the account is the game is not that much different between North America and EU. And IO2, yes, I could. The problem is this account, I think, was brought into existence Friday.
Oh.
I've also had a 40k game on Saturday, which took up 8 hours. Between leaving, playing the game, getting a burrito, which is an important part of the process, and coming home.
No, don't worry.
Never underestimate the value of getting a good burrito.
A burrito's not a taco. He didn't get a taco without you. He got a burrito. It's a different thing.
No, the taco is tier 5.
Stop winding up the poodle. Don't nicest way, I don't wind up Queen Fox, so you don't wind up the poodle.
Wait.
Does the poodle play warships?
The poodle plays everything.
Why can't I select my ship? Why can't I select my ship?
Remember to look at the top, see if you're set to operations. Remember that bug.
That's what I've not done. Right, yes, I've forgotten about that bit. Right, now I can select my ship.
What fleet was joining us?
I am.
So why haven't you accepted the invite?
Because I haven't received it yet.
Yes, you have.
Fleet?
I can actually see you being invited.
Now I have. There.
You mean you weren't looking?
Wrong ship.
You weren't looking.
No, I was looking. I just
Oh, I just realised. Wait, there's chat.
Hello.
Stafford.
Yeah.
Why did you time out Rumsfeld? Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, that's
probably
fair.
the message just above.
That's fair. You know what? That's fair. I'm not complaining. That's fair.
What?
No, Stafford, you did a good.
Any
you
name
did
with
the
Donald
right job.
Rumsfeld, you're au fait
And
with.
also, in nice way, timing out Donald Rumsfeld, fully understood, and the timing out defense secretaries is necessary sometimes just to keep their egos in check. And perhaps if Donald Rumsfeld, the real one, had actually been timed up more often, it would have done America some good.
I think we should also sound out time out shadow defense secretaries as well.
So far he's been
There you go.
he's kept
We'll
rather
save
quiet
Lisa
while
that.
in the job. All I can think is he was so busy trying to find a farmer to write a defense story about in his constituency that he got lost somewhere, preferably.
It's a shame it wasn't permanent.
We can't always get what we want, Steve.
No.
No.
But I did get what I want in terms of that I'm not in work tomorrow. I've got a day's leave.
Night.
Or sleep.
1, no, Foxo isn't here. 2, questions are closed.
She, technically speaking, is and isn't.
Isn't.
Are you telling me that Foxo has converted herself into the Quantum Foxo?
Well, if you note a certain Ruby the Carrier.
Yes.
What a horrifying thought. Quantum Foxo. Ugh.
That is Foxo in her
A horrifying thought.
World of Warships form.
Normal Fox.
Warships, what did you just do?
What?
Warships, I needed that. Sorry, the game just decided that the universe ceases to exist because I'm looking at the graph Spee.
Yeah.
Yes, because it's the graph. Hey, what the heck did you expect would happen?
Reaction.
Although I suppose it could be worse. It could be the Hosh.
Though technically speaking, it isn't actually graph Spee. It's one of her sisters.
Foxo has now christened herself Quantum Foxo. Should we be afraid?
What?
Yes.
Probably.
I currently see her as Ghost Foxo.
Yes,
Yeah,
but
I'm
she said,
very
I
afraid.
am Quantum Foxo. I'm in Super Kebab position.
Oh god.
Okay. What's the operation?
That's Dragon's problem.
We
there.
will find out. Well,
Yeah, let's see what we got to do this time.
It's made she is now
I'll-
much happier.
Super
I was
Kebab.
jolly impressed with our performance on doing this one last time.
Yay. So we'll
I'll
probably
find out
fall
myself
apart
in a
this
moment,
time.
because I haven't actually found out yet.
Because we achieved every single
Aegis, did you
objective.
say? Yes, for some reason my warship is having one of its typical moments.
Take back our ships and fetch them
Fraktini's
over
just
to
sent
the
through a
destination.
note.
Oh my Kalis, it is Aegis. We are in trouble.
Are we?
Yes, this is, in my opinion, one of the hardest operations in the game.
Oh, it's a good job we've got some naval experts, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm unable to expect
And some supreme idiots.
Now.
Kind of regretting not picking a tier 7 now. Oh well. Also,
Well, none of us are in tier 7s, are we?
No,
you
that's why me and Fox chose to jump in tier 6s.
There is a Japanese battleship out there.
Right. I'm just going to quickly go and take my wash.
Dragon,
Now, I am sorry, but I am in a floating Pepsi can.
You're in a couldn't you have at least got a Coke can? You're desecrating the brewman being in Pepsi.
I prefer Pepsi.
You prefer Iron Brew.
There is Indianapolis. If you just go for that instead.
Well, I wanted to. Okay. Why don't I use my playtime to try and grind out of the floating citadel?
I'm just going to very quickly reboot my game because I said it basically was crashing on load-in, which is
U.S. interwar cruisers. Why need armor when no armor do well?
Well, at least you've got good guns.
You have guns? Who let them have guns?
I got it next week.
Like the not Indianapolis. Sorry, the Pensacola actually has some very powerful 8-inch in game.
Has someone let Fleet have guns?
No, you guys.
I thought we agreed that Fleet was going to be the hospital ship. No weapons for Fleet.
Incorrect. I have weapons.
Oh, good lord, this is scarier.
What does those tops? Whoever that destroyer
they're
is.
They're called pictures of his ship girlfriend. Posh.
What are you talking
Don't
about?
worry, they are on their way. Sol is actively working on this.
I thought that was a joke.
No.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke. Foxo does not joke about these things.
No, I've come to learn that about
13-inch guns.
I just had the nicest roast dinner ever.
Oh, that's a Fuso. Well, I probably should engage
there
that.
There will be a number of enemy battleships also.
I told you it was out there.
There's many people deciding what fleet should actually be in for our safety, and most are deciding they don't want it to run in the casualty receiving ship.
I wouldn't trust him to treat me.
I should probably turn and engage that.
Yes, battleships should probably engage battleships, even if you are on that weird verge.
No, I mean the 3 cruisers that are just coming in from the northwest, or is someone else going to be taking that out?
God, yeah, I've just seen that. I wasn't looking in that direction. I'm looking around the side of these pinnacles that look like they're in the South China Sea. And the James Bond set.
Finally, aim those 11-inch. Commence fire. And yes, there's about 5 of them actually coming in from the north.
Yeah, I can see that.
Also, there will be a number of enemy ships coming in from there.
Bow tank. Please sail
at least 5 more cruisers.
Well, I'll head off to the north to try and screen them if they show up then.
Who sat at the back? 9 kilometers behind me.
That is me, because my game refused to load because I had Clarke stream.
Oh, right, okay.
She blows.
Are you knackered back there? Or do you need me to come back and help?
I've got a heal,
You
and
need me
Thrash B is pretty strong. Besides, we have the power of anime on our side.
Well, okay, I'm going to see what I can do. I'm going to come back to the slot.
What have I got to do to kill these bloody cruisers?
Language,
torpedoes and language.
And yes, torpedoes will work. Aim just above the waterline as well should help.
The ones which say attack are the ones. Are they the ones we got to take down?
Currently we need to kill them all.
Oh right, there's just some that we say attack specifically. I was just wondering. Oh, do we have to take them down as well?
Yeah, we have to basically take them all down.
Fleet, I do like how you're giving your broadside to these Japanese cruisers.
Well, I'm doing
all
it
your
to
guns
shield
are
you.
forwards. Yeah, but they haven't been shooting.
I can't
me.
charge in on
appreciate
them.
it,
That
I
would be
guess, but-
suicidal.
Yes, it would. I'm at least glad you haven't done that.
Yet. Give him 5 minutes.
Like Runon is doing, though. Runon's succeeding for now.
Runon is
Finally, a bloody penetration against that bloody Miyoko.
Linguistics.
Sorry. Against that
twice in a
jolly twice MacGuffin over there.
That's
better. Twice MacGuffin. It's a whole twice MacGuffin.
Yes.
Aha. The fox is.
We need to start recording.
For the love of
Fleetism.
Kebab. Good choice. Good choice.
What?
You killed him. I was literally after I fired my salvo.
Oh, hi, Alba. That's nice of you.
You guys doing operations?
Yes.
Ah.
Am I kill stealing on you, Fu? There, then is that what you're complaining
There's
about?
such thing as kill stealing. There's only kill securing.
No, it is kill stealing. They should have killed them first.
It's kill stealing when you have faith that they could actually do it. Otherwise, it's kill securing.
Faith in teammates playing the game.
Have you, Dr. Clarke? Are you sure you played this game before?
Why? I have very polite, very kind methodology of doing it.
Yeah, Jack Ray, you and I are in the same boat on that one.
I've had to close down the chats just because for some reason, Clarke's YouTube stream was just eating my entire computer's memory. And I don't understand why.
My secondaries are going to kill that cruiser.
Chrome. Are you sure about that?
Oh, nice. But you've already, I just realized you've already got 4 kills. Runon has been doing well.
This cruiser's going to pass me on
well,
my
the only 2 I've got are the ones I stole off the food.
Wait, would it be a bad time to mention Mogami has torpedoes?
Yeah, well, she's not used them, and also I was kind of too close for them to actually be. Okay, she's all yours, Dragon.
Think that.
I suspect she's probably Runon's, actually.
What did I do?
Did a lot of
never mind, she's all mine.
Did you steal off me there, Foo? Is that what you're saying?
Well, lucky they haven't been slinging torps.
We
right,
can
where
sink.
we're going to now? Okay,
we can sink ships.
I can, in fact. It turns out I'm getting very good in my
there in a moment.
Ooh, that was a good shot.
Battleships? Oh, I am in entirely the wrong place. I need to not be here.
And there will also be other enemy cruisers and destroyers spawning over there. Our job is to get the convoy here.
Where is the convoy?
The ships
right
we
in
are
the middle
currently
of it.
surrounded by.
Oh, where the anchor is. Right, okay.
No, the convoy is currently these the Liberty ships.
You're just sailing right past one.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, right, so I am. Right, okay.
And we've got to
I
get
was
them to the
looking
anchor.
completely the wrong. I was looking towards where that
Yeah,
port
we're trying
is
to
over
escort
there.
them to the anchor.
Okay.
Ah, right, okay.
Oh, okay. You can
Go and rescue the poor
switch
crew
between
of the shores.
targets. Yeah.
Right,
Good
well, I'm
target
going to
selection,
get on
though.
her starboard side because she has nothing there.
I'm sticking in
trying
the
to
middle
do
of the
my-
convoy as heavy escort. Because if I do anything else, I'm likely to explode.
I am. I'm trying very quietly not to make too many jokes about Foo, so I'm being good on best behaviour in the first game.
Listen very carefully. I'm hunting wabbits.
Yes.
Oh.
Very careful.
That's an Amagi. That's a nasty, nasty thing.
Where?
Cute.
Oh, right, okay. Reminder, keep your eye on the minimap.
Reminder, press X occasionally just in case something's popped into range.
Oh, that first salvo was a straddle, not a hit.
Yeah, that primarily basically sets the game to be targeting it, but...
Listen, Montana. Just because something is true does not mean you have to say it.
Yeah,
Fire again.
Yushi, Senshin, Kotsu are the 3 battleships we need to sink.
Remember, folks, this convoy isn't exactly going that fast. So do not run off.
It's going the same speed I am. We're well past normal merchant cruising speed.
I'm at half speed here. I'm doing 16. Okay, and that is only just as fast. Right? No. Right? Okay.
So there's the 2 Nagatos.
They're also
No.
Yeah, they're also coming in
Oh,
from that
never
side.
mind.
Yes. Yes, please.
Okay.
Chair, are you going off to do British destroyer things? You are, aren't you?
Do remember
Yes.
the Nagatos do actually have a pretty potent secondary battery.
Well, I'm going to try and not get
You are
spotted
not
by
a tribal class.
Shh. I have exactly 7,991 extra hit points.
Is that our aircraft carrier bound there in that corner?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay.
That
we
is
got
our
some
reinforcement
backup, at
because
least.
the large number of enemy ships we're fighting.
Okay.
I'm glad
None of
we got
them are in range for me to
reinforced.
do anything about. None of them are in range for me to do anything about currently.
Well,
I'm just increasing my potential damage.
Myself and Dr. Clarke are engaging the Amagi with gunfire.
Well, I can see that, but like I say, they're all out of my range, so there's nothing I can do about them for you.
I would say full power to your engines, and then.
Well, no, if I go full power to the engines, then like the convoy will get left behind, and I wasn't planning on doing that.
We need to leave. Convoy is perfectly fast.
Hopefully.
And also, Steve, the convoy ships are doing 25 knots.
Well, they weren't before.
They are now.
Right, okay. Well, all right.
In fact, they're actually getting in my way. It's annoying.
I think we might be about to kill them with Amagi.
We'll appreciate it.
Come on.
I'm changing my fire over to the Kitakaze, because that Kitakaze is scary.
I'm going after the Miyoko.
Oh, I just lost one set of torpedo tubes.
Yeah, no, it's all right. I'm shooting at that destroyer, so.
Okay, who gave Ruin on the access to all of the cruiser gunnery skills? Victory!
They weren't able to kill the battleships, but we still managed to get the convoy to escape.
Fleet, because I understand.
Did we achieve everything?
Understand how.
No, okay, we
ballistics
didn't complete everything. We didn't complete everything there, but
still a
done.
victory.
Victory!
I got one. Oh, you actually get points for the battles. Nice.
Yeah. I'm in game. I'm now back in game. If there's a spare slot on any of the missions.
Has anyone told Fructini and?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I put a message on the board we used yesterday.
So who currently has the star and who's currently got the star in the division?
You.
That's not great.
If someone wants to go and poke Jingles so that he can do or send a replay or screen cap to Jingles on this one, you're more than welcome to on my end.
You can do, but honestly, I don't know if any of us are doing that great. But yeah, carry on.
Yep. Just going to quickly reboot the game again because it now
I'm
is
worried about
refusing to show me
Jingles
the
ending up
divisions.
watching these videos and going, "How badly does Alex play?" And
Are you being booted out the server? Are you being constantly booted out the server?
That is a critical error. Not quite. First time was a memory issue. Second time is the fact occasionally there's a bug where if you have to leave the battle, if you leave mid-battle, which technically was still loading, it's not actually showing me the division window, so I couldn't ready up.
Oh, okay. Because it used to keep happening to me a lot.
Hey, we didn't do too badly there, lads.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I had to clear the cache. I had to clear the cache on the game.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, got some nice stuff there.
See, Fleet, I really do like cruiser gameplay. I just wish I had some armor.
Well, for that, you're playing probably the wrong nation for armored cruisers.
Why?
Are you kidding me?
Okay, I can only do tier 6s. That really limits my ship options.
Well, you can do
Oh,
tier 7.
well, I saw somebody using a tier. All right, somebody using a
we can't
tier. So I'm bringing Fiji.
Wait. We can do tier 6 and tier 7.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't do too badly in Dunkirk.
You didn't do too badly in the bunker queue?
Because I'm pretty sure what's called.
Never mind. No, I
only
can't.
has Queen Elizabeth.
The only ship I can do is because someone was in a tier 8. That's why I couldn't pick Dunkirk. I didn't do too badly in the Dunkirk, actually. Funnily enough, I did okay.
Okay.
I now remember my detectability range, so I'm less likely to die.
One moment.
One moment before we go into combat.
Don't worry, I'm having to reboot again. I'm just getting a chain of bugs here. There is another bug currently where the actual ships you have in port disappears.
Well, that sounds fun.
It does sound fun.
Verily.
I
love
warships.
South, what's your username?
It's literally South JM.
Yeah.
I can grab them basically after this one. I'll see about exchanging a couple of people in and out potentially.
I'm very disheartened with my father and brother's efforts on my engine. Don't worry, it's often the case with family and engines. They always have fun. Lions Fleet, what else would you be engaging in with the Waterhouse? Really?
Pardon?
Well, apparently you have a Waterhouse. Wonder if Fu has a model of the Hosh.
He has a full-size body pillow.
I do not have a full-size body pillow. This is...
Because Sol hasn't finished it yet, we know.
No, that's not...
Stop pestering the poor man about it. He'll get it eventually.
We could do that, couldn't we?
I do have a 1/700th resin a 1/350th resin model of a T-class submarine.
Very good.
Like we could get the
people might have heard I'm desperately trying to get T-class submarines.
So if people just want to ready up on whatever they wish to play, so I basically know what I'll bring out.
It will be my case will be once I've made sure all the questions and everything's done in the chat and everything's fine. I will after this is after it's over. I will then go. I will set up the house for the electricians to arrive by getting the various things off chairs, etc., stairs and stuff. And then I'm going to go and find a bathtub.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Fleet, when you go on vacation, do you sleep in a hostel?
Hostel? Trivago.
No, but he doesn't when he goes on holiday.
Look, I'm trying to.
Are you sure that accident is really American? Because that pun is so British.
And Fleet, you know, when we burn you too much, we can always send you to the hospital ship. Thank you, Derp Squatch, for that glorious pun.
So have we decided what a host ship girl looks like, anyone? Have we decided?
Give me a moment, right? Yes, actually, a little bit.
What a conversation to listen in on.
Give me a moment. Can I... Yeah, I can do this, and then...
Yeah, Warm Kitty and Lions, I do have the Mighty Jingles as a captain on my North American.
That's Sol's work in progress from about 10 days ago.
Where is it? Texture?
Well, I DM'd it directly to Clarke, so it's not finished yet.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
That's it. I'm doing a hostile takeover.
Oh, hi, Foxo.
Marines, Mr. Bond? How utterly predictable. I love that meme. I love that.
Oh my, that's very Hosh and so Fleet.
You want me to talk, Mr. Hosh? No, I expect you to die.
Yes, as I said, it's not quite finished yet, but should hopefully be at some point soon.
Mm-hmm.
Which image did you send him?
The one from 10 days ago.
Oh.
Oh
the
boy,
Circus Performer one.
I don't.
Is this something for me to see, or am I not allowed to see it yet?
Well, you'll see the finished product.
Oh, yippity ki
It would be rude to Sol to show you in unfinished art.
1 second. I just need to pull my dinner out of the oven.
Especially after he did so well for K95.
Everyone is pushing around.
I've got a message back from Killer Bean. Unfortunately, can't join tonight. All matters to attend to. So it sounds like they've got work problems.
Not surprising. There's an update coming this week.
Yeah, that's okay.
People on the EU server play differently.
Well, yes, the servers do play drastically differently.
Yeah,
just when you're ready, Clarke, if you'd like to ready up. And then we'll just wait for Runon to get back.
I wonder... Dr. Clarke, didn't you say yesterday that you're half expecting certain ship-shaped gentlemen to appear?
It's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Look, I like my possibilities. I like my possibilities, okay? I'm an optimist.
It's all going to depend on how Sundays went.
I don't think... I don't believe that Optimists quite covers your opinion of certain warships beyond the Hosh.
Oh, come on, this isn't fair.
What's that Spanish one he likes? Is it Palayo?
Well, I like Palayo.
Please.
I like.
We've been managed to avoid mentioning the Palayo for a couple of weeks. It's been safe. It's been a Palayo safe zone. A PSS.
Now, okay. I was thinking. I was thinking about this.
Way, the last thing he wants is Hosh and Palayo coming to blows over Fleet again. It's so bad to pull them apart. And last time they almost scratched our eyes out.
I thought they just melted our eyes out with their visual, with their visage. But anyway, what I will say, and I was thinking of this last night, Fleet, as much as I cannot understand your obsession with that thing, it has made you pretty well versed on that era of naval construction.
Mainly trying to defend
and technology.
Yeah. I said, just waiting on you to ready up, Clarke, and then we can get going.
Okay.
It currently shows you as unready.
Also, Foxo, I'm very, very concerned about what that special version is.
Unfortunately, I can't talk about it here, so don't worry about it.
Special version of what?
Have you sent me an invite because it's not shown up yet?
You're already in.
Right, there should be a little button at the bottom left of your screen that says Division. Click on that and it'll bring up the Division menu for you.
Got the contacts menu.
Gold.
No,
it's the gold one on the bottom.
Under
Oh, I can't see that because there's a mug in the way. Sorry. There was a mug in the way, so I was going, I can't see anything. It was literally, it was being blocked by a mug. To be precise, an Eeyore mug.
Well, it wasn't blocked by a poodle then.
No.
Mugsy, I don't know how you've done it, but I know he's just done it.
What?
Oh, here we go again. Same thing again.
Oh, it's a repeat.
Yes.
Okay. At least we know kind of.
If you've got any boosters, people might want to consider putting it on their ships because they actually can be quite good. Like, operations is one of the most efficient ways to level up, is to get XP.
I am doing so. Dunkirk is rapidly being leveled, like a leveling.
Yes, but
level.
Dunkirk's a premium, so it doesn't matter, unfortunately.
No, but she's helping me get a lot of free XP to help me towards Normandy.
Oh, Normandy's a lovely ship. You'll like Normandy.
I know, it's French.
Yes.
It's also a really quite good. It's also a bit of a sweet spot in the tier.
Yes.
No.
Thankfully, it's where her 340s do manage to at least still hurt the enemy ships.
The fact she has guns that can hurt the enemy ships is a good
balance
idea.
of pace and protection. It's actually a real sweet spot in the French tree.
I would disagree. I'd say the tier 8. I'd say the tier 6 and 7 are really
bad.
Strange. Well, I'm not going to say bad. I'm going to say strange.
They're one of those ships that they have one gimmick.
This is going to be fun.
Which is a lot of gun.
But they are so easy to just screw over to mess over HE. So AP.
Yeah, that big
rocky so much case, mate.
Ruinon, do you want to stay with Chair, given that we're going to have minor
Fuso.
Fuso problem? Yeah, there he is. Right, I'm gonna
You support Chair, or you want me to support Chair? Or you want me to
both of us, I
support you
think.
and Chair.
Both of us, because then we can hook right into the convoy once we've killed the Fuso and the cruisers that are coming down this way.
Sure thing, Beatty.
Hey.
The fact they're actually adding BT to the game is amusing to me.
Okay, give me spotter
I'd say
aircraft.
calling Fu BT is almost insulting to BT, because at least BT was a good captain.
Ouch! Ooh. Come on.
You know, there's
No matter what you
similarities
think
in
of
strategic.
I can't deny he
They
had
both-
taste when it comes to good to ships.
Oh, Ruinon!
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. BT did like good-looking ships. He didn't like Hosh or ships like that. So, you know, that's a fleet thing. So again, there's a differential.
I think after that one, Dr. Clarke, we are going to have to send fleet to the hospital.
Because let's be honest,
I'm doing a hostile takeover.
Well, that was a very random speculative torpedo on my part, if I'm brutally honest, and it worked.
I'm just really glad that our AI destroyer laid down a smokescreen when it did, because it's allowing me free reign on these enemy ships.
I laid down that smoke screen.
No, this first one was laid down by the Fletcher.
Oh right, no, the second
I'm relying on
The second one
Ruinon's like luck
going to be
to
now
actually
to
actually help widow away these cruisers while I'm working over the Fuso.
Incoming enemy torpedoes.
Since he seems to have
I just did 28k to it.
No, and our fleet's engaging the cruisers to the north.
Destroyer.
Yep.
Oh, there
Akizukis
goes
are
Chair.
Quite scary.
Yeah, there goes Chair. He's about to make that Fuso's day go worse. Oh, never mind. Fuso has been bonked very aggressively. Truly, it is a great day.
I got detonated.
Oh. What do you mean? No. Oh, you didn't get detonated, but you did just have, I think, like 10 8-inch shells go straight into your citadel.
Yeah, that was a significant emotional event for Ruinon. That was.
But that would require me to have emotions, Fleet.
Oh,
they were all shut off when you showed him Hosh.
Yeah.
Now that's not really fair, is it?
The scarring isn't
No,
fair
I think it's
either.
quite accurate, actually.
Permanent and scarring.
Good luck, Fleet.
I do wonder what Tokachi would be like if she had the 140 50 cals, 140mm 50 cals instead of 127s.
Just ignore me. I'm doing British battle cruiser things.
They're doing British
Where
battle
are my
cruiser things?
citadels? God damn it!
Fleet.
Oh, sorry, I keep forgetting.
How do you keep forgetting?
Because God to me isn't a swear word.
That's not the problem.
That wasn't the word.
The other bit. Anyway.
Oh,
I am not enjoying the fact that I might be looking at 4 enemy cruisers shortly.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. 3. Let's see if I can reduce this down to 2.
Oh, damn kill stealer there, Fleet.
I need to get something with a faster rate of fire than my Queen Elizabeth.
King George has a 25-second reload, I believe.
Are you kidding me? That spread quite literally put all of my shells around that for Ataka.
Probably.
So if we can get you towards getting King George to the 5th, we can get you.
You can actually build. You can actually get it down even further with the right build. You can get it down to 22 seconds.
Yeah, but you also have to lose most of your HP to do that.
No, it's not HP build.
Yes. Yes, because you can't reduce King George to the 5th's reload. Not without commander skills.
That's why I was pointing out commander. If you can actually use commander skills, but you can also use some of the equipment modifier as well. You do if you.
They're not available to tier 7s. You want to get them at tier 10.
9 and 10.
The ones that reduce traverse default rate of fire.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh,
I see the whole gang is gathered.
Yep.
Hello.
We are currently doing warships for Clarke's stream.
Well, Megami is basically killed, thanks to
I'm
actually getting a citadel. Let's see if I can do it again. Come on, that's it.
Now, I know it's a gameplay mechanic, but I'm very curious how they would actually try and reload a torpedo tube in 7 seconds.
What?
Hello, Miyoko. Goodbye, Miyoko.
Now that was a kill steal. I needed that.
Wait, are you guys doing operations right now?
Yes.
Yeah, that explains why there's such a huge lobby.
I said, Clarke is currently streaming. Eventually, we might be swapping over to training battles. We just want to at least get a few games in where Runon can participate.
Yes.
Okay.
And also,
I want to watch
gives
this.
Clarke some XP then. Ooh, 2.
I want to find the stream. Where is it?
It's on his channel and Twitch.
God damn it! I have to open up. I have to open up my other
careful,
phone.
because people remember Clarke's stream might have minors.
I didn't say a word.
I wasn't talking to you, Fleet.
No. We just said so many things to you now presume
however,
they're talking to.
Alrighty.
Steve, however,
Okay.
after this match, Steve, you want to check your mic settings because it sounds like your mic is about 10 foot away from you.
All right. Yeah. No, I've got it. It's all right. Is that better?
Yep. You are now
You
back to
fixed it.
normal.
No, it was just slightly offline.
Oh, I couldn't even hit the
You
broadside
were-
of my arm.
You were correct, basically, Runon.
And speak of the artist.
Oh, I was spoken of?
Someone should probably go and rescue that poor ship commander.
I'm
who's
going,
currently
I'm
in
going.
a lifeboat.
I found some Nagatos, boys.
Yep, I'm with you, Chair.
You
This
found
is
Oh, you
time
found
for a death
multiple.
ride.
Well, what are you guys doing right now?
Doing
Getting
warships
shut
as
up.
part of Clarke's end of the stream.
Yeah, basically, I decided that the last 3 hours of my 36-hour stream would be me answering questions and computer games. But the trouble is, and water warships. The trouble is, I forgot that when I click into, if I don't make sure it's set up correctly on the other screen before I click into World of Warships, it stops me being able to get my mouse outside the screen and bringing up the screen where I've got the questions. So that's why I'm not chatting to the chat moment, because I've helpfully managed to block the chat off from me. I will, once this is over, I will open up, change it all around again.
If only for this match, yeah, it's probably the easiest way.
Oh, good evening, Saul. No, I've seen you.
I hope you're going to enjoy your time here.
Ow, 16-inch shell hurt British battlecruiser. Ow.
By the way, hold on. Is this conversation right now being streamed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh!
Which is why I was just
welcome to the
give
world.
The warning. Will people please be careful of any language said?
Yeah,
away.
I'm a VTuber, so I know etiquette on stream. Hearing everyone else not have any is an experience.
I see. Well, in that case, hello everyone. Hope you're doing all right.
Montana, you stand accused of posting cringe on Maine.
Oh, well, Maine is in game.
Maine's funny. My
Maine
favorite
is-
battleship.
Dragon's torpedoes got there first.
I don't entirely know
Dragon.
why I don't entirely know why the US would then go for 4 quad 16-inch guns for a successor to the Montanas, but
I mean, the successors to the Montanas were going to be the Longtanas. Just Montana, but more speed.
That's why I'm kind of confused why it's a quad 16s. Oh, wait, Chair, where did you go? There you are. Finish off.
I think it would have been.
I think possible.
Yeah.
I think it would have been really interesting if the Americans, as like a succession of designs.
Yeah, flooding got it.
Ooh.
Nice.
My shells are having no effect on that Amagi, which is kind of weird.
Neither am I, and I am being set afire by everything.
Interesting armor.
I'm not sure what I'm being.
has been notoriously trolley with its armor.
I am being
Ironically,
attacked
because
by
it's torpedo
every
belt.
single destroyer,
Yep.
cruiser, and thing in this area. and I'm
Steve, you
being-
must save. Steve
Yeah.
Clarke must save Dr. Clarke. It's the only way.
Oh, I think
Where
I'm-
is he?
Right in front of you.
I'm
Right
the one
in front of
blocking
me. Right.
everyone.
Okay.
Steve,
I'm
Steve your
taking
situational
fire.
awareness leaves a lot to be desired.
No, I didn't know who it was. Basically.
Don't worry, I was just taking all the shots, trying to deal the Amagi and the others, and basically protecting.
That is now
things.
your job.
Wait, are you guys playing Raptor Rescue?
No. Aegis.
Wait, oh yeah, you're right. Aegis does have Japanese ships.
Oh, there he goes.
Foxo's finally engaging the Amagi in a peer-on-peer fight, which the Amagi is now going to
Has he
lose.
engaged her since she
You're
spawned, Flea?
Yeah. Also, I wouldn't really
Are
call
you
it
guys going to be
peer on
having a slugfest with
PS5.
Yamato or Musashi this time?
Neither, because they don't spawn in this map.
Steve,
Not
would you?
unless you're
Oh,
tier 10.
it's a Newport. Newport's where they spawn. Okay.
Why won't you die?
Is Rook and Amagi really a peer-on-peer fight?
No.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Rook wins.
Yeah, Rook.
Well, Rook's 9.
Rook just has those big
wait, no.
guns, and it just doesn't
Foxo,
matter.
I thought you
Rook-
painted your
Rook only
ships
has
that
950.
Hosh yellow. This looks green.
She does on some ships, not all.
Yeah.
Um,
So far, the ones
Like
I've
her
seen have always
tiger
been
is a
Hosh
beautiful
yellow.
white.
I don't know if this is worthy of censure, but God Emperor Donald Rumsfeld in the YouTube chat has declared himself unilaterally and without input from anybody else the one true God of this world.
No.
And
No.
I think I know that I need to what to do to show him that he may not, in fact, be the one true God of this world.
Yeah, execution via Longlands.
Right, so I will swap 1 or 2 people in and out.
I'll drop if you want.
Okay, if
Me
you
too.
want, yep, can do.
Unfortunately, I cannot join.
So, right, if you want to jump out, and then people want to message me to get them in game. In the battle, because there was South Jin, Raptorat also mentioned earlier. I'm not sure if you want to be in Yuki or not.
I am currently still grinding on my EU account, so I'm in a game. I didn't know I was going to be asked.
How do I leave the Thing Dragon?
Click the little cross up in the top right of the window.
Yeah, it's like you have a little chat window. You just click the cross and it just throws you out of the division.
Right, then.
Oh, by the way, Fleet, Dr. Clarke, how did the World of Warships stream go? The other one.
First
The one where you guys were dancing on Shenandoah's rotting corpse, basically.
Oh,
I think
the
we
armchair
had fun,
admirals you're
we had
referring
fun with
to.
armchair admirals.
Yes.
We did. We had fun with it.
Poor Shinano. Though she will be in the game soon, I believe.
She had it
It was
coming.
mentioned in an event.
She had it. Flea, did you see what I posted it in your? Where's your server?
The fact you kept singing
In
"She had it
announcements.
coming" in it was worrying to me.
I tend to agree.
I have this little. Dr. Clarke, I wanted to ask, do you know the game called Pacific Theater of Operations 2?
Yes, PTO 2. It's a game.
Yeah, well, Flea, look in the channel chat. I'm just gonna anger you really quickly.
Oh.
Look at the
I
watch.
just noticed Constant Drowsiness can't believe this game requires 100 gigs to download. It does. Right. It requires 120 gigabytes reserved, but it's actually only between 50 and 70.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put the
Where
poodle
am I
in the
looking?
garden before we start. So
Just pinging you.
poodle going in your garden.
I just pinged you, Flea.
Yes, that doesn't help me. Where am I looking?
Dr. Clarke's server, the voice chat we're in, the channel chat.
Oh,
the
I
voice
keep forgetting those exist since I used Discord before
Text
those
to
were a
speech and
thing.
so on, yeah.
Stafford Thompson. Runon, when one makes a point, make a sharp one.
Yeah, but
big pointy stick.
10 minutes for a meme is a bit much. I'm sorry.
Well, is it 10 minutes? Is it not 11 because you timed them out for a minute already? Or
Yeah,
services
it could
to be served
but...
concurrent, or sentences to be confirmed concurrent.
So I said, just if anyone, yeah, I said Gravitiness. It requires 120, but only is about 50 to 70. It's just so that it can update itself, I believe. But also, in general, if anyone else wants to get into the operation, we've got 2 slots open.
Yeah, I was waiting on the invite.
I need.
I wish there was such thing as crossplay
on in game.
I'm in the game right now.
Yes, but I don't actually have your account, so I can't invite you. So
if you do the contacts, you can probably find me. Because you can do a search.
Yes, but I don't know your name.
It's in the thing of JN.
Right. That's what I needed to know.
So I posted it in the chat.
I have a few.
Which chat?
But in which chat? Did you post it in YouTube? Did you post it?
It's in gaming.
I posted it in Discord because Runon asked me for it earlier.
There we go.
And I thank you.
Got people in.
Right. Okay, Fleet, since I have a feeling you can't see it, I'm just going to DM you the picture.
Of what?
Ovation, I think.
Okay, so I guess we're doing tiers
an
6,
8-bit
7, yeah?
Shenano.
Yes, that's what I just said.
And by the way, remember, folks, just keep it down, okay?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'm American. I can't keep it down.
There's the silence button, remember? Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a...
Last and higher moderator permissions.
I would
yes, I know you
say
have.
between you and Stafford, Runon, I'd say it's... it was his second warning, wasn't it? So it should be more than 1 minute, but probably not 10 minutes. Probably about 5 minutes. I can see where stuff, but I don't know. I haven't done this. I haven't done the block in such long. It says the other options: 1 minute or 10 minutes.
Do you have any higher level economic boosters, Clarke?
I have some. Let me check my.
You might want to use the green or blue XP ones.
The blue. For someone who's basically gotten to Yamato in like 3 months of non-stop, I mean not non-stop, on and off playing, mostly operations with them. Yeah, those XP boosters are literally the best thing you can have.
It's the one. It's the one with the silver stars. The one that's the one that'll be primarily useful to you. You might also need to unready as well.
You're fine.
You have to unready to mount stuff to your boat.
However, doing the making another comment like that one again that you did that I deleted in both locations. Don't do that again. That I'll start taking some
I think Runon is now telling off Montana, I'm guessing.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm so confused as to what's happening.
I to an extent agree on the smiting people at Stafford, but as I said, I think it was. I think, yeah, it's just if there's one between 1 minute, if there's one between 1 minute and 10 minutes, I would prefer. I think for the first it's the 1 minute, and then the second one it's the 5. It's the one up. If it just goes straight to 10 minutes, then fine. 10 minutes is the second one up.
I think there's a 5 minute.
Yeah, that's sort of my policy. Is usually to stick to things to go up in the order they provide.
Right. So okay, Raptor said they didn't actually have the stuff. So right, you still in game, Yuki, or want me to invite you? Or I can try and get someone else back.
If you want to get someone else back in, go for it. Because I realized I don't have a tier 6 nor 7. I have tier 5 and then tier 8. I would have to go make money.
I'll rejoin.
Yep. If there's a slot now, then. Yep.
Sorry, but apologies.
Don't worry.
Oh, you're not sorry. Not yet.
I just wish it
you will be.
Account transfers. I just wish they were a thing because I have everything on my NA account.
Runon said a similar thing earlier. Maybe not account transfers, but at least linked accounts.
Well,
that'd be nice.
That's the frustrating thing, because like my North America, Southeast Asia, and now EU accounts are all linked together. They're all known to be owned by the same individual, but it doesn't transfer my account level over.
Which is a little annoying, yeah.
Yeah, which is like I can understand the ships or the tanks. I can understand that. But
that I'm just going to reply to Stafford in the chat. That makes sense then. If you'd already used the 1 minute and the 5 minute, then it's 10 minutes. And frankly, yeah, it's how it works up.
So, just to explain this operation, we will need to basically protect this aerodrome from US attack. There will be a set of enemy destroyers spawning here, and a group of enemy American standards spawning there. So us battleships
it's the prelude to Raptor Rescue.
Okay.
I like this mission because this mission involves me rolling up with Amagi and beating the daylight out of American standard class battleships. Just as
well, I'm doing a similar thing. I'm in the Ashitaka, which is an Amagi.
And I'm
Praised Guppy over on. Praised Guppy.
I don't like the fact that they called it Ashitaka.
Praised Guppy.
They were supposed to be called Amagi, Amagi, Takao, Atago.
Okay, right now I'm just going to respond to something in the chat. So, Crazy Guy, what's the name of the mod? Mods are are ranked at Master of Arms and Flotilla Leaders. So, basically, Senior Chief Petty Officers and Captains. I don't have anyone else, but there again, they are the best. So that's what they are. And some very special.
Why do you need anyone else if you already have the best?
Yeah.
You probably don't want to go too far just yet, Clarke, just because there will be a massive enemy fleet spawning down there later.
So I was
planning
on positioning myself to bombard out of them by just going backwards and forwards here.
Yep, that works fine. That'll work.
There's a huge wave of torpedoes heading in that direction.
Basically, how that operation goes.
Runon, that's a lot of torpedoes.
Yes, I know.
Are you trying to dodge torpedoes right now?
Runon dodged all but one.
Yep.
I'm just imagining he's screaming, and then I'm just imagining that scene from High School Fleet. Oh my gosh, pie!
Do you know how little that narrows it down?
Is Foo still playing? Because did someone say High School Fleet? Okay.
Yes. It's honestly, at times I almost wonder if some of stretch goals we should try and get Clarke to watch some of the various different.
It's really interesting. What I like about it is it shows life aboard a Kagero Yugumo Asashio class destroyer really well. It does that part good. The fact at the end that they think they can defeat Musashi with a Panzer Schiff, Hiei, and a little destroyer that's on its last legs? No.
Well, no. They what they do to fight Musashi is the Admiral
They try to board her.
3 Kagero class, Hiei, and 2 littoral combat ships of the Independence. Is it the Trimaran?
And the funny thing is, the littoral combat ships can't do anything to them. But the only active threat is if Musashi doesn't need to directly hit the Kageros, especially Harukaze. We know what happens to Harukaze at the end. It sort of just falls apart and dies because it's seen so much combat.
And to be fair, they're not trying to sink the Musashi; they're trying to slow it down.
They're trying to save the people aboard. But if you think about it, if this was a real battle, unless those destroyers,
if it's a real battle, you're playing to kill rather than slow down. You play by a different set of rules.
Yeah. I would also point out that given the amount of modern ordnance they throw at Musashi, she shouldn't have survived as long as she did.
They should have just sniped out her fire control.
To be fair,
they don't have to direct hit it. Most of the stuff is
either, though.
They throw modern heavyweight keel breakers at her.
No, they don't.
No, those aren't modern keel breakers.
They aren't keel breakers.
Those are like... If they were keel breakers, then we would
What's happened there?
What's happened? Yeah, yes, there's an enemy anti-aircraft cruiser right in front of you.
Yeah, but where's the rest of them?
Where's the rest
of
what?
There were ships in front. I thought there were ships in front of me.
You've got one of them to your left.
Steve, you are continuing to impress me with your lack of situational awareness. Keep it up.
No, I've got aircraft to manage.
When you were in a cruiser, you had worse situational awareness.
Oh look, nice way. Stop being critical about someone else's situational awareness. That's not
I have
fair.
other things to think about.
And also, that's just going to lead to you getting worse in reserve.
It's like Clemson, Russian.
But and also, to be fair, going back to the Harukaze anyway, Harukaze does put 10 torpedoes into Musashi's side.
They had torpedoes? Oh yeah, they got rearmed from
a strike of 10 oxygen torpedoes into the side of Musashi.
That should have just killed her immediately.
What? Why is Musashi even going rogue in the first place? I keep forgetting.
Because it's
some disease. It's a pathogen that's turning the students a little mad, so they just shoot anything on sight.
And who thought? Why do these people have warships anyway?
Because most of the world's flooded. Yeah, it's a Japanese anime. Most of the world's flooded, and actually everyone has warships.
You would think there would be more important things to do than build ships.
They're training ships,
designs,
and they're not.
Yeah,
they're not
training ships, but they're World War II.
Also, most of the time they're not building them. The only one that we're aware of that they're actually building is Azuma.
Then how did they get the rest of these ships?
They're the originals.
It's a Japanese anime. Stop trying to picking about apart, Hosh.
That is. I'm not Hosh. Do I look like
Well, I decided it's just easier.
It's like how did they get the aircraft carriers to operate as schools and find all those tanks and girls on Panzer?
That one is also explained. The giant school ships are actually made by the government because, to quote, "there is not enough space left on the land. Therefore, to train the next generation of students, they use land, air, and sea academies based on giant school ships. These also are an excellent way of making sure that people still have jobs on the land. Because do you know how hard it is to build like a
500,000 ton carrier?
It's more than 500,000 ton. Because they're like 10, 15 kilometers long.
Okay. They're like several
million tons.
The funny thing is, like, if you look at all the various school ships, like,
the better question is why
the Russians have their Kiev, the British have, I think it's like I don't remember. Ark Royal.
It's Ark Royal.
The Germans have Graf Zeppelin. Go figure.
One of the
and then you just look at Ori, and it's just Zuikaku. It's just like,
Yeah,
okay,
well,
why
that's
specifically that carrier?
because Ori's a Japanese school ship. Technically,
It
they're all
is.
school ships, but it was Ori was initially a Japanese-themed school ship.
Look, can we stop taking it so seriously? It's an anime about cute girls driving cool tanks.
Yeah,
I'd be more worried about the fact that the French school ship is Surcouf.
No, please, no, not Surcouf, please, no.
It could be
No,
worse.
I'm having PTSD flashbacks.
Ship.
No.
There's nothing wrong with
What's going
Surcouf
on?
ship.
It could be
I
worse.
don't like Surcouf.
It could be Hosh.
Could it be? Well, maybe. I know the Koala Academy, which is Australia, have the
Majestic class?
No, it's the other one. Invincible class, I want to say. Wait, one of the Invisible.
Yeah, because I do remember Australia did operate one or two. Don't remember how many, but I do know that they operated them.
It's one of the most modern ships in it, either way. Apart from
Isn't it a Saipan?
There's some rumors about that. Yes.
I think Raleigh is trying to get Dr. Clarke to dinner based on what I'm seeing on screen.
Like, yeah, right on in the chat, I do apologize. There is a good few of us here who do know way too much about these animes and have looked into them too much.
A little bit.
Surprisingly,
I've written a whole book of lore for Contact Collection.
I don't know why you would. Kantai so weird.
It's interesting. Which is they give you so little, which is why it's so fun to work with, because you just have this outline. You don't have much to work with. You just have
the carriers over here by
Yes,
me,
good,
by the
abysmal
way.
bad.
Yes. Enemy carrier has spawned down here-ish. But the carrier is targeting
be careful.
you.
There's also going to be several fast battleships. You might want to be careful not to get
Elsewhere.
caught by Admiral Lee reincarnated.
I see where the carrier is. It's over here.
Oh no, it's over there. Because usually it runs away. So yeah.
I was right about where it was. That was where I thought it was.
Yes, you were. For some reason I thought it was down there, but no, you are right. It is indeed up there.
I'm just glad my situational awareness is doing quite well. Got fairly good situational awareness. Not got the ship to exploit at the moment. Need to get my cruiser up so I can get some torpedoes going on to people.
My aircraft.
I get the feeling Clarke might like the Commonwealth cruisers.
Oh
no, he would not, because they're horrible. They're so bad.
No, you just don't like them because their gimmick's anti-submarine warfare.
They're heavy cruisers.
No, they're mostly light cruisers until tier 8.
But it's just a case of you are so niche, you won't have the ships you're meant to counter in most niche games.
Yeah, but there's still plenty good heavy cruisers. Like,
so you're just the worst Royal Navy heavy cruiser.
No, they're different though, because they don't have as long a reload, and they've also got longer range torpedoes.
What a difference! Shock horror.
Like,
truly, how could we
you
live
say
without...
that, Fleet, but going from 10-kilometer torpedoes to 13.5 kilometer
that
makes
a
quite a difference, actually.
Yeah, that's a bit of a difference. Yeah.
Like, as someone who has played a fair bit, the difference between a 10-kilometer torp and a 12-kilometer torp, you'd be surprised how often those extra 2 kilometers allow you to actually utilize them. By the way, Chair, have fun. You're about to have 3 destroyers spawn on you.
What?
Yeah, 3 destroyers spawn like here.
What?
Also, just how much your destroyer is bouncing is a
It's
tad
a bounce-
concerning.
It's a bouncy little Fubuki. Don't worry
The
about
fact that
What
your
happened to
propellers
our
and
cruisers?
rudders are coming out of the
Wait,
water.
is he playing a Fubuki?
Has Runan already been killed?
Oh boy.
Runon died in the first 5 minutes.
Yes, because I got stuck on the wrong side of an island, and then a Fuso showed up.
It wasn't quite a Fuso, but yeah. Either way, an American standard showed up plus a lot of destroyers.
All right, I've seen that. I've just seen where those
Runon
destroyers
needed
are.
to stop existing.
Yes, yeah.
okay.
Well, there are the destroyers.
And unfortunately,
seen
while the U.S. Navy decided that the
I'll have them.
Pensacola's didn't need armor, they did give it enough mass to set off the armor-piercing fuses, so, you know.
Well, they wanted to be generous.
I wanted to ask, didn't the Pensacola's and the Northamptons have torpedoes initially?
Nope. Don't think so.
Probably not.
Like when they were just launched, and then they were removed.
There were some US designs I've been sent which did, but I think the actual ones the actual ships they got never had torpedoes mounted. Off the top of my head,
I could swear there's photographs of
person who would know.
Yeah.
I have a feeling he's rummaging for a book right now to figure it out.
More speed.
No,
I
basically.
found the Ranger.
The Americans like to look at the
you found the Ranger
ships, but they don't
Lancet.
tend to.
Yeah. I thought torpedoes was mostly a thing of their scout cruisers more than the actual.
No, Pensacola had 6 21-inch torpedoes that were removed.
I was right.
Pensacola did. But what about the Pensacola class?
Oh.
Was it just Pensacola?
No, it was Salt Lake. It was Salt Lake City as well. They both did.
I was right. They did have torpedoes. Not the Northamptons, though.
You were talking about the Pensacolas and Northamptons.
I was thinking that because I know that the first 3 Northamptons were built in batches.
Foxo, you might be having some
Northampton, and then.
Dragon, they're up against the wall, and I am the goddamn wall.
Easy.
I just sank something, and I have no idea what.
You
people blame me for these things, and I'm not the worst.
No, yeah, you are though, Fleet. I'm going to blame anyone and everyone who does so because.
Why am I always the scapegoat?
You're not though. So far, we have only said it to you when you have done something.
I never asked for this.
Lion.
You did because you
That's
claimed
not
you
a
had not.
fight.
You literally. What did Lion say?
Okay, I'll say my piece and then I'll repeat what he said. Yeah. Lions, that's not a fight. That's an execution. A fight between Fleet in an Espana and Dr. Clarke in a tribal or daring.
That's not a fight. That's an execution. Unless I get exceptionally lucky, and my secondary and primary battery manages to hit him.
How many secondaries did the Espanians have?
I basically have to get very, very lucky.
On what grounds do you think I'm letting you get close enough to let your secondaries actually hit me?
It's basically going to come down to I've got 24-inch guns, 10 per side in casemates.
Dr. Clarke, chat is saying that you should treat yourself.
But
what do they mean by that?
I have no idea, but I was just asked to pass on a chat's message for Dr. Clarke treat. Not Poodle treat, not Corgi treat, Dr. Clarke treat.
I run out of those, unfortunately. I ran out of those.
Yeah, there's a battleship coming in from where we started here, so I'm going to go in Missouri.
I am basically...
And he's not on his own.
What's that mission called where it's just like the bunch of islands with the little forts on them? Not the one with the Scharnhorst, the one with the Missouri that's
Narai.
Charging down the middle of the map.
Narai, which is poetically named Little Trouble.
Yeah.
You would initially be fighting it in tier 6s.
Yeah, remember when I rolled up to it in Amagi and just erased it with a single salvo? It was focusing on someone. I think it was focusing on Foxo because Foxo was playing some sort of other battleship as well. And I just sneak up to it in an Amagi and then just sneeze into its broadside.
Lions just reported that was the most advantageous scenario to Fleet that they thought of. They were originally going to give Dr. Clarke HMS Tiger.
Okay.
Oh no!
Yeah, HMS Tiger versus an Espana is an execution. Thing is, if I'm fighting a daring, I have a chance.
Do you?
Provided, yes, because I do have a 12-inch gun.
I have 10 torpedoes.
Yes, but I think I can engage you beyond the range. Yes, but we're assuming I assume an open car, a flat calm. If it's anything
why am I going to wait? Why am I going to wait for a flat? Why am I going to sit around in a flat calm and fight you? Why am I not just going to duck off and wait till it's nighttime?
Maybe the chance you have in the Espana
why am I letting you decide the time to fight me?
I'm sure Clarke just said duck there, not what others thought.
Yeah, he did. I heard the D's, so...
Yes,
No, I didn't say anything. I said, why am I letting him choose the time to fight me?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So nighttime would not go too well in your favor either, Fleet.
Well, the thing is, basically, I can't really win. Well, I can win, but again, it requires luck.
You have to catch me during
Look,
broad daylight, and the
actually-
nicest way
what's even
in those
worse.
ships, I have enough speed that you're not catching me in broad
Give me
daylight.
an Eerie.
Late. You can ring. What you have to do
Well,
is you have
I'm
to go,
telling you-
bring. Is this Hermann Goering? I got a tribal that needs to be killed.
No,
Give me the entire Luftwaffe.
No, what I have to do is it's luck.
Give me the entire Luftwaffe. They end up bombing their own ships instead.
Like, look, Bismarck had no right winning the fight she did against the squadron that was against her. However, she got lucky, rolled a natural 10, and blew Hood to Kingdom Come.
A natural 10.
Natural 20 and Hood rolled a nat 1.
Yes. So
had Hood been going half a knot slower, that shot would have just went into the water and did nothing.
Yeah, Fleet. I still don't know what Bismarck's meant to do with this.
No,
you in host get embodied.
No. And he's in Hispania.
It's even in Hispania. Just call it the Luftwaffe. That's all you can do, mate.
The only way I win is if I get lucky. I basically have to wing Dr. Clarke.
Wait, it was only me, Clarke, and Dragon left alive.
Yep.
Me, basically, because I've been patrolling up and down, going, hello.
Yeah. If we want an execution, give Dr. Clarke a Satsuma and give Fleet an Eerie.
No.
And watch that 20-inch shell split in half.
You're missing kind of the point.
Right. Yeah. So.
Are you people trying to kill me?
No.
Yes.
Tuesdays.
No, only on Mondays.
It's just considered beneficial.
Alternate Thursdays.
USS Montana is asking what happens to southern Alaska and California, but I'm not entirely certain what the context is.
Yeah. You might want to stick one of those green.
Is this the Alaska is taken by the British as a result of the Crimean War thing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, Alaska was Russian during that time.
Correct. So when that question was being asked, the reason why the Russians sold it to the USA was they just expected Britain to come along and just take it because they couldn't defend it.
Yeah. That is the basic problem for them.
And there was also Fort Sutter, which was also a Russian outpost. There's a lot of interesting. Russia was in Hawaii for some time before they kind of just and left.
Well, yes. Russia...
They didn't control it. They kind of like did merchant stuff there, I guess.
They were there at the invitation of the Hawaiian monarchy. As a
Blackburn Maximus, thank you very much for the just under 70 Canadian simoleons.
Thank you.
Nice.
My goodness, the simoleons, they're all here, lads.
Let me just check. I've got them all.
Are we going to
I can't tick it. I can't tick the 70 Canadian.
No, Clarke, no.
What's Clarke doing?
I just saw on your stream using 3XP to get commander perks.
No, I did Elite Commander XP. I had that, so I got it.
Yeah, Elite Commander XP. Yeah, Elite Commander XP is fine. Actual free XP is a little bit more.
Don't use 3 XP is usually you want to keep that.
I used to Elite
current running. By the way,
let him speak. Let Clarke speak, please.
Current running total, excluding Jack Ray's memberships, which we don't know how that balances out. Completely, but it's 800 an estimated £857.35.
Cool.
Oh, don't forget there's been like 20 gift subs over on Twitch.
I know this is it. I can't because I know Jack Ray does it, but I don't know if it what the exchange on those is and things like that. So I excluded them from the process. But I included that direct payment that we were told about. So
I think the membership on YouTube is about £3.
Is it?
I think it is.
Okay.
I know I put it in the base rate. Unless YouTube's raised it, I haven't touched it.
Yeah, but do you get the £3 for each one?
I get the same thing minus 30%.
Right, so it's still right. Okay. Paul thought it was that, but I said I'm not sure. I don't know why Jack Ray just wouldn't.
£2 per membership then, by the sound.
£2 per membership. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, the reason Jack Ray does that is because there are two ways to boost it. Are to if people are gifting lots of memberships, that grows your channel with the algorithm, and if people are doing lots of
Jack Ray, seriously.
And if people are doing lots of super chats, that grows your channel in the algorithm. The algorithm takes more. It's been now me, Drac, and Garius have basically been testing this on the various systems, and we found that the algorithm. If you want to boost people, the algorithm takes the most notice of super chats, membership donations, super thanks, and basically anything like that. Anything which involves money, they take far more notice of than likes or anything else. So thank you very much, Jack Ray.
All right. Well, anyway.
Well, Jack Ray just shotgunned another 20 memberships into the channel, so thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I don't know how many he's now funded over the whole weekend.
I want to say that's now up to 40.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna 40. So they're each £3, so that's 120. Yeah. Okay.
And then subscriptions over on Twitch are...
Again, I set them to the lowest level I could.
Are about $6. So he's probably also going to be seeing about £3 out of it when he's done.
And the reason
I've got a column for you. I've got a column for USD. So
the reason I set up the ones on Twitch, and by the way, this is for anyone listening to Twitch, and if you've got someone who you watch on Twitch regularly and you really don't want to have adverts, easiest way is to subscribe.
Yeah.
I wish there was a premium membership in Twitch I could recommend to you, because the other thing if there is, I didn't realize.
Yes, it's called Turbo. I have it. It's great. And if you get that, you don't get ads platform wide, but the creator, in this case Dr. Clarke, still receives ad revenue as if you had watched the ads.
Right.
So that's actually really quite generous.
That's actually better than the YouTube one, then, isn't it? Because you just get the flat rate, and then I don't know how they parcel that out.
YouTube.
It was with ad blockers.
With YouTube, it's to do with how many hours they watch. Premiere, the more hours you get of people who have got Premiere accounts watching you, the more you get a portion of that money.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Leslie. It's Turbo on Twitch. Nitro is Discord. Paul Amos has the gifted memberships. I don't know if this is in general or specifically from Jack Ray at 80.
Right, but then we just added another 20.
I would imagine that includes. I would imagine that's 80 total, including the
last 20
brace of 20 that Paul just gave. Or
I'm gonna have to add in some emojis tomorrow, because if I've got memberships that high up,
right, okay. Emojis. So it's 240 then, isn't it? 3/8, 240.
Yeah.
Yep. Give him a sec, Foxham.
So.
Right, okay. Dr. Clarke, goal number 2 has been achieved. You got 1197.
Oh, cool!
Congratulations.
That means I'm getting the pictures for one, and the
if I've got the membership one right, that is.
Yeah, and I think Twitch takes about 3 days turnaround to tell you how much a given stream or streams earn.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So it's close to 1100. Yeah, that's
YouTube
right.
takes, the figure wrong. YouTube takes 48 hours.
Jonathan,
don't worry.
Jonathan, that's going to be calculated in. The problem is Twitch takes 2 to 3 days to return what the value is to the streamer. So once it gives that report back to Dr. Clarke, then he'll know how much he received from those. Thank you, anybody who did donate Twitch subs. And then we can get final tabulation from that. Also, with the Twitch, generally speaking, probably the most cost-effective way to do it is get Turbo. If you're a viewer, get Turbo, and then only sub to channels for which you want the emotes.
Okay.
Just waiting on you to ready up, Steve.
Hey. Oh, it's me. Sorry, you're waiting for me, aren't you?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was busy doing.
You're doing the spreadsheet. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Steve, we're used to it.
Which ship do I? What? Oh, where are we at? Right. Okay. I'm judging. Right. Okay. I'll bring in Fiji again.
Where are my skizzers?
Your skizzers?
My scissors. I'm trying to cut out a little decal, a hull number decal for my little USS California.
Sounds like a skill issue.
I would say something, but that's not Twitch chat
Well, it's not
compatible.
just
So I'm
Twitch,
not
YouTube, but
gonna-
still good. Good for having
Yeah.
vocals.
And Montana, don't feel bad about being missed again. Melanie was one of the first mods in this channel, and I don't think she has ever gotten a membership from Jack Ray.
Ever. She has literally sat below
And
Jack in the chat going, please. Never.
At what point did it become a deliberate thing just to wind her up?
I think the only
It's
way
not deliberate.
I think the only way Jack could still be missing her is he has set something in there which means it avoids her, just for the meme.
That's just mean.
Well, speaking of the person in particular,
what?
Speak of the devil, there he is.
Yeah, I looked around. I found my payment history, and it was like 110. I sent Dr. Clarke a screenshot.
110 memberships today.
No,
this weekend.
over this weekend.
Thank you.
Right. Well, in which case, I've got the wrong figure in there. It's all right. I can fix that. But after I've tried to shoot things up.
Jack, have you got European EU caps yet for World of Warships?
I love how
I do, but like they're all like the bottom level. So yeah.
I love how I just heard someone say to shoot things up, and then someone's mic discharges a 16-inch salvo.
Well,
now it's probably either the Nelson or the Rodney.
I'm going to try starting running these on Twitch about once a week, if I can.
In this,
So the thing is,
Fiji, your AP guns don't do anything to the forts on this thing.
Yeah, you have to shoot high explosive.
Well,
Fiji doesn't
can't
get high
because
explosive.
Yeah, so you just.
Well, that's unfortunate then, isn't it?
Well, I was doing something. I wasn't doing nothing at all. I did do something to them, but not much.
This is something that still irks me to this day. British light cruisers have been in the game since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And they've always been shown to have always been AP only, apart from in dev testing. And yet still, somehow, people keep saying, why aren't you firing HE when people are playing British light cruisers? You would think after 8 years, or some basic reading skills.
And here we see Dragon lose his composure.
Please calm down your dragon. They're getting overheated.
Dragon, are you
Dragon,
expecting
calm down,
the
you're sleeping on the
average?
sofa.
Are you expecting the average multiplayer online game player
Did
to
you
engage that
Did
little
you-
lump on their neck?
Dragon, did you hear us?
Yeah, I did hear that, but I unfortunately can't respond what I want to, so I won't. But no, my comment to that,
Two
Rudolph,
of you are a little bit too keen, aren't you? There.
my comment there, Rudolph, would be, yeah, I've unfortunately had the displeasure of having to
More
listen to
in-
very angry mod developers getting annoyed at people of, yeah, so we put these tooltips in the game where it literally tells you everything you need to know, and then we still get asked these basic questions. Run
What's funny is like, in World of Warships they don't give you a ton of them. In War Thunder they're literally in the loading screens, and people still don't know what some of them mean.
Yes, but the War Thunder ones are pretty bad.
You get
Some
a
of the
sub
War
with
Thunder-
that normally.
Oh,
yeah,
jeez.
Amazon Prime is usually pretty darn
Some
good.
of the War Thunder ones are. It's better to fly badly than fall good. Okay, what does this mean gameplay wise? It kind of doesn't.
But I like how one of them is literally just use your binoculars.
They're free. Thank you, Fox.
Then again, the average War Thunder player is as dense as a brick. Let's just say it that way.
I just call it people being people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me put it this way. There's a reason why I don't play War Thunder and I stay away from the forums.
I stay away from anything that has to do with forums.
I don't, because they can genuinely be amusing to listen to on occasion, and also you can get some good freebies
I mean that,
from there.
yeah.
This
Like
is so
technically speaking,
nonsense.
I've got a tier 7 ship from just paying attention to the forums.
Huh?
And then another time back in the World of Tanks days, I got a tier 8 premium from there.
Oh, you're talking about the World of Warship stuff. No, World of Warship stuff. I pay attention to the forums and so on. War Thunder, there's no reason to.
Forums are dead in World Warships. I miss Little White Mouse's reviews.
They're not dead. They're just now on the Discord only, and
Oh, that's what caused Jingles to leave. Now I remember.
What?
The Little White Mouse incident caused It caused a lot of people to leave, not just Jingles.
It caused trouble.
She was the best reviewer of anything I've ever seen.
Every day I'm struggling.
I got no idea what you're talking about, so I'm just going to nod my head and say,
Little
men
White
will
Mouse.
be men.
Little
Yes,
White Mouse was
Blackburn.
the-
That's why I
was
stay
the
away from
premier
it.
World of Warships reviewer of. She would perfectly analyze basically any of the actual premiums that were released and give you a full breakdown of all their stats and how it all works.
And then practically tell you if it's good to get or not, if it's worth
This
it or
also
not.
resulted in, at one point, her proving to Wargaming, no, your own figures are lying to you. This is how it actually works.
Yeah.
Wasn't it all over the Yukon?
No,
That like
that was
Canadian monarch whatever thing?
Yeah.
Yep.
But she would communicate all that so well. It wasn't just analyzing it, but she knew how to communicate at multiple levels of skill.
She knew how to use words. It's very rare you see someone who can tie words together like that.
Word.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you
I've just
drunk,
realized-
please?
I've just realized Commander Jenkins is here.
Mm-hmm.
Commander who?
Commander Jenkins. He's like roughly 1 in 5 event chance of spawning, and if you can win the battle before he dies, you get a special achievement.
Oh, okay.
It's a Leroy Jenkins.
Jenkins. Anyway, Dragon.
Dragon,
I wanted
gonna
to
eat my
hear your-
torpedoes.
Dragon, I wanted to hear your opinion on this because I think the entirety of the Canicola community agrees that season 2 was kind of bad.
No spoilers. I haven't finished it yet.
Itsuka Numide was. They could have done so much more, but they flubbed the story hard. Like, your main character is Shigure, the so-called invincible destroyer, which is basically her existence has caused nothing but misery for everyone else.
That would be the same with any invincible destroyer.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, Yukikaze, honestly, in the show,
Who's behind you?
comparing her
Clarke?
comparing Yukikaze's personality in the game from voice lines and comparing her in the anime, you honestly think there's something wrong with her.
Do we? We're trying to play a game.
Yeah, careful, Fox.
Yeah.
Understandable.
However,
and Foxo is actually concentrating, whereas I'm getting massacred.
The more we have these anime conversations, it moves the timer to the eventual debut of Mrs.
the end
Clarke
of the stream.
as an animated VTuber.
No,
I heard VTuber.
Anything but that.
What's wrong with being a VTuber?
Dr. Clarke, is that you over there on your own against that cruiser?
Yes, that is me.
That's the direction we need to also be escaping to as well.
Okay.
Which is why I'm securing it, because someone needs to stand up here and try and keep these cruisers under control.
He is fortifying that position.
Not very well, but I'm doing my best.
An Imperial fifth.
Uh-oh.
Just make sure that Nuremberg doesn't torpedo Lake
That's
when
not
a
looking
Petra
good. Yeah, that
mean like
didn't look
that?
good at all. I could see that happening.
Yeah.
So
I
did
was just about to fire, and they let loose their torpedoes. Eh.
That Nuremberg, it's iron within, iron without.
Siege, fortify, siege, fortify.
Just send the Black Templars to deal with the two of them.
Look over there, siege!
Wait, have you guys encountered the... This is the map that you guys are fighting on that has the Scharnhorst, which is just in harbor.
Nope. Good night, Sam.
Well, Scharnhorst class, whatever.
Yeah, and it's already dead.
But there is a buddy
What was
coming-
its cause of death? What was its cause of death this time? Because for some reason, every time I play on that map, it's just something odd. It dies in the
fire.
funniest of ways.
No, you just torpedoed by Rodney.
There's definitely a very big Japanese vessel coming straight towards you all.
Yes, there's there's going to be 2 Fusos plus other reinforcements coming from that direction.
Oh boy,
Do you have
the
two battleships?
the Misfortune twins are coming.
The problem is, both our battleships are so slow, I'm not sure it's worth sticking around.
It's not. Go kill
Like,
the
I can,
cruiser. Go
I can see
avenge
Foxo is gunning the engines.
How many battleships do you have left?
Giving her all she's got, Captain. I cannot
Dragon
change the
Steve,
law of
I'm gonna
physics.
Shovel faster, boys.
have
The
you
captain
been
wants
drinking?
21 knots.
Mistakes have been made.
I'm gonna what have you done?
Dropping rune on
Oh.
Yeah, because it looks like we got enough people here to actually do training battles.
Okay.
It does sound like Fleet is slurring his words.
Yeah, Fleet's probably drunk.
No, I'm actually completely
Slurring
sober.
hard.
I'm actually
No,
completely
you're slurring hard, Fleet.
It could
No,
just be
I'm
he's
not.
tired.
Fleet is kind of in
How
and
is
out.
it-
I'll just say
I'm
that.
not- I'm not slurring my words. What are you
Don't take
talking
this
about?
the wrong way, but I'm the
A
one
little
who's
bit.
been up since Wednesday night / Thursday morning.
I haven't slept since last week because my grandfather. Yeah, let's not talk about that in Twitch chat.
Bruh.
Why are two? You do
Yeah.
know going out. You do realize going too long without sleep is bad for the brain, right?
I know, but when I say I haven't slept since last week, I mean I've caught like an hour of sleep here or there.
As long as you've got these caught on.
Anyway, Chicago, can you let Clarke speak?
Yep. Was Clarke
No.
saying something there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Go ahead,
Carry
sorry.
Don't worry. Carry on. It's fine.
I have a very bad feeling about this.
I've just been sat here. The background noise is good.
Yes.
Am I coming through with slurred words to you? Is the internet
occasion,
having a
yes.
moment? Yeah, the internet is having a moment because I am definitely.
And your reactions are saying that you're drunk because I'm beaming you when you're drunk.
Yes, that doesn't mean that I am drunk right now.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt this time.
Given the,
This
given,
time.
given the fact that I've never hidden that I'm drunk, so why would I?
Yes, which is why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Oh dear. Yeah, that went straight down the middle.
It's tempting not to.
Learning EU server tactics is
Right,
really
you two?
awkward.
You lot get out. I'll do my
Yeah.
I'll do the
what's
Death
called?
Rider.
Chair and Steve, leg it.
Huh? Why?
Leg to the north, because we need you to go to the north to win.
Oh, right.
You need someone to survive. They're staying back because they're slow.
The two of
and
you
they're
need-
going to,
If two of you can
they're
get to
going to be-
A8 and 9, we'll win.
Right, well,
Right,
How
Nelson, focus
do
that
that? Can I
Nuremberg.
kill
I'll
this
deal
file?
with the Fustos.
Both of them, sir? Yes, both of them.
Well, one of them's about to die anyway, so.
That
I just-
Nuremberg's
I
gonna
just-
burn me
We're
down.
going to go into some training battles now, I think, yeah.
Yeah, after this one, yeah. Which should hopefully allow us to
Wait,
get.
Foxy,
anyone
what
out.
are you playing right now?
Rodney,
What
what
ship
should be
boy-
saying?
Bowmeal Boy,
Oh, Rodney,
I'm,
yeah.
Streams we.
Okay. Bowmeal Boy, I'm functioning insomniac, so I don't, in a nice way, don't even talk to me. My sleep pattern is weird as anything. I'm not sure. Do I still have a poodle in here, or has he been abducted? No, I still have a poodle. It's always a question. He could
all head full.
could have been abducted. Occasionally, my sister comes in, and he actually does want to spend time with the rest of the family. Occasionally.
Based doggo.
He's mostly a good poodle.
Whose mic is opening fire?
South Gen.
Thank you, Gilead, I think, for the 10 tier 1 subs.
Thank you.
It's greatly appreciated. And there's also a golden hype train going on over on Twitch if anybody wants to get hype train emotes.
I've never seen a golden hype train actually working on my system. I'm enjoying watching this.
I think you had one yesterday, Clarke.
I didn't.
He had a hype train. Not certain if it's a golden hype.
No, it wasn't a golden
had...
one. It definitely wasn't golden. It was a hype train, but it wasn't golden. So thank you everyone who's on there.
I don't actually know what the difference is, which causes the two, to be honest.
You get fancy emotes. That's
I'm not meaning like what how the difference starts between
random
a golden hype
chance.
train and them. Right.
Can you tell I watch too much pirate software?
The more interesting question is the fact that I have been looking through my Twitch, and the Twitch is Twitch system is getting very interesting with me.
Not working.
But I'm free of 13,800 subscribers, which means I'm 1,200 away from 15,000 subscribers, and I have basically the end of November and 24 days in December to get to 15,000. Please, everyone, tell your friends.
Well,
I don't care if bribery and chocolate's involved.
15,000 by 2025.
I invited Fraser over. I said, Fraser, will you sub to Dr. Clarke's channel? And then he gave you another 20 quid. And I thought, that's really generous of you, Fraser. Thank you.
It was. It was very kind.
Yes, I imagine that's not a fun thing to see. The fact that A, Nuremberg has not capsized, and B, being 3 kilometers of a Fubuki.
Oh, he's found me with his sonar. And he dodged my torpedoes.
Being anywhere near a Fubuki is just scary.
Oh, we won, thank goodness.
Right, so...
Well, I did what you told me to. I got to the victory point. I got to the victory point marker, and I did do quite a lot. I did over 300 hits and didn't kill a single ship.
Ouch.
I believe it.
I did.
What were you playing?
Jonathan Moon, thank you for the gift subs. Krasmedic, thank you for the bits.
Thank you.
I have no idea how we calculate those bits.
Grabbed it! It got that much! Yes!
I have to fix it. So,
how many? How many thank you. I'm watching. I've got both.
How many subs did Jack say he did?
110.
So that's 330 then, isn't it? Okay.
All right, I just now need to figure out.
Close to 1,200 now.
Yeah.
If I've got my maths right.
Oh wait a minute, you did go in there and change things around. Interesting.
Right. So with the bits probably that have been coming through on Twitch, you're probably over the 1,200 then.
He just got $1 on Twitch, plus another 5, 10, 20 subs.
Because every
so $60 out of that.
You don't make that much money from Twitch.
No.
No, but it's only well, just a minute, man. £12.70, 65 off 1,200 quid. So it wouldn't take much.
Twitch, Twitch is actually pretty generous. It does favor larger creators, absolutely. But
of course,
I think if you run something like better than 3 minutes of ads every hour, you get 50 or like 55 or 60% of the ad revenue.
Yeah.
So Twitch is pretty good.
Right, training room battle is now set up. Same information as yesterday.
For some reason, people are saying that our Hosh aficionado is arguing that Hosh is the first ever stealth battleship due to her tumble home bow. Can someone please trick?
I've never said such a thing.
Yes,
Ever.
but you would make that argument. I do have to agree.
No,
with
Let's be real. She's the first ever stealth battleship.
Everyone who wants to
When
come
radar
join us,
operators look
it's
at her, they
search
rip
for
their
Dragon.
eyes out.
search for Dragon, and you'll find Dragon 2052. And it's capital K95.
Yeah.
And that lets you come and join us, and it is literally open. We love as many people as possible. Just remember, if you are on here and if you do join the Discord chat and you're in part of the Discord chat as well, this is a family-friendly stream because my little cousins are watching. I have got a large family. I tend to focus. I get told off because I tend to mention the ones just in my generation. I've actually got a lot more cousins than that. It's more fun to sound the only boy in 40 girls than to point out that I'm one of 57 guys in 300. That sounds slightly less, fun than the only boy in 40. Let's be honest. That sounds far more fun the way I put it. Once you sort of expand out, to people and cousins. So, yeah. It's basically I'm outnumbered, outgunned, and if I teach their kids new words and they will blame my channel if they learn new words, I get killed. So I go, please no. All right.
Yeah.
Which I think is fair. I don't think anyone, wants to come and go, yes, and because of my language, I killed someone. I don't think anyone wants that on their conscience.
Fair enough.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Fleet, you joining for training battles or?
In a minute. I'm just having a bit of fun in Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts.
Yes, if I was more awake at the time, I might have put forward a design for it earlier, but I had quite literally just woken up.
What's the rules for tonight's?
Well, we'll go through various different ones.
Cool.
For the moment, I'm trying to basically see who we've got in terms of players.
So, EU account's still so early. I don't have access to level 17, which means I don't have training rooms yet. I'm literally right
I thought
there.
you already had those, Yuki.
No, I don't. Apparently, I thought I did.
I
don't play this account.
Are you
I'm right there with you, boss, again? Because yeah.
How many battles do I have unlocked?
Are you staying with me all night, Big Fluff? Is that what you decided? If you decided you're not going back to your bed, you're just going to keep your papa company all night. Okay.
No, I'm staying nearest the Bickies. That's what that is.
Art Gilead, thanks for the additional 10 tier 1 subs.
Thank you.
It is greatly appreciated. The hype train has now gotten to level 7. Probably won't see 8, but
that's not only a new record. That is the highest. Not only the highest I've ever seen a hype train on my channel get to. That is the highest by about 4 different levels. I think the record I've ever got was level 3, and that was once. I mean, usually it doesn't get past level 1. So getting to level 7, I didn't even realize the hype train went that high. Honestly, I didn't realize you could have that much hype.
The record is it's either 126 or 162.
Completing level 7 requires combined support totaling events of 10 tier 1 subs or 4,700 bits.
Yeah.
Also, Gilad did the
Okay.
subs, and somebody else did some bit. Krasmedic did 100 bits. So there you go.
And Krasmedic, I have the emote for that because I was there.
I see someone wants to bring out their Edgar and have a bit of burst fire fun.
I'll be nice and let her at least have one game with it. I'll let this be a bit of a treat for her.
I still can't have my submarine.
Because I'm on the wrong map for the submarine. I'll set one up where I can.
Jack Ray, can I just say, I'm just
trying
looking
to
for.
stay only up a max of tier 7.
I'm just looking through the thing of what you've done in terms of the subs, and yeah, that's just massive. I seriously, Oh, caramba. I'm not used to this.
Ah, yes. Fleet can into good ship designs.
But
Debatable.
thank you all for your
Thank you.
generosity and
Thank
making
you.
this all possible / sustainable.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've now got the pictures for 4 that's related to K95. Because this is the one for the Flower class corvettes, I believe.
Yeah.
So.
Right, so Chair, if you want to ready up, at least just get us doing stuff so it's not just a blank screen for people.
Right. So there's.
Yep.
Just take
Basically,
anything.
Try and cap yourself to tier 7 or 8.
Okay, cool.
Oh,
And
right,
to be-
okay. You want me... right, just a minute. I need a better ship then, don't I? Because everybody else is doing...
You don't have to.
No, it's all right. I'll make sure that at least I get that. At least I get close to.
Hey,
tier 7.
hey! I am taking out a World War One destroyer.
Oh, I could
I'm
take out the
taking
same
out
one.
a tier. I'm taking out a tier 4 cruiser because I just like my cruiser. I thought if Foxo's playing Edgar, I'll play Dane and be happy.
Like, ignore the fact that this apparently tier 1 destroyer from Austria-Hungary in 1917 is a tier 9.
Even though it's not really a destroyer, it's a light scout cruiser. But hey, who's really after?
It's not a light scout cruiser.
Light scout cruiser would be Trump by that point.
Like, this
if you think
is very much not a light scout cruiser.
Well, why don't we have a fully armored scout cruiser? Why do we have to have a light scout cruiser? Why don't we have a fully armored light scout cruiser?
That's just boring.
I don't quite see why you're scouting with ships anyway. Just use seaplanes. Silly boys.
Is Austria-Hungary during the... Oh, yeah, they do have coastal seaplanes. That is very true.
Is Dragon on the opposite side?
Austria?
Yeah.
You know, listen, Austria is hungry because Austria just works a full-time job and has a lot of things to do and doesn't always eat properly during the day. That's why Austria is so hungry.
You know, that
And
reminds
all
me
of its
of
kids are
someone.
multilingual.
Yep.
And
The whole
can't
work
understand
throughout
each
the
other.
day and forgets to eat properly really reminds me of someone.
Yeah.
Everybody in this chat.
Yeah.
Not as passive as you think, Centodes.
To quote a great TV program, I heard an ostrich shot a bloke called Archie Duke.
Oh no.
Look,
Because he
I
was
would
so
never
hungry.
I never doubt an ostrich doing that because let's be honest, they are in the pay of the emus. It's not,
At least it wasn't a kangaroo.
Well,
Kangaroos are scary. I'll just say that.
I'll never forget the friend of mine who called me up and said, I think I'm in Australia, but it's cold and there's snow. And I went, how long was the flight? About a couple
What?
of
How have I
hours.
spotted? Ah!
I went, I think you're in Austria, not
Does they
Australia.
have radar and stuff?
Oh, good lord, Jack Ray, thank you, and that's another 20
I
memberships.
realized I miscounted. Yeah, I realized I miscounted. I was 90 that I sent you an image of.
Yep. But I've got a gift for you.
So I was like, oh, I'll just make it 110.
Thank you.
Ah, missed it all.
But we also have got to get you playing on the EU server so you can come join us at some point. Mainly because I need all the players I can get. Mainly, people of average skill, so I don't look so bad because I'm average. I keep playing
NA account.
Well, no, believe it or not, Clarke, if you actually go off my World of Warships stats, I am below average.
I'd believe
Don't
it.
rub that in. Don't rub that in.
No,
I used to be very good, and I used to play a lot, and I used to have a lot more stuff, and then for some reason, then I didn't play for a while, and my account got empty.
Have fun.
Thank you, Jack.
I think I'm at like
all we hear is
49.8% on random, so I'm like, what, average? I think average is actually 48.
Right.
49.
I play more ranks than I do normal.
48.1% is the average. But if you go off the because I'm like 48.7% win rate. But if you go off other averages, then yes, I am below average.
Man,
Edgar is dead.
Yeah.
How did you
destroy
random
torpedoes?
battles?
Like, I've been memeing, so
Yeah.
Double
Look,
citadels
if
on the
I
boat.
wasn't I would have just hung back, radared, and just machine gunned.
Yeah, like
double citadel hit from HUD.
Fine, I guess I need to bring in something a bit more impressive.
Knight, for some reason, is asking Fleet if he's scared.
Why would I be scared?
What?
Well, it could maybe Fleet is scaredy-wordy of the big battleships.
Oh, no. Please stop
say that
talking
again.
like that.
To be honest, he often is, but we'll leave that to one side. That's usually because
Oh,
they.
fine. I have
usually
never
because they-
I have never played this ship.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do you want to despair as you try and kill this thing?
We shall bring you despair.
Are you playing Devastation? No. Almanti Quendo. Oh, good lord, Fleet's gonna be really annoyed.
Admiralty Cochrane?
Why am
But
I?
Nope, Almirante
Yeah,
Quendo.
Almirante Quendo,
It's
yes.
gonna be so.
Fleet.
It's gonna be
Literally,
so.
Dragon is playing the things you most like to kill, and you're not here to kill it.
Well, it could be
I
worse.
can't understand how to play on EU. God, people play so differently.
Well, yeah, they're far more aggressive.
Yeah, it's weird.
Have you seen
Unfortunately,
our
I don't
Destroyer
think
battle
I-
history? As a continent. Nice way the things we did in motor torpedo boats, frankly, there's a reason they don't want to make them into movies. No one would believe them.
Yeah.
Session?
I'm still waiting for a proper Battle of Samar movie that isn't from the Japanese perspective.
Dr. Clarke, you may want to click over to Twitch quickly and get yourself set to World of Warships, because you're currently set to UAD.
Oh, frigate. Give me a second.
Good save, well executed.
I fear that Devastation is going to get its massive revenge on me.
Right. Activate the hyper-precise mode.
You what?
Huh?
Almirante Quendo can sacrifice by adding 5 seconds to its reload, cuts its dispersion to only 75% of its normal maximum.
You know, this feels like something that really shouldn't be possible.
This also
I
feels
consider
like...
they're just focusing on A.
This also feels like something which is almost a cheat skill.
You're basically
It
pulling
is.
a reverse BT. That is what you are doing.
But thank you for the 20. Thank you, everybody over on Twitch. 20 odd viewers on Twitch.
Unfortunately, this map doesn't actually have standard
In the
battle
nicest
mode.
way, Twitch is now currently accounting for a third of our viewers, and I'm surprised by that because it's the highest my Twitch count has ever been is ever sort of running. It doesn't usually run at that level of views. And thank you everyone who's there. You know,
the hype train helps. Twitch will promote you more for the hype train, especially things like a golden hype train.
Praise be to the hype train. I think.
Thank you.
But what is the hype train?
I'm going to cap A. I think you're.
We're really going to debate this, aren't we, Chad?
You're also going to cap B, and we're hoping they're going to cap C.
What is the function of the hype train?
What is the hype train?
It provides height.
Is it a mixed traffic engine or is it something
But
else?
what does the hype? It's hype. What is hype?
Mixed traffic engine.
Do you want the cynical answer or do you want the close enough answer?
Cynical.
There's both.
Cynical, go for it.
It makes Twitch more money by inspiring FOMO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So
This is true.
no. Now I think about it, Fleet. I think it's actually probably something like a 9F on the old Great Central. So where they can get up.
Why 9F?
That dispersion is glorious.
Why 9F? Because if hype is, I assume, sort of a high value commodity, fast goods.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Possibly.
But the LMS fast goods with 8Fs, that didn't last long.
Definitely things like chocolates, etc. I would say whoever's in the enemy battleship, I would be running about now because there's a lot of torpedoes headed your way.
Why would you tell them?
Well, they're
This
not
feels like a
listening to me.
self-defeating exercise.
More of a challenge, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. Hello.
But yes, the
It's also adorable. You think Devastation cares?
They all missed, so it doesn't matter. They all missed.
Oh.
Hey, Knight. Just keep in mind that.
Let's try that again.
And unless Dr. Clarke wants to step in and tell me otherwise, I have no problem censoring you on this channel for your actions on another one. I will sleep like a baby.
This is concerning.
Mod abuse.
So mind your P's and Q's.
Anyone want to take an inkling at what the heck they're talking about? Because I ain't got a clue.
Nope, I'm going to stay away from that.
I have lost track of what their conversation is about. Honestly.
Oh, there you are, Chair.
Hi.
Rotate the main battery.
From Knight6831 at Fleet of Oceans. You should be more worried about what I will do to you in random ramblings tomorrow.
Hey, yeah.
Threaten me with a good time, sir.
So,
how many ship guild questions is Fleet of Oceans going to get this week?
I said, I feel we need to get
right. Do you want to see my special move?
Timeline.
Also, the chat is clamoring for the poodle to be treated for his mobbing of Dr. Clarke.
He was treated. He's now gone off to bed.
Is this behaviour we want to reward, though? The mobbing of Dr. Clarke? I feel like mobbing
Absolutely.
Dr. Clarke.
Yeah, Dr. Clarke doesn't mind.
It doesn't care.
I want a little pet fennec.
And to be fair,
So
at this point,
got on the
there's not
Switch
a
channel,
corgi
and I was
coming
like,
to say
"Oh,
hello
I'll
at some
chat
point.
to try to do."
Yeah, it's cool.
Remember, you're on a P. I don't remember who made that Fennec comment, but you're on a PG channel.
Yeah, this is
Maybe
definitely.
you want a Fennec Fox.
What?
Probably yes.
That's what I. Hang on. What?
They are very.
You know what? I actually, yeah. Don't elaborate, please. I'm not confused.
Foxo, you appear to be mildly struggling
Well,
there.
games first.
What do you mean your game's frozen? Oh, this is a problem.
I wanted to ask. So, what's the delay on the because I'm watching your guys' stuff on YouTube.
The
What's
Twitch
the
is
delay
longer
from
than
YouTube?
It's just
somebody's turning into a 50,000-ton torpedo, are they?
It's going to be the encoding delay between Restream and YouTube servers.
No, I'm just talking about like between us talking in voice chat and what I'm seeing on YouTube. What's the time delay?
It's usually about 30 seconds on Twitch. YouTube can be more than that.
Yeah, it's like about 15 seconds.
Because right now I just saw Bone Meal Boy and the Iparanga roast Foxo to death.
No one roasts Foxo to death. It's just not something that happens.
I'm talking about blow up her ship
She took
via
a lot
fire.
she took a lot of 14-inch shells.
Jack,
No, I just took an entire 2 spreads of torpedoes and survived because devastation.
Right now I'm just watching Dr. Clarke plop away at Dragon with just tiny little.
Did take 4 torpedoes from me.
Jack.
Jack. I was gonna say.
Drag's not here.
Either I recommended to Dr. Clarke and he implemented, or I implemented the a 2-step verification, just because we kept routinely getting spam bots of one nature or another. It seems to cut down on them. So.
Dr. Clarke, I wanted to give you. I wanted to give you a quick little thing because I'm watching how you're. I'm watching the stream right now, and if you want to see the full HP pool, you can actually go to settings, go to UI, and put UI to full, so you can see everything. It gives you a lot more information.
Yeah, but I know for some people that can be sensory overload.
It can, yeah.
It's
just so you know. It's just so you know what ship you're fighting, and you know.
Yeah, I realize it's got that.
Oh dear! Both of you guys just went.
Well, Fox
Iparanga
take
just
4
died.
torpedoes. But yeah.
Or 3 million potential damage.
You've got about 10 minutes. 3 million.
$3 million. That's it.
And there goes a Fubuki for the
$1
win.
billion.
Wow, inflation really messed you guys up,
Isn't
didn't
it? Yeah, it's all fun. Thank you to everyone who has been supporting. Seriously, it's been a weird day and a half. Honestly, I started this thinking this is probably going to flop. No one's going to want to watch a historian doing a mixture of answering questions, some presentations, and some games. I really didn't think anyone would show up. I honestly thought I'd spend most of the time talking to myself, and I'd feel like a complete pillock by the end. So frankly, I've been absolutely shocked by this. I do feel I've now stolen the affections of Dragon and Foxo from Fleet, and they now do more for me than they do for him. But you know, well, maybe they just
There
want to
will
change
be
the pace.
vengeance.
You know, I'm sure they'll return after they've had their fun. But yes,
I kind of need.
Don't worry, Fleet. I'll still be with you tomorrow.
Well, basically, I consider this a nice treat for them.
Mm-hmm.
You let them out of the cage every now and again, do you?
Yes. Well, it's more out of the fact that they're going to basically be subjected to the same sort of nonsense I usually get when Drake's Drum happens.
Actually, there's
So-
a bit more.
Oh, no.
There's a bit more fun coming for them because I might arrange a special thank you for them and the other mods.
Also,
I'm gonna see
right,
what I can do.
look, you've still got Foxo slightly terrified, but also not sure if you're just trying to kid her or actually being serious about someone who's coming there basically to talk to Foxo.
Oh yes, yes, there is. She is.
See,
okay.
Also, thing is, I
She's
can
been watching the
confirm
whole
he's
time.
not joking.
Yeah,
Seriously, I can also confirm. I don't believe a single thing that's coming out of your mouth.
Well, you really on this one
there is-
occasion, you really should.
I apologize because I'm not going to attempt to pronounce your last name because I will screw it up. But thank you, Natasha, for the £10 super
Thank
chat
you.
on Twitch.
I will add that to the Twizer.
Natasha, let me just check that quickly on Twitch.
Which?
YouTube.
Which?
Oh, Natasha.
However,
here, you have
I
a
will
list
freely.
Natasha Liu. What? Thwaites?
Wait.
So I'd say Thwaites, yeah.
Yeah.
Liu Thwaites.
Yeah, I know her. Thank you, Nat, and thank you.
The sort of THW, basically, it's almost like whispering with your sort of a sort of hissing sound. Wait.
Yeah.
But I will say that.
Yeah,
I didn't say this at the beginning.
Yeah.
This is about what I expected. Would be a little to slow trickle, and then ramping up towards the end. So.
Everybody wanted to see Dr. Clarke pass out.
But good job, Dr. Clarke.
Well done, Dr. Clarke.
Oh, the
You
one
did
thing
it.
I'm good at, staying awake.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
At what cost?
Managed to stay up 36 hours and not a panda pill in sight.
Oh, good lord. If you need pills, that's absurd. Look. Hello, and welcome to the channel. I hope
You say that, but have you heard what the American flyers on long flights were taking in World War II? The P-47s and
I'm
the
assuming
South
very
Pacific?
similar to,
Yes,
assuming
we
very
know.
similar to what
Drugs.
the Germans
All
were
drugs.
taking.
Yes,
You know,
Oh, yeah, because morphine too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it's
it's
why
fine.
Sunderland is the best.
Yeah, it wasn't
The
just
Germans were
Germans.
using
Yeah, it's like
you speak.
not just Germans.
Please,
And we all know what
technically,
Pervitin does.
I would
Just
like to point
ask,
out I have
IMO.
almost finished this bottle, but it's half full. The third full. Of Iron Brew. And
Is the
technically,
bottle half full
this
or
is,
half
this is
empty?
the bottle of Iron Brew which I technically drank before we even began. So technically it should probably be up here because it's past this. So there is technically it's only been 4.5 bottles of Iron Brew over the 36 hours.
What are these Austrian
I
armored
feel like
troops
I
made
feel
out
like
of?
trying to minimize
Thank you, Princess
your
Aneda.
addiction there, Dr.
Tin
Clarke.
foil and tissue paper.
Look, in the nicest way, Iron Brew is not an addiction, it's a way of life.
No.
Iron Brew is a way of life.
That sounds like something an addict would
scrap
say.
metal and they won't die.
Iron Brew and iron ships. That was the original model of my channel. And I have kept to it.
That's got to be one of the best models I've heard.
If you had a little earlier, you could do wooden ships and Iron Brew. You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, I ever play the game Wooden Ships and Iron Men.
The thing that people
really
I find
good
strange
book
is that,
called-
somehow whenever I talk to people and they're working with me, they either end up liking Iron Brew or they end up liking mead. And I don't drink mead, but they like, I don't know what it is, but it's the impact.
Drink mead.
You and Drac have cost me a lot of money in Iron Brew. I should post in the Killick chat my my scrap aluminum bin that's just crushed soda cans, which is 90% full of Iron Brew cans, and that doesn't count all of the Iron Brew bottles, 500 ml bottles I've bought.
Is it more expensive in the U.S.? I don't buy
it comes out to be about $2 per 330 mils.
Oh,
a hell of a
Princess
lot more
Schneider
expensive.
is absolutely amazing because I think she's found an Iron Brew can in the emojis.
Another one. Another one.
Where is that from? That is from King Thorinhammer, and they are a War Thunder streamer, among other things.
Oh, cool.
When you finish with the spreadsheet, Steve, you want to
Scottish Twitch affiliate, Gaijin partner.
Excellent.
Mm.
Oh, they're wonderful then, because let's put it this way. I know I have this accent, but that's because the fat mom and dad decided to meet in the middle. And we're now down in the Cornish part of the country, but the dad part came from the Scotland, so that's the Iron Brew. I don't drink whiskey.
Yes,
I drink Iron Brew.
Iron Brew is a wonderful invention.
It is.
He's also allegedly an artist.
Cool.
Just going off of his Twitch.
Okay, so I see you bought your sub.
He also works in.
Who got a sub?
Hey, look! We've had even though I've not watched it yet, there was a lecture on the U class. So,
holy smokes,
yes,
Batman!
This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be very
What
fun.
are they?
Nowhere to hide on this
Undyne.
map.
That'll be good.
No, there's
Alright.
definitely nowhere to hide.
Hey, Lions.
Oh, it's ocean. Oh, this is just Jutland, but
I can in fact
works.
underground.
Hey, Lions.
5.25s.
Do it.
You can
Break
hide on the bottom
fleet.
of the ocean.
Break
Hello
fleet
there.
like Bane.
You can't kill me. I'm already on fire.
No, it's
I'm
fleet.
on
That's
fire.
the saying. The saying.
That's not how it works.
The saying
Doesn't
is,
have that in?
you can't kill me. I'm
Yeah.
already dead inside.
Well, I'm definitely not dead inside.
Isn't
I
there
have
a
all the
song which says
positivity.
I'm on fire?
Wait a minute, Fleet.
I
Aren't you
didn't
a
start it.
millennial?
Submarine to the left.
What did you say, Ruinhund?
Aren't you a millennial?
No.
Yes, he is a child.
I am full of the positivities. I was born in 1998. Luckily, before the.
That makes you a millennial.
Oh,
That
you're a
That
zoomer.
makes you a millennial.
That
No.
actually makes Fleet a millennial. Yeah.
No, millennials cut out. Well, at least stateside, millennials cut out 96. I am the last of the millennials.
Oh, that means you eat avocado toast. How could you?
So Fleet,
planet you're
Fleet is a
destroying.
zoomer. See, the reason Fleet is a zoomer.
Oh, geez.
So I could every time Fleet tries to defend host now,
not a
I can say,
zoomer.
okay, zoomer.
He is.
Yeah.
You are gonna get an absolute paddling for that one. Like, I'm sorry, but I have my
Zuma
limits.
does not say that.
Okay, Zuma.
Okay, zoomer.
Oh my goodness, I am going to
It's really tempting just to nuke Clarke currently.
I am going to commit various war crimes.
Please do.
Okay, zoomer.
You do, basically, that's what you've been doing anyway.
Well, that's annoying. Both my torpedo tubes just got took out.
Oh, that's funny.
I think
Could you
Dr.
not
Clarke
die,
is
Dragon?
getting.
Die is suboptimal. To borrow a
problem-
word from the communist lexicon.
Yes, but I was being targeted by a lot of ships.
Yes,
And it was actually
including
trying
my
to take one that's
torpedoes.
not too strong. Unfortunately,
Ah, that's a submarine.
yes. Yes, there is.
Oh yeah, I slammed 3 in there as well.
Yeah, and you disabled all 8 of my bow torpedo tubes.
Oh, Dr. Clark's dead.
Yeah, I'm dead, but in
Devastated.
Because yes,
Devastated.
HMS Defense has 8 bow
Yeah,
torpedo
she
tubes.
is. She's
technically.
Hosh coloured. Did Dragon realise when she
Hosh-coloured,
picked
what?
Did Foxo realise when she picked this colour that she was picking the same colour as Hosh? Is this her ode to Fleet?
I don't think Hosh ever given me an ode to anything.
Yeah, well, it is Hosh yellow. The same yellow that Hosh was painted.
So Foxo, as long as you can remain within 10 as long as you can remain within 3 kilometers of that sub, it basically can't hurt you.
Colin Cameron, thank you for the $5.
I do like having a working secondary battery.
The £5 super chat.
Thank you.
To be fair, you only took out 2 of the 6.
I have to wait. I have to wait. I've got the Twitch chat up separate because I never get any details through down on that, and I've got the Restream chat up. Thank you for Twitch's here. And
oh god, the short Sunderlands are also in yellow.
Yeah, they're all in Hosh colours. It's obviously in honor of Hosh, in honor of Fleet.
Yeah, she's trying to appeal to Fleet.
Thanks for the sub.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether to be happy or horrified. I think I'm going to settle on some mixture between the two.
Yeah.
Constance drowsiness. That comes from 2 places.
Or either that, or she's psyching you out by camouflaging herself in your favourite thing, so you don't fire at her properly, so she can kill you more effectively.
That's more likely.
That's deep psychology. Oh, Foxo, I applaud. That is cruel and deep psychology. That is deep war psychology. That is skill.
Constant drowsiness, that comes from 2 places. 1, I was raised by a bunch of boomers, silents, and greats. I did not grow up with very many peers in my age group. And 2, anyone who is not in my generation
do you want to see a magic trick?
Younger than me, and therefore a
All
child.
that you have did has been for naught.
Do you guys want to hear something horrifying when it comes to age groups?
What?
Do you want to know when my parents were born?
60s?
70s. Mom was 78, Dad was 71. Do you want to know why I was born?
Oh, I think you're gonna probably drop the bombshell on us anyway, but go on.
2006.
All right.
Oh, you're such a baby.
That is entirely too much.
I'm 18 years old on the dot.
Oh, my parents. My parents are older, Lamau, and I was 03.
Imagine being born after the millennium. Could be me.
The thing is,
I'm the first of 8, and I'm 03. Imagine how old my parents were after the other 7.
Some of you lot are younger than my great niece.
Yeah, and they're probably younger than my great grandpa, who's 100 something.
When my father was born, India was still a colony.
96, Stafford.
My dad was 1940, so he's still around.
No, my great niece is at university. She's 21.
Well, the thing that amazes me is, as I've said before, I'm 37, yet my mum and sister are both 21. My sister's my older sister. She's born before me, but she's still 21. My mum's 21, and I am 37.
Coward.
I don't know how that's happened.
And your aunt's 21?
Yeah.
And your aunt's 21?
All the women in my family, they reach 21 and they never get any older.
Come on,
Every single right of any woman to decide when she shall no longer age.
Montana.
Reveal thyself.
2004. Yeah. I remember 2004. I still had hope then. That's gone.
I had hair then.
Oh.
I thought I was sure at 2003.
I don't remember much of 2004, but that was because I was really, really, really drunk.
Yeah. 2004 was the year before they sent me off to the mines.
2004, I was.
Oh,
17,
you dare try and pull a Yorkshireman on us.
Oh. Okay,
2004 was before I found out I was actually a software developer that I didn't like at the time.
Wait, do you know when I started working for my father?
Oh no! Don't you do it, Ruinon! Don't you dare!
You know when I started working for my father?
Don't you dare do this to me, Ruinon!
I was 9 years old.
Yeah, my dad had me at 10 helping
How many
him
hits
work
was
on
that?
cars.
And let me guess, you were happy in those days despite the fact you were poor.
It's a 5,
Because you were
16
poor,
and a
you were
half inch
happier in
HE
those
shells.
days.
No, I hated waking up at 6 a.m. and it has developed a lifelong rift between me and my father. I wouldn't do it again if I had the opportunity.
Right. So, what I will do now is play some limits on stuff.
Conversation topics be bouncing all over.
Oh, there was the.
Maybe due to the volume of people involved.
No.
That's because half of the people in this
Mr.
chat.
Clarke, I wanted to ask you something.
I'm happy to answer
Dr. Clarke, I wanted to ask you something about the tribals.
Okay.
Why are the rear turrets so far back? Like the very rear turret, it's basically hanging off of the stern.
Not quite. Depends on the pictures you've seen of them. But in the one reasons why they're mounted the way they are is because of where you've got the boilers, where you've got the torpedoes, and where you've laid the stuff out inside. And you also have to remember the guns have to have some space below them to support them, and there's also the space to support things like the rudder flats and the prop support, all those spaces that they have. So yeah, you have limited things you can decide for where the guns are going to be. The guns are the position they are is also because it does give them a very nice cruiser outline. If you ever looked at them, where they, especially where the lights, their portholes, and actually are all kept sealed in the middle, it makes them look very cruisery in shape by being that sort of shape and that outline, and that helps when
because at a distance.
Yeah.
At a distance, because I'm holding my little Axis and Allies War at Sea HMS Cossack, and I'm putting her silhouette-wise right next to my Belfast. They look fairly similar at a distance.
Yes.
I would personally compare to a Flight 1 Leander.
Or a Leander. They both have 2 funnels, so yeah.
They've also both worked with...
Oh yeah, sorry. The improved Leanders. Yeah, 2 funnels. It's the improved.
Question.
Yes.
Was the 4.7 mount of the tribals a through deck mount?
No.
No, it was a BD.
So
it was an upper deck mount. It's and in Royal Navy terms, it's called a BD mount, which is between deck mounts, or a UD mount, which is upper deck mount.
Okay, so did the Royal Navy use through deck mounts for destroying?
No, that's the Americans.
I think there was one class that wasn't really successful.
The battle class have BD mount. The battle class have BD mounts because they haven't got the 4.5-inch upper deck mount ready to go. So they put the BD mount in them, and they use it, but they don't really like to use it. They never use through deck mounts for the ships. Through deck mounts are slightly different, something slightly different as well, because they mean you build a capsule through the decks rather than
What's the actual difference then?
I did also want to ask, why do a lot of the early
through deck and like the tribals? They said go through a deck.
The tribals are gun shields.
The tribals are gun shields, and they are upper deck. Upper deck, so they are literally
An upper deck mount is basically, it's just bolted on top of a deck. Between decks, it's effectively the center of the gun mount is between 2 of the ship's decks.
BD basically means it goes. BD means it goes down through multiple decks. Upper through deck means it's just one, usually. Usually, as the Royal Navy classifies them in most of the 1920s and 30s. And please note, anyone who's going to go, but this ship was called it. Yeah, but the trouble is the Royal Navy likes to change their phrasing around. It's like I had a conversation a few months ago with someone who said, no, the Swordfish could not be called a torpedo spotter reconnaissance TSR because for the RAF called their things a TSR, and that's the tactical strike aircraft. And I went, yeah, that's the RAF 20 years later. Different services, different phrases. And I went, but they have to understand. And I went, no, the phraseology had changed by then. Sorry. And this causes me so much fun because people come in and want to go, you're wrong. And I go, I'm not. I'm talking about a specific period. And I have to show them all the details. And they usually come back to me and go, I'm sorry. And I go, don't worry, I've been through it about a dozen times before. I'm used to it.
Oh, they
Yeah.
say they're sorry. Well, that's
They actually apologize. That's respectable.
That is
rare. Yeah, if they don't apologise after they've had the full explanation, they've been able to counter back to it. Then in the nicest way, they're going on scuttlebutt, and I'm going to have fun with them. I'm quite happy. Scuttlebutt is where I go. Right then, if you've done something that deserves a scuttlebutt response, that's one of 3 reasons. 1, it's a very good comment, and I want to shout out and give it appreciated. 2, it's an interesting point I want to discuss. Or 3, you have been in some way deemed rude or not having paid attention to the video, and so now I will talk it through.
If you want everyone's ready up, we can get started on the next battle.
Hopefully, I should be ready.
He will follow the history spinal tap and turn the sarcasm up to 11.
I did also want to ask about, because I've been looking at all these.
11 by British standards or 11 by American standards?
No, it's 11 by my standards, which is slightly higher than most Brits and definitely higher than Americans. Basically, the British standard.
11 by the standards of
the British standard of sarcasm 0 is at about level with American sarcasm 4. My sarcasm level of 0 is about American sarcasm level 8.
Have you heard us Scots trying to be sarcastic? Everyone just thinks we're being really mean to them.
I'm half Scottish, half Cornish.
This happens on a shockingly irregular
With this
basis.
with this accent, I can be sarcastic, and they soon realise I'm being sarcastic and I'm being evil.
I often get asked if I'm Australian, because like a lot of people go, you don't sound like you're English, but you don't sound like you're Scottish. And it's like, well, that's the point. I have a mixed accent.
Yeah.
I do as well. No one knows that I actually grew up in Glasgow.
Yeah.
You can hear a little bit of the accent, so...
I have The train has now arrived in Glasgow. I'm sorry, you can't leave now the wheels have been stolen.
Stop being rude about my Scottish family's hometown.
Glasgow.
And if you paid us the money when you arrived, your wheels would have been stolen.
The wheels only got stolen because the train company forgot to pay their taxes.
Train Spotting is a documentary of Glasgow.
They're just not just because they're non-governmental taxes. You don't need to pay them.
When I was at university, I used to actually drink in the bar from Train Spotting.
Oh my god, you poor unfortunate soul.
I still can do the whole speech off by heart, but I will refrain.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing during the pandemic. Me and my Scottish friends all sat there going, say it with me. Train Spotting's a documentary, not a film.
Oh my goodness.
Dr. Clarke, I did want to ask about some of the interwar destroyers, and because I noticed all the interwar destroyers, bar the Japanese ones, well, the special type ones at least, they all have shielded mounts, open rear mounts.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask, how does the gun feeding system work on those? Does the shell kind of come up through the elevator into the floor? You grab it from the floor, shove it into the breech?
Often they're behind.
Or is it some way different?
Often it's behind.
Whoa, the magazines are directly behind the guns?
They have a gun. They'll have a shell store.
Handling rooms are.
They'll have a shell store behind there,
okay.
and they'll bring the stuff up. It's like on HMCS Hydra. If you go see the Tribal Class Destroyer, you'll notice they've got little stores for each of the guns, and they've got pipes into the rooms behind them, which they pass the shells up through.
Or in some cases, I think there's scuttles in the deck that they'll pass the shells up for, and they'll have a few scuttles around for when you'll have a few scuttles around the perimeter for different train angles.
Yeah.
Basically, like ready-use ammunition storages.
Yeah.
Chat, I have 2 things to bring over from YouTube chat. The first, just so we can get Fleet's indignation out of the way first, Blackburn Maximus would like to know, by using their member for 15 months message, Fleet, how do you feel about being the same age as their pet lizard?
What?
Sometimes I think I've hit the bottom of the barrel, and then I break through to the further bottom of the barrel, and this...
I think that's the pet terrarium, isn't it?
This is one of those moments.
Ooh.
This is
Okay,
not
boxes
bad.
that turn into dust.
Dr. Clarke, USS Montana would like to know: can the Dido class take be refitted with 113 millimeter Mark 6 guns?
4-5, yes, they could be, but they weren't. They decided not to. Honestly, they decided it wasn't going to help them much.
Some of the Didos got 4-5s. Specifically,
Some of the
but that was
fitted
because they
with
didn't have
4-inch.
the. Well,
Some of the fitted with 4-inch.
oh,
There was no 4-5s ready for them, so they could only have the BD mounts, and they didn't put them in. So they have 4-inch guns. They
I
don't
thought
have
some of them, when they didn't have enough of the 5.25s,
They got
I think 2 of them
4-inch.
didn't they get completed? Oh, I thought they
There
got
was no-
completed with.
There was
a
no
load out
4-inch mounts left. The only 4-inch mounts available were ones which were going on capital ships and carriers. And no, the Royal Navy was not delaying a carrier just to put a Dido together. At that point.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I could have sworn that I think it was Charybdis got.
She had 4-inch.
Okay.
Martin Skeet from YouTube would like to know if Fleet is the same size as Blackburn's Lizard.
Sorry, Prof.
You know, again, what I said about the bottom of the barrel and breaking through, and we're through to the second layer below where we were before, and like this is the whole thing.
I think at this point, Fleet, you're
It
approaching
happens.
the bottom of the ship that the barrels are stored in.
Oh no, we broke through the bottom of that ages ago.
Oh, so you're just drowning.
Dr. Clarke, did you forget your detonation flag?
Hmm?
Oh. I think yeah.
What?
Exactly how big would a it would be a meter 10? That's a big gun.
No,
Stafford, that was me.
I was already
that is
pretty
the
damaged
laugh.
before you hit me. I was literally on pretty much fairly weak positioning. So yeah.
Stafford, that was me. Oh, Knights, don't worry. I'm not laughing at you, but Stafford, that was me. That is the laugh that I have unfortunately been cursed with for the majority of my life.
After this battle, could we be sent an invite as well?
Yeah.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, guys.
Clockwork Captain would be the one that the invite needs to be sent to.
I'm gonna call a ceasefire on Fleet because, as fun as he is,
By the way,
to
see
poke fun
about I
at,
can hear your
all
fan
right,
or
Fleet.
something.
Give him a little. Give
Fleet
him a
is
little
also
grace.
incredibly cool, and again, it's I have a list of people who are going to get thanked.
Oh.
At this event, and I'm going to get something special at some point. And the thing is,
Is the password for the training battle the same as
Yes,
yesterday?
as yesterday.
Yep.
Okay.
But then also, we can hear your fan in the background, just as a heads up.
their biggest
Yes.
fan.
That would be the laptop attempting to reach orbit.
That's your laptop?
Yes.
You
No.
Dragon,
You'd
you'd be
sure?
surprised.
Right,
Some
okay.
laptops get pretty loud.
Just a minute. Can you hear if I turn something off? Can you hear it's gone quiet? Is that the fan you could hear?
No, it was on Sibara's side.
Ah, right. Okay. No, because I've got my fan heater on in here. You see, it helps with my arthritis.
By the time I get training battles unlocked, I'll have Gina.
Oh, Alex.
Right, gentlemen, I'm going to have to. Look, when Dr. Clarke gets back, would you tell him it's been fantastic? But I do actually have to go and do a bit of the old snooze.
You don't need sleep.
You don't
Yes,
got
I
to go
do.
to work tomorrow, have you?
No, but I have to do things tomorrow. So good night, everybody.
Good
He has a ramblings to run tomorrow.
Oh yeah, okay. I suppose so.
Otherwise, he doesn't have a ramblings every day.
I'll be at it. We'll try and make sure he
he
gets
ram-
enough questions that he does have a ramblings 3 days this week. I think it's only fair.
If he needs to have a ramble about submarines, he can talk to me. Alex, did you check that DM out I sent you on Discord?
I'm just going through the DMs right now.
Because you might find a little present there from me.
Thank you.
Bring the wiki back up for smaller maps.
Good lord.
And then you can add what it cost me to the fan funding total. I suppose.
Oh. Let's go for Queen Mary. Yeah, there are several people. Some people apparently waiting.
Yeah, I don't know if it works. You see, that's the reason why I'm asking you.
I'll have a look at it in a bit when my computer's not running everything.
Busy.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna stop. Oh, I didn't start the stream. I thought about starting. Okay.
What do I bring out?
Someone has just
I'm
commented in
maxed
a
out my
very
RAM on my computer.
Someone has just commented in a very sweary, and I mean emphasis on very sweary comment on the channel, which is never going to get published because it's been blocked by the system. Even if Ark Royal had been there with Wildcat fighters against the mighty Japanese, she would have been sunk along with Force Z.
How?
Do people not realise that the Betty bombers didn't have any fighter escorts, so literally any fighters in there are going to disrupt them enough to stop it being...
They didn't have any fighters in range.
No,
that's the problem. They didn't have any fighters in range.
I'm fairly sure that that 18 fighters would have been enough to save Force Z.
I was going to say Faith, Hope, and Glory from Malta could have done damage to them.
Oh yeah, Faith, Hope, and Glory probably would have saved Repulse.
She would have been.
Singapore definitely would have.
HMS Ark Royal would have been loaded with 24 Hellcats and 36 Albacores.
Which means they probably see the fighters sooner, or they see the Japanese bombers sooner, and well, there's something to break up the
wipe the bombers out.
And she had radar.
The big problem with the Japanese was, weren't they basing their bombers out of Saigon?
Yeah. They're at the maximum range.
Yeah. They're barely... The big problem they have, they don't have scout planes able to operate at that range. They have to use G3Ms and G4Ms, singular ones, as scout planes. Without weapons to find Force Z.
Ark Royal had been there. Ark Royal would have also had escorts, so maybe a couple of DDs, maybe a cruiser. So there's also a very good chance that they never even get spotted by the submarine that reports Force's
Well, the Albacores would have been out scouting as well.
Because that submarine gets killed too quickly.
Well, honestly, don't take this the wrong way. That submarine's report never got to the aircraft. It was one of those things of, yes, it reported their position, but the aircraft were already in the air.
The aircraft were already in.
Yeah.
The aircraft had to sortie twice. They sortied one day, but they couldn't find anything, and then they sortied the next day, and it was by some miracle that they run up upon Fort Z.
They found them on their way back.
Yeah.
It was just absurd, almost.
And then they just decided, all right, let's go. Like, there's since when I was stuck in Japan for a little bit because of COVID, after a funeral of a family friend, I worked as an English language translator at the Korea Naval Museum. So I got my hands on some of the little myths and so on that you get in stories. So one of the stories was the scout plane that actually found Fort Z and basically told the rest of the bombers that, hey guys, they're right there, as the bombers were heading back. The whole reason why they were still flying was they took off everything of unnecessary value, including their clothes. They were in undergarments and threw them out of the plane so the plane would be light enough and as fuel efficient as possible. Like, there's a lot of these.
This is not a fair fight, I feel.
Oh boy, what's that?
Ron.
Ooh, Queen Mary. Oh yeah, I forgot they added all the British battle cruisers.
What do you mean?
A while
Do you know
back,
how long
actually.
they've been in the game?
I know, it's been a while since I've played anything. So, you know.
Dragon, you're very
meanwhile in
lucky.
War Thunder, we can't add a single tech tree 15-inch armed ship that's not a battle cruiser.
I really want to get vampires.
I'm not lucky. I just played long enough, and I got her from the mission.
Oh, she's from a mission. Oh.
She was from a mission.
Is that what mission was it?
It was just a combat. It was just a set of combat missions.
Event mission, right?
Ugh.
I got Emden in the same way.
Yep, same here. Actually, no, I got Emden from getting the actual World of Warships Collab Admiral Graf Spee model kit.
Oh,
which is in a really awkward scale of 1 to 725.
That's all.
That's almost 1/750. Or not. Oh wait, no, it's almost. It's almost. Sounds like it's almost a standard scale. That
It is because you either get 1/700 or 1/600 or 1/1000 when it comes to scale of models.
Hello, I have returned.
There's also 1/350, which 1 to 350.
There's 1/350. There's also 1/450. And 1/450 is particularly the ones I'm hunting for because I finally figured out. You know the Axis and Allies board games, right?
I have heard of them.
They're like 1 to 1,000. I thought, if not what less.
No, I'm talking about planes, not ships. The ships, I found out finally the scales of all the little miniatures, particularly the naval and aircraft, because that's my point of interest. The battleships, aircraft carriers, and heavy cruise and cruisers in general are 1/3600 scale. The submarines are 1/3000 scale. The destroyers are 1/2400 scale. Transports are also 1/3000 scale. The fighters are 1/600 scale. The tactical bombers,
you can buy you can buy the actual miniatures in pretty much that scale, don't you?
Yeah, I know. If you go to historical board gaming, they have quite a few, but they don't have all of them.
I know. Got several. Yeah, basically places like
you
Heroes and Max in the UK.
You should see my collection. You should see my collection.
In the States, you've got the what's the name of the company? Gone brain dead.
Historical board game.
No. They do some really nice miniatures. GHQ. Yeah.
I've got some GHQ stuff too, but they do 2400 scale. For Axis and Allies,
the
that's just
GHQ ones are a
destroyers.
bit bigger. The GHQ ones are a bit bigger.
Okay.
But there's also a company called Hallmark. They were a UK company, but they were bought out, and the miniatures went over, I think, to California. So they're really difficult to get hold of now over here. But they're 1/6000 scale.
Oh yeah, I know about those. Those are, I think that's what Drac uses when he's doing his big naval battle videos.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because the 1/6000 scale, I saw them. I have a catalog that literally gives you like full blown battle sets of 1941, and then there's Battle of Midway, then there's Battle of Leyte Gulf. But they're, just to tell you the truth, they're too small for me.
Yeah.
My eyes already hurt when I work with the Axis and Allies scale ones.
Yeah.
Not War at Sea. War at Sea's perfectly fine. Those are like 1/800, 1/1800, 1/1200.
The Warlord Games one's 1/1800 scale.
So are Axis and Allies War at Sea, because Axis and Allies War at Sea was the originals. And then because they were so high quality, but they weren't.
Yeah, Warlord Games chose that scale incidentally. They didn't copy Axis and Allies.
They didn't, but in the end, it actually kind of makes Axis and Allies War at Sea and Victory at Sea.
But the problem is that scale. For the table they call for, it's too big.
It is.
The company made the same mistake with Cruel Seas. They made the models 1/300th, and they should have made them 1/600th or 1/700th.
Yeah.
Because you can't maneuver on a 2.5 foot by 2.5 foot table.
If you don't mind, I'm going to turn my camera on real quick, and I'll actually show you some of the minis that I have. Let me grab my.
Well, we could be doing that together because I've got some down here. Where's that box?
Alrighty. Would you like to go to a different channel?
Yeah, we can go to a different channel. Where
that sounds
are
good
they?
because.
What were you going to say, Bruno?
While I don't think, or I definitely don't expect anything of this nature to happen, Rabbit Razorback has said that their wife wants to know how big the check needs to be in order for you to watch Princess Bride.
About £45,000, I think.
Right, because it's a 60K limit.
Right. Which channel are we going to go to?
How about Naval History chat time?
Yeah. Okay.
So you were asking how I was doing earlier, Clarke.
How you doing?
I am currently attempting to invade Guam as the Soviets in sea power.
Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, I've got the landing group. And then I've got ahead of that, I've got the covering group. The covering group has the Minsk and a Kirov in it.
Can we focus on the actual warships? We're going to be doing actual events instead of messing around.
It is fun.
Yeah.
Well, currently,
why don't you guys do that?
I've got Queen Mary. I'm happy. I almost did quite well on the last mission. I will hopefully do better in this one. And I've been sitting here quietly, just sort of sitting here thinking, oh my lord, it's coming up for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, and I've done 36 hours of live. You poor people.
Congratulations.
And hey, for a small channel to hit £1,000 in funding?
Yeah.
Give or take? That's not bad. I'll take that and run.
Yeah.
Unless staying gets you more.
If you try and run, we'll just make sure Wargaming's ready to pick you up when you try.
Yes.
Chad, you ready?
Sorry, Alec. What are we doing? Well,
cap of tier 5s.
Let's change it up. Let's fight tigers with Iron Dukes and see what happens.
It could be fun. It could all be fun. I'm still.
So we've got a fast wing and a backstop against a larger fast wing.
The fleet of Hog would like to know your location.
And fun. Okay, I'm back from the engine rebuild. That sounds better.
Block is together and partially torqued. That's a bold choice, McDivitt. That's a bold choice.
Yes. I recall reading advice for some mechanical thing of either leave the bolts fully out or fully torqued, never partially tightened.
Wrist pin cap exploded though.
What is it? Two tigers and a Congo. This may be the most attractive battle line ever.
Well, mine might appear a bit differently.
Is it Hosh yellow?
No, that would be ARP Haruna. I'm in ARP Congo. So mine's black mine's black
we
and
have
purple.
Haruna.
I've actually got all
I'm
of
going to get massacred. Please note this. I'm in Queen Mary.
You're actually not at that much of a disadvantage, but...
Historically, no. In reality, yeah. In the game, yes. I am going to... One of the things I'm going to do this week is do some serious grinding at some point on, and bump up maybe tomorrow evening while I'm doing armchair admiral. Not armchair admirals. What is it? I'm doing random ramblings of you all. I'll be grinding away on this and talking to you at the same time.
Well, that'd be fun.
If only I know you don't normally like accepting freebies, but if only Warships at least gave you some boosters just to make it easier for you.
I turned them down. They very kindly offered. I said no.
Yeah.
They said it wasn't necessary. They'd done more than enough. They'd done more than enough.
Which honestly, that's more credit to you, I guess. So
the boosters aren't that hard to earn, I find.
Blues and reds can be.
I prefer using greens because our gameplay is so inconsistent.
Oh, I much prefer using blues because on average I can average 20 to 30,000 XP a game with blue boosters.
Yes, the reason I dislike using blues is we are very inconsistent at our play.
If I'm grinding ships, I'll mostly be playing them in operations with usually at least 2 others who I'm talking to, so I have teammates I can rely on. As terrible as that might sound.
There is something with bright pink markings heading towards me. Who?
That would be the.
It's called a Congo.
That's not
that will
pink.
be dragon.
It's not
I've
pink.
Got
it's
all
purple.
I've got the whole
that
set
is
of
pink.
the ARP Congo.
That is not purple.
It's purple.
That is pink.
If you want it's purple. If you want, I can bring up the pink one next time.
That is pink.
Wait, are these boosters blue or purple?
The difference between pink and purple.
The
difference between pink and purple is well, not entirely, but predominantly the brightness. It really is blue content, but blue dark.
Neon purple. I'll give
it's
you
a neon
that,
pink,
but it is.
It's bright pink.
Show you what. I'll have to show you the next round what that looks like.
Unfortunately,
I appear to be being targeted by 3 of the enemy team.
The Congo is the heaviest armored ship present on your team.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, because otherwise we've got Iron Duke on the enemy.
Cowards. That's smart, but they're cowards. So Canada is crowdsourcing the name for its first native lunar rover.
This could only possibly end badly.
Actually, no, it can end well because they've cut it down to 4 choices.
Space Unix Space Face?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not one of them. Athabasca, Courage, Glacier, or Polar. POL-R.
Polar sounds like
the question
a cool
is,
name.
where is the other tiger?
Boo. There.
It's currently eating your face.
Ah! Good luck, Clockwork.
I'm moderately competent at dodging torpedoes. I only ate one of them.
No, unfortunately, I'm going to have to stay broadside to Queen Mary, which is not good.
But you know you're damaging my paint job.
Fox very much likes her white paint job on Tiger.
Well, hello, Anderson Air Force Base. I see B-52.
As do I. Tiger looks quite good in white.
I'm not dumb enough to fall for that one, mate.
I mean, I'm just shocked I got to watch Queen Mary bounce an incoming shell.
Hey, look, my Queen Mary, I keep in good trim. And
right, you're gonna have to deal with that Congo yourself. There, I now have 2 tigers.
Watch out for their torpedoes.
South Virginia hot backing.
My situational awareness was terrible with this battle.
Well, it also doesn't help that Foxo has not appeared until basically the end.
I spotted her just briefly at one point earlier, and then forgot to respond to the brief sighting of her tiger.
Okay,
like it was one of our tigers.
Kaiser, thank you very much for the 110 euro super chat.
Thank you.
Come on. Damn it.
Thank you.
Chat.
I'm just being massacred. Thank
Limit.
Yes, but Dale fan.
Oh, Peter the imposter. Shoot the imposter. There is only one tiger.
I do hope that you have, like, if you've torqued cam caps, you've torqued all the cam caps on the bank, or all the head bolts on the bank, or all of the main bearing caps in the crankshafts, because if you haven't, you can warp and distort the block, or the crank, or the cams.
All right.
Or it's very easy to forget that one of them isn't torqued.
Wait, so if Selfgen's taking that, then you know
he
what?
says he's marked them, but still, you can damage the block or the sub-assembly subcomponents.
The pink one is the Hiei, which is the one I'm in.
Pink one's Hiei.
That's not the right ship. I wanted to select this ship.
Yeah, the only ones I don't have are Nachi, Hagoro, and what's her name? The other one.
So I've got Kongo Haruna.
Oh, wrong button. Wrong button.
Thank you.
I've got Haruna Hiei, Kongo, Kirishima, Miyoko, Musashi, and Yamato.
Restream keeps deciding he wants to have one chat or the other chat, and I hadn't realised it had switched over from having all of YouTube to having just all of Twitch. So I missed some things on YouTube. I do apologise to everyone. I keep trying. It's fun.
Rabid Razorback. I've never seen a 38-hour dry dock.
You still haven't seen a 38-hour dry dock.
Give Jack enough time, you'll do it.
I don't think Mrs. Drac would let him.
There is a consideration of maybe doing a joint stream at some point. You never know.
Oh Lord!
Put all the dry docks back to back in 36 hours and don't move from your chat.
Dr. Clarke, that means I'm gonna have to have everything locked down on.
Thank you, Mulligan.
I was about to say, Runon crying in a corner because they're going to have to deal with all the questions.
The actual scenario which could happen, it's a purely hypothetical one, which I'll discuss now, is, if we are doing fundraising for, let's say, the next trip, we maybe do as a ship-shaped crew, a combined one on all our streams, everything combined. Everything combined.
Kirishima looks so good in green.
It does look very good, that one.
Clarke.
Yeah?
Actually, I think all of them look good.
Are you going to be free for Fleet's Ramblings tomorrow?
I'm planning on being there, yes.
Okay, I'm going to see if I can't manage to drag Drac kicking and screaming.
Oh.
So we could surprise Fleet.
He's supposed to be.
And just have half of it spent as an argument over battle cruisers and fast battleships.
That would be fascinating, and I'd be thrilled to listen to it.
Well. Is that because there's a difference in definition each person has for them?
Well, it's also because in last week's Ramblings, he was insisting that the Alaska and Des Moines were the same type of ship.
They are.
It was
Fleet.
They are two different schools of heavy cruiser, but they are potentially the two. They are the examples of heavy cruiser. They are the two. They are the two different. They are two different. Yeah, they're two different schools of heavy cruiser, and pretty much two of three heavy cruisers produced post Washington. And that's if you're generous about the Deutschlands.
No, I was going to say the Baltimores.
They don't have, at least in my book, a sufficient margin of superiority over contemporary light cruisers to count.
What's your argument for that?
Same number of guns, approximately the same weight.
Over contemporary heavy cruisers?
No,
you mean? Because you said lights.
No. Yes. But remember, the 8-inch cruiser is functionally the light cruiser.
Well, yes. However, I'm using heavy cruiser here to denote that category of cruiser under the treaty, which is broadly
Yes.
contemporaneously called heavy cruiser. Just like
Okay,
Des Moines
well, if
kind
we're
of fall
just
into
talking... Yes, Des Moines does fall into that, and... Yeah,
Right,
okay,
sorry,
if we're talking treaty terminology, Alaska should be being compared to battleships.
I think you may have run aground there, Clarke.
I have. I've got.
I mean, I would say Alaska sort of falls into the same category the Deutschlands do.
Because Fleet was saying that they're not large cruisers.
Alaska
they're only heavy cruisers.
Alaska falls into the small capital ship. The capital ship just large enough to not meet it. She's a capital ship large enough to not count as one of these small capital ships that you weren't allowed to build prior to a certain date.
No, she's a heavy cruiser.
Yes, I'm talking the treaty definition.
Even then. But yes, as you can see, Clarke, there is a couple of Congos of multiple colours. If you look over at Sofgen, that is the pink one.
I'm personally confused about calling the Baltimore's a treaty cruiser, or not having enough margins of superiority over the treaty cruisers.
They have the same gun armament as contemporary treaty as U.S. treaty cruisers.
They have so many jazzy colours. They're just putting me off my dinner.
They do and they don't.
It's the same number of guns and the same caliber.
Yeah,
it's
they
like a functionally
have the
better
same gun and gun number as Wichita, I believe.
Yes.
However, their hoists, everything about getting the shells to the guns, their shell weight of fire is much better.
Sure.
And they are much better protected and much more damage resistant, as well as much better able to take damage.
Not to mention they have a substantially better series of detection and fire control systems, just across the board for basically every weapon system.
Additionally, they have a substantially better AA suite.
I know they are substantially better cruisers. My point is more that they aren't sufficiently better to not be not get the same classification. Because if you look at if you consider the treaty 8-inch cruisers to be light cruisers, they aren't better enough than them to not also be good light, to not just be good light cruisers.
They have the armor to effectively resist 8-inch fire at battle ranges. That is something
Wichita
that... No, not really. No.
Okay.
She can resist 6-inch fire at battle ranges, but not 8.
Okay. I may be misremembering the figures then.
Like, she's known to be a particularly well-armored heavy cruiser, like the, I believe, Zaras and Algerie. But for that period of cruiser, particularly for the treaty heavy cruisers, or treaty cruisers writ large, really, they can really only stay within their limits by armoring against 6-inch shell fire. The Zara is kind of cheap because, well, they're not within the treaty limits.
And the counties the counties cheat by
just having an up armor package that they can put on.
Yes.
Good cheating.
And we are now.
I wouldn't call that cheating. 12. I would call that working around the letter of the rules.
So,
it's in within the letter of the rules. It's not within the spirit.
I'm gonna head off.
I mean,
1 o'clock where I am, but it was great.
It's not like the U.S. can talk much on that.
No.
Have a good day. Have a good evening.
I'm gonna go.
And as people have pointed out, we have hit the 36-hour mark.
We have, and I'm going to go and say finish off the streams and say hello, thank you to everyone, and make sure there's no questions left I haven't answered. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Hope you're all. Thank you again for doing all this, and as I said, I will do something to say thank you to you properly. I will arrange something. You never know. I might see if I can get some time in a dunk tank for you all. That could be fun, couldn't it?
We could watch the Princess
Time
Bride.
in a dunk tank?
Well, maybe one of those Royal Navy training simulator, damage control training simulators. I've got a friend who keeps wanting me to do a YouTube video in one. I'll get the ship shape crew down for it.
That sounds very interesting.
It does sound interesting. The major advantage of it is going to be watching
Tom Scott's video on one. But it would be nice to see people with...
watching teamwork fall apart completely in about 5 minutes is going to be the fun thing. Teamwork will fall apart in about 5 seconds. I do know that will happen. I understand it completely. And I'm sure Foxo will do well. I hope she'll be able to save Dragon when inevitably Dragon gets into trouble. But, it'll be okay. It'll be okay.
I think she's quite used to that.
Yeah.
Ha. And yet I'm the one who's providing the emotional support for her, making sure she doesn't have panic attacks.
Hey, I'm perfectly fine as long as I don't have to leave my bedroom.
No.
Which you have to do for work.
You do provide the emotional support. I do agree. And that is an amazing thing. But I think in terms of physically saving you when you're in trouble, it's her.
In a fight, maybe.
Yes.
With how light Foxo is, she could just float.
That's not always a good thing if you try and plug the hole that's underwater.
If you're trapped in this...
Just float.
Yeah, but if you're trapped in, say, a helicopter that's went down, floating's not necessarily a good thing.
Not the greatest idea in the world. Right, you have a point.
Are we
or if you're doing damage control and you need to...
Take care.
Hey, guys.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Guys, people.
Yep.
See you soon. Toodles, thank you. Oh, that was a lot of fun. That is a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry I ended sort of quite quietly at the end, but honestly, I was losing my voice but towards the end, and I was just still in shock. Thank you, everyone, for your kindness and support over this thing. This is the money, as said, I gave lists of what it's going to do, and we seem to have raised £1,200, and so if I go into, I think, was it this one? No, not that one. I have an image somewhere here. This one. And I look up the properties of this. And I go to targets. Hopefully that comes up. And I can change the targets. And there you go. So what we've achieved as far as I'm concerned is we've got about £1,200. So we've got a little over picture set 1 and Australia trip, which is really cool. Now, I did adjust the targets to take into account the 30% that goes off to the joyous people known as YouTube. But yeah, picture set 1, which should hopefully be enough the really expensive pictures that I need for the book for book 1. And the archive trip, that'd be pretty darn useful, because then I can go and check and finalize all those references, make sure that they're all correct before the book gets published, and hopefully the book will come out in March. That'll be book number 1, and then who knows, maybe that'll make enough money that I'll be able to plow that into book number 2, and they'll probably spread out every 4 months, and I will still honor the pledges. Thank you very much to everyone. I'll put all the things in, the donations, etc. We might not have raised for all of them, but I will treat it as all of them, because you all started the ball rolling. And thank you for doing this. Thank you for all your support. Thank you for doing this. Thank you to all my admins who've been doing all the wonderful work they've been doing to help me and have really been making this possible. Frankly, it wouldn't have been possible without them. It wouldn't have been possible without their hard work. It wouldn't be possible without their kindness. And it certainly wouldn't have been possible without all of you. and there have been a lot of you watching. I didn't expect a couple of weeks ago this to be working on both stream, Twitch and YouTube, as well as it has done. It's worked well. I didn't expect to have to have developed the skills which I've had to develop. But I have, and I think I've managed to get it working. And get it sort of sorted out. It's a whole different skill set from being a university historian, but I like it. It's fun talking to you. It's fun being able to just talk naval history and enjoy naval history and share it for the enjoyment of it. So thank you much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed. I hope you found it as interesting and as fun as I have. And thank you for all your support. As said, you have made it possible. You have made it really, really completely possible, and it wouldn't have happened without you, without all your support. Because I honestly was expecting, this sounds so corny to say, but I was honestly expecting to spend quite a lot of my time talking to myself and just recording the videos and hoping someone watched them some way. I honestly wasn't expecting to be finished this video at midnight on Sunday and be joined by 52 odd people. Thank you very much. That's incredibly kind and incredibly cool of you. Thank you. I really hope you enjoyed it, and I really hope you found it cool history. There is a recorded video already scheduled for tomorrow, which is on my account, which is going to be Battle of Chattanooga, the campaign, in Long Patrol form. Tuesday is going to be the Queen Elizabeth class profile, which I'm probably going to re-record some point later today, because I realise it's now midnight. And, yeah, I will be on Fleet of Ocean's ramblings on Monday evening, chatting away, because I'm fairly sure I owe him the favour, and well, besides, I enjoyed doing it. He really likes Azur Lane questions, by the way. Really, really does like Azur Lane questions. They really do make a lot of difference to him. It's something he really enjoys, and I'm not doing this because I'm at all winding my good friend up. And yeah, thank you. I also have to say thank you to all the Shipshape crew who've been helping me out behind the scenes, doing all sorts of things. Thank you to Drac, thank you to Garrus the Brit, thank you to Dr. Dan, thank you to Boom Boom Dan, thank you to Runon, who's the admin extraordinaire, who frankly sets all the chats up and makes them work. Thank you to Steve, who's been valiantly keeping track of all the super chats coming in. And honestly, when he volunteered to do it, I was sort of going, well, you know, you might have a couple to get chat on. It would be nice to have it worked out. And I quickly lost track, so without him, I would have been up the creek without a paddle. So thank you very much, everyone. You have been absolutely spectacular. Thank you for your support, and thank you for everything you've done. I hope you've enjoyed it. And yeah, I'll do this again next year to set up the Christmas period. And yeah, hopefully I'm going to record some 2 historians this week, so next week should be really fun, and lots of videos coming out, and this is going to be the Christmas period where there's going to be all sorts of videos the whole way through Christmas. I have to go digging around for some old some archive footage from last year, because I've got the Australia and the and Scandinavia ship schedule, and I was going, I hope I can find the video stores. I put them in a safe space so I wouldn't lose them in the house move. I think I've got them all fine. I think they're all fine. I think they're in that one and that one, so I think we're okay. I have sort of checked. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone. And what's really funny is that the video streams themselves, I was checking this earlier, in terms of time, and I thought they would be slightly short because of the changes between them. I was worried it wasn't actually going to be full 36 hours of live broadcasting. But the first one was 8 hours and 56 minutes. The second one was 8 hours 59 minutes, so they're a bit short. And then the third one was 9 hours 10 minutes, and then this one is, well, it's over 9 hours as well. So yes, I do think we have done the 36 hours. I have lived up to my promise. And yeah. I am going to go rest my voice for a bit. I'm going to have a bit of a snooze. It's going to be quite nice. When I say a bit of a snooze, my version of a snooze involves a bath and a book. So thank you very much, everyone. Take care. Thank you for all your support. And thank you for making this possible. As I said, and I cannot say this enough. I cannot say this too many times. None of this would be possible without your support. None of this would happen without you. None of these books, none of these videos, none of anything of this would happen without your support. So thank you very much, and take care. Good night, sleep well, and see you soon. I always look forward to chatting. Toodles. And we have that.